Ah. In the first-floor lobby of the Zhao group. A brief delicate cry came from behind Lin Yuan. Having just undergone rebirth, Lin Yuan had not yet recovered from the dizzy dazed sensation. He felt something soft collide with his back, followed by a warm liquid slowly trickling down. Something had soaked his clothes. Lin Yuan instinctively turned around and met a face that was icy cold yet breathtakingly beautiful, a face that now was full of disgust and displeasure. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted downward. The owner of this face had her blouse thoroughly soaked with coffee. The wet fabric clung to her skin, outlining the faint contours of lace. Trembling slightly with each angry breath. You. The other party hadn't expected Lin Yuan to not only knock over her coffee but now stare unabashedly at that sacred part of her body. She instinctively stepped back, but her delicate high heel slipped on the spilled coffee. Her body lost balance and began to fall backward. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. Nice feel. Soft as if it could be folded into different curves. Let go. Two cold words came out of the woman's mouth, her disgust growing stronger. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He remembered this face. In his previous life right before he died, this was the last face he saw. But at that time the expression wasn't disgust, only sympathy and reluctance. Back then Lin Yuan had been tortured beyond recognition, his body covered in bloody wounds with only the last breath left. But the group tormenting him didn't want to give him a quick end. Under Lin Yuan's desperate pleas, this woman clenched her teeth, ready trembling as she drove a knife through his heart, granting him the final release. But unexpectedly the next second Lin Yuan was reborn. And the first person he met after rebirth was also her. Let go or I'll call the police. Chen Fei's tone grew colder. Lin Yuan came back to his senses, realizing their extremely ambiguous position, so he let go. Seeing Chen Fei about to leave with displeasure, Lin Yuan reached out and stopped her. It was you who bumped into me. The coffee on your hand soaked my back. Aren't you going to apologize? Hearing this, Chen Fei became indignant. I admit I wasn't watching where I was going just now. But it was you who stopped suddenly, that's why I bumped into you. And my own blouse is wet too. Why should I apologize? Chen Fei was fuming. Lin Yuan had taken advantage by grabbing her waist, and now he wanted her to apologize. You see, you admitted you weren't watching where you were going. When you don't maintain a safe distance, the rear-ending party is fully at fault. Lin Yuan had keenly caught a loophole in Chen Fei's words. Chen Fei was momentarily speechless, wanted to argue but didn't know where to start. It did seem she was in the wrong. Fine, it's my fault. Chen Fei frowned, giving up the argument, intending to leave this troublesome man as soon as possible. But Lin Yuan still blocked her way. Did you not hear me clearly just now? I told you to apologize. Don't you know how to say I'm sorry? In his previous life, although Chen Fei hadn't participated in the group's torture, in the end she was the one who killed Lin Yuan. The icy blade and piercing pain were still fresh in Lin Yuan's memory. So he felt that asking her to apologize was perfectly reasonable. But to Chen Fei at this moment, Lin Yuan seemed unreasonably relentless. However, since she had already admitted fault, she couldn't vent her grievances even if she wanted to. So, like completing a task, she stared coldly at Lin Yuan and said slowly, word by word, Sorry. Lin Yuan smiled, took out his phone and held it in front of Chen Fei. Fine, I forgive you. Add me on WeChat. Later when I get my clothes cleaned, you'll reimburse me for the cleaning fee. One thing after another, Chen Fei was utterly speechless at this stingy man. To get rid of this nuisance as soon as possible, Chen Fei reluctantly took out her phone, scanned the code as fast as possible and sent a friend request. Lin Yuan accepted the friend request, only then letting Chen Fei leave. Watching her angry retreating figure, elegant and graceful, Lin Yuan's eyes shifted subtly. He knew why Chen Fei had come to the Zhao group today. Today was the day she was supposed to sign the marriage contract with Zhao Xiaofeng, the vice president of Zhao group and Lin Yuan's immediate boss. And Zhao Xiaofeng was the ringleader who organized the torture of Lin Yuan in his previous life. Lin Yuan still remembered that on June 1st of the previous life a doomsday disaster suddenly struck. Extreme cold and strange snow that could drain one's energy. Countless people lost their lives in that disaster. At that time Zhao Xiaofeng used his supplies to rally people to work for him. Lin Yuan only wanted to stay out of it, not answering Zhao Xiaofeng's call. But unexpectedly this made him the first target of Zhao Xiaofeng's group. Like refugees who need to kill a person as a token of allegiance before becoming bandits, Zhao Xiaofeng designated Lin Yuan as the offering for joining his group. If they wanted to survive and get the supplies he allocated, they had to harm Lin Yuan. As for the tools, they could choose freely. They could pull out his fingernails, stab him with steel needles, or burn him with fire. Zhao Xiaofeng wanted to ensure absolute obedience from his men through this extreme method. And none of the 40 or 50 men under Zhao Xiaofeng showed any mercy. Everyone was afraid of not being fast enough or ruthless enough. That torture was like being cut into pieces for Lin Yuan. Some even enjoyed the act of cruelty, their faces showing morbid ecstasy as they tortured him. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan involuntarily clenched his fists. After the apocalypse, with the loss of moral constraints, these former colleagues had completely revealed the evil in the human heart. Just then a mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding, congratulations to host for binding the Apocalypse Infinite upgrade system. Newbie gift pack is being distributed. Ding, reward acquisition successful. Obtained left-hand ability Insight of all things. Obtained right-hand ability Infinite replication. Obtained item reward Apocalypse Safehouse cube. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. This way revenge would be much easier. He glanced at the time. There were still 3 days until the apocalypse. This time he would never let the same story play out again. The hatred and anger of his previous life, he would repay them all in this one. What he wanted to do was not simply kill them. That would be too easy on them. Lin Yuan was determined to make Zhao Xiaofeng and those who had laid hands on him experience the same pain and despair he had felt in his previous life. Zhao Xiaofeng, this time your supplies, your fiancé, your men, I will not spare a single one. Upon opening the system, a mysterious and wondrous sensation instantly merged into Lin Yuan's mind. In just an instant he understood the usage of each of the 2 abilities. The insight power of his left hand could discern any object it touched. Objects thus discerned could be infinitely replicated using the duplicate power of his right hand. As an employee of Zhao Group's Information Technology Department, this operation was all too familiar to Lin Yuan. Isn't this just copy and paste? CTRL-C then CTRL-V. Lin Yuan revealed a satisfied expression. With these 2 abilities in hand, stockpiling supplies became much more convenient. He only needed to hurry and discern necessary items these few days before the apocalypse. When needed later, he could use the duplicate power to produce them infinitely. Moreover, it took up no space, saving the trouble of finding a place to hoard goods. Regarding the safe house cube, Lin Yuan also roughly understood its usage through the system's introduction. Once activated, the cube could automatically upgrade the host's current residence into a safe house. At this moment a virtual system panel appeared in Lin Yuan's mind displaying his various information. Name Lin Yuan. Level 1. Item slot Apocalypse Safehouse Cube. System task none. Seeing this interface, Lin Yuan understood that by continuously completing system tasks in the future he could raise his level. Upgrading would naturally make him stronger. And after the apocalypse, constantly growing stronger was his only reliance for survival. Ding, current task issued. System task, please prepare various living supplies before the apocalypse arrives. Task reward 20 experience points. This exactly matched Lin Yuan's intention. He had originally planned to use these few days to prepare well for the apocalypse. However, before that he needed to return to his department to request a few days off. If he took unauthorized absence, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Yuan didn't want to stir up any extra complications or attract others' attention. The Information Technology Department office was dead silent. Not because everyone was focused on work, but because Department Head Zhang Jianren specifically required employees not to talk during work hours. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling every word and action of his subordinates. When Lin Yuan passed by, a few colleagues nodded and smiled politely, greeting him. They all seemed friendly and harmless. But Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life these very people did not hold back when torturing him under Zhao Xiaofeng's orders. Pulling out his nails, burning him with cigarette butts. During the assault these people's expressions were excited as if they were at a carnival. Lin Yuan's face turned cold. He clenched his fists, forcefully suppressing the raging fury in his heart, and walked straight to the door of Zhang Jianren's office, knocking. Come in. Zhang Jianren sat behind his desk leisurely scrolling through short videos on his phone. Through the reflection of the cabinet glass behind him, Lin Yuan saw this fat-faced, greasy, middle-aged man watching a provocative female streamer's dance. His eyes shimmered with a lecherous gleam. Looking at the calligraphy plaque, "Heaven rewards diligence," hanging on the wall behind Zhang Jianren, Lin Yuan found it especially ironic. Zhang Jianren didn't put down his phone when he saw someone enter. Through his thick lenses he glanced at Lin Yuan, then returned his attention to the phone screen. "I'm feeling unwell and would like to request 3 days of sick leave." Zhang Jianren didn't look up, just took a sip from his thermos and spat the tea leaf back into the cup. "I recall you already took leave last month, didn't you?" "That wasn't leave, that was compensatory time off." "Compensatory time?" "Humph, compensatory time is still time off." Zhang Jianren was deeply dissatisfied with Lin Yuan's contradictory behavior, feeling his authority as a supervisor was challenged. "Young man, don't always think about slacking off." Look at other colleagues, Xiaolu hasn't taken a single day off last month, working overtime until dawn every day. And look at yourself. He waved his hand impatiently. The department is busy lately, you'll approve half a day's leave. It's just being sick, don't act like you're dying here. Now it's only 9 a.m, hurry up to the hospital, get some medicine and be back before noon. If it were Lin Yuan from his past life, he would have bowed and scraped with an apologetic smile as he backed out of the office. But now, with the apocalypse imminent, who cared about such nonsense? I'm not negotiating with you. Company policy states that sick leave under 3 days only requires notification, not approval. I'm only here to inform you as a formality. Whether you approve it or not doesn't affect my leave. Zhang Jianren's eyelids twitched. The air in the office seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Yuan, what is this attitude? Being contradicted in public, Zhang Jianren felt his dignity slipping away. His voice instantly rose several octaves. Are you trying to get fired? Get this straight, your performance evaluation and year-end appraisal are both decided by me. And don't forget your mortgage contract. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan interrupted impatiently. My mortgage contract is signed with Zhao Group, not with you. Zhang Jianren's face flushed red, the rest of his words stuck in his throat, momentarily speechless. If you want to fire me, first write a dismissal report that passes legal review. Lin Yuan didn't want to save any face for Zhang Jianren today. Among those who tortured Lin Yuan in his past life, Zhang Jianren was the most vicious, using a cold fruit knife to carve over 100 bloody gashes on his body. As if this would prove his loyalty to Zhao Xiaofeng. Lin Yuan felt that not immediately attacking Zhang Jianren was already an act of mercy. Having finished speaking, Lin Yuan turned around and walked out of Zhang Jianren's office. Soon Zhang Jianren's roaring voice came from behind. But Lin Yuan paid no heed. I hope you can still speak to me in that tone after the apocalypse, Lin Yuan said silently in his heart. Leaving Zhao Group, Lin Yuan hailed a taxi. He wanted to go home and try out the safe house cube gifted by the system. But before going home, there was one more place he needed to visit. In his past life, Zhao Xiaofeng relied on his cold storage full of food to have the capital to gather so many followers. And this time Lin Yuan was going to completely eliminate Zhao Xiaofeng's trump card. I really want to see the expression on your face when you open the cold storage door after the apocalypse. That expression will be absolutely wonderful. Lin Yuan's smile momentarily turned sinister. Just wait, the surprise I've prepared for you is already on its way. Guaranteed to make you taste the flavor of despair from head to toe. In the ride-hailing car, Lin Yuan slept through the entire journey, the discomfort of rebirth only now beginning to fade. Upon waking, he found himself at the entrance of the residential complex. Ordinarily Lin Yuan would never have splurged on a taxi for commuting. Yet with the apocalypse looming, money was of little use. In the end times, even the most abundant wealth is nothing but a string of numbers, a pile of worthless paper. Xiangtanwan residential complex, an entire development built by the Zhao Group 3 years prior. At the time it was marketed as the core residential zone of Zhonghai City's eastward expansion strategy. But after the complex was completed, the so-called eastward expansion strategy never materialized. The subway extension was repeatedly delayed. With a commuting distance of 20 to 30 kilometers from the city center, this development became a laughingstock and sales stalled completely. To address this issue, the Zhao Group devised a plan internally, announcing a so-called home ownership initiative. Employees of the company could purchase apartments in this complex at a discounted rate. And the down payment was only 100,000. That was incredibly cheap, considering that in a place like Zhonghai City 100,000 might not even buy a decent parking space. For the remaining payment, the Zhao Group stipulated that it would be deducted proportionally from monthly salaries until retirement. To this end, the Zhao Group signed an additional contract with every employee who purchased a home. These employees were required to work for the Zhao Group until retirement. If they were dismissed or resigned due to their own issues, they would have to settle the remaining payment in full and pay additional penalties. Colleagues joked that while other jobs were golden rice bowls, a position at the Zhao Group was a golden handcuff. For the sake of an apartment, you'd be toiling like a beast of burden for the company for a lifetime. Lin Yuan had calculated back then that renting would consume a large portion of his salary, and rent was increasing every year. Rather than working for a landlord, it was better to pay for a home of his own. Even if he had to wait until retirement to get the property deed, it was still better than having nothing. The Zhao Group's home ownership initiative was the only chance for common people like Lin Yuan to settle down in a place as expensive as Zhonghai. Entering the complex, Lin Yuan lamented his naivety back then. Instead of going straight home, he took a detour. The complex had both standard apartment blocks and villa areas. Passing through these areas led to the deepest part of the complex, the prime location. There stood a luxurious private villa. It boasted a garden, a swimming pool, a wine cellar, a banquet hall, and a private theater. Covering an area of 6 mu, it was a private mansion Zhao Xiaofeng had built for himself, leveraging his status as the young master of the Zhao family. Lin Yuan stopped about 50 meters from the villa. In his past life he had been brutally killed here by Zhao Xiaofeng in public. The excruciating pain was still vivid in his memory. Feigning a casual stroll, Lin Yuan circled Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, carefully observing the positions of the surveillance cameras. These cameras were the same model as those used by the Zhao group, procured by their information technology department. Lin Yuan was very familiar with them. After a quick survey, Lin Yuan identified the blind spots of the villa's surveillance and meticulously committed them to memory. Zhao Xiaofeng's villa housed a dedicated cold storage stocked with high-end ingredients for his private parties with friends. It was precisely these supplies that enabled Zhao Xiaofeng to amass enough resources to rally a loyal faction when the apocalypse struck in his past life. Just wait. This time you won't be so lucky. After scouting the location, Lin Yuan left. The surprise he had prepared for Zhao Xiaofeng was still on its way. Returning to his own home, Lin Yuan quickly locked the door and drew all the curtains. Then he eagerly retrieved the Apocalypse Safehouse cube from the system panel's inventory. Instantly a pitch-black cube appeared in Lin Yuan's palm. The cube seemed alive with a warm touch and an unknown material. A faint luster flowed across its surface as it pulsed quietly in his hand. System activate the Apocalypse Safehouse cube. As Lin Yuan issued the command, the cube in his hand began to change. Fine cracks appeared on its surface. Like fissures, they multiplied and thickened. Then with a bang, the cube shattered into countless tiny specks of light scattering in all directions. Upon touching the walls, ceiling, floor, doors and windows, the specks halted and gradually seeped in. Ding! The Apocalypse Safehouse cube has adapted to the current dwelling environment. If the host requires, the cube can be retrieved at any time. It was even reusable. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This meant that if he later acquired a larger shelter, he could revert the current safe house to its cube state and take it with him. Lin Yuan walked to the wall, raised his hand and knocked. The sound was dull and solid, as if striking a thick steel plate. The glass on the windows seemed to have changed as well. Even the door lock had transformed into the rotary dial type found in vaults. Beyond these reinforcements, Lin Yuan noticed the indoor temperature was rising automatically. Warmth radiated evenly from all walls, stabilizing the indoor temperature at 24 degrees Celsius. The ventilation system activated automatically, though no vents were perceptible. The air carried a fresh, clean scent. Not bad. With impenetrable walls, independent heating and power supply and fresh air circulation, Lin Yuan stood in this room identical to his past lives dwelling, yet feeling an unprecedented sense of security. With the safe house installed, it was time to test his abilities. Lin Yuan went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and casually took out an apple. He activated his left hand's insight ability. Instantly a faint black pattern glowing on his palm. Soon all information about the apple flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. It was an indescribable holographic perception. The apple's cellular structure, water content, sugar ratio and even the oxidation level of the stems cut were all visible. The entire insight process took less than half a second. Next, Lin Yuan activated his right hand's replication ability. A faint white line on his right palm flickered and an apple materialized in his hand out of thin air. Lin Yuan carefully compared them. The replicated apple was identical to the one he had analyzed, matching in shape, size, weight and even the wrinkles on the peel. Success! Lin Yuan rejoiced. As long as he made ample preparations, he would have an inexhaustible reserve of supplies once the apocalypse began. Just then his phone chimed with a message notification. Opening it, he saw a transfer of 1,000 yuan from Chen Fei. This is to cover your cleaning expenses. Money delivered to the door should not be wasted. Lin Yuan accepted the money without saying much. Before the apocalypse, he did not want to stir up trouble. In any case, according to the trajectory of his past life, after the apocalypse, Chen Fei would also be trapped in this community. At that time he had another plan that required Chen Fei's assistance to execute. Lin Yuan took out the instant noodles and biscuits he had bought earlier from the kitchen cupboard and once again utilized his insight power. This time the time required for insight was slightly longer than it took to perceive an apple. It took about 2 seconds. After the insight was completed, all the information about these items was laid out in Lin Yuan's mind. From now on he could call upon this information at any time and replicate the corresponding items. Seeing his smartphone placed on the table, Lin Yuan grabbed it without hesitation. In the apocalypse all supplies were extremely scarce and he wished he could gain insight into everything he could see. When gaining insight into the phone, Lin Yuan found that it took even longer. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that he completely finished the insight process. Through these experiments, Lin Yuan grasped the usage rules of his powers. The higher the degree of processing of an item, the longer the time consumed for insight. The more natural the item such as an apple, the shorter the time required for insight. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan extended his right hand and activated his replication power. As expected, the energy consumption for replicating different items varied. Replicating an apple or instant noodles required almost no effort. Replicating a phone, although completed in an instant, left Lin Yuan drenched in sweat. Clearly this was similar to the rules of insight. The higher the degree of processing of an item, the more physical and mental energy was consumed in the replication. Lin Yuan felt as if he had just run a 1500-meter race after merely replicating a single phone. Insight consumed time while replication consumed energy. Lin Yuan quickly understood the characteristics of both powers. Just then a fly flew in front of him. Lin Yuan swiftly caught it. The insight power was instantly activated. All the information about the fly quickly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Following that, he used his replication power again. However, after several attempts he could only replicate a lifeless fly corpse. I can gain insight into living beings, but I cannot replicate them. I can only replicate the body but not the life. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, secretly noting the limitations of his replication power. After these attempts, Lin Yuan had a clear understanding of both the insight and replication powers. Glancing at the time, it was only 11 in the morning. Lin Yuan got up and pushed the door out. He was going to stock up frantically. The Sanmu supermarket in the west of Zhonghai City could be considered the most upscale warehouse-style supermarket in the entire city. Sanmu supermarket operated on a membership basis. One had to hold a membership code to enter. However, the Zhao Group had a partnership with Sanmu supermarket and had obtained a group membership. All employees of the Zhao Group could enter and exit with the group membership. Lin Yuan had visited once before. At that time the high prices of goods inside made Lin Yuan hesitate, and after a quick look around he left with only a drink. However, this time was different. Lin Yuan pushed a shopping cart and carefully browsed the first row of shelves as he entered. As he browsed, he utilized his insight power to gain insight into each item on the shelves. Chips, biscuits, drinks, bread, he could not miss a single item. There were also various instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. After finishing the snack area, Lin Yuan moved to the fresh produce section. The freezer held whole king salmon, frozen Australian lobster and Wagyu beef with marbling as even as marble, all of which did not escape Lin Yuan's insight. In his previous life in the icy apocalypse, even eating a bite of instant noodles had become a luxury. But this time, with powers at his disposal, he could feast on Australian lobsters after the apocalypse. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Lin Yuan strolled slowly through the aisles of products with his shopping cart. Iberian ham, gelato, oysters, caviar, black truffles, these high-end ingredients he could rarely afford. After gaining insight, he could create as many as he wanted. Of course, Lin Yuan would not neglect other foods. After all, if he only ate these high-end ingredients during the apocalypse, he would soon grow tired of them. Various canned goods, olive oil, chocolate, instant drinks and soups, as well as compressed biscuits and mineral water, all were thoroughly inspected by Lin Yuan. Even the Romani Conti, priced in the 6 figures in the wine section, was thoroughly inspected by Lin Yuan. Adhering to the principle of not missing a single item, Lin Yuan stayed at Sanmu supermarket until dark, having gained insight into all the products on the shelves. After leaving Sanmu supermarket, Lin Yuan went directly to a chain pharmacy across the street. After the apocalypse, medicines would also be very important. It was already 9:30 in the evening and only one young female staff member remained in the pharmacy, leaning against the cash register, yawning while playing on her phone. When Lin Yuan pushed the door open, the doorbell rang. She looked up briefly, then lowered her head to continue watching videos. Lin Yuan walked to the shelf and picked up a box of cephalosporin. The insight power was unleashed and the molecular formula and various component ratios of the medicine appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. This complex information was comparable to that of gaining insight into a phone. It took about 5 minutes to complete the insight. Not far away, the female staff member curiously glanced at this strange customer several times. Lin Yuan did not want to raise any suspicion, so he thought of a plan. He decided to buy one of each of these medicines to take home and gain insight into them slowly later. After all, there was no rush for medicines. Lin Yuan asked the staff for a shopping basket and filled it to the brim with various medicines: iodine, gauze, bandages, adhesive bandages and alcohol swabs. As the female staff member scanned the items, Lin Yuan took out his credit card. It was the last time he would overdraw before the apocalypse. After all, he wouldn't have to pay it back once the apocalypse arrived. After finishing all of this, Lin Yuan carried several large bags of medicines and flagged down a taxi by the roadside. By the time he returned home, it was already completely dark. Lin Yuan remembered that after being busy for so long he hadn't eaten anything. So he casually conjured up a piece of bread, eating while gaining insight into the medicines he had just bought. At the same time, he was planning his upcoming itinerary in his mind. It was not until dawn that he finished gaining insight into all the medicines and finally fell asleep with peace of mind. The next day Lin Yuan got up early and went out. He had only slept for about 4 hours, and when he left he was still yawning. There was no choice if the apocalypse was about to arrive and time was tight. As long as he made sufficient preparations he could sleep peacefully at home every day after the apocalypse. In the morning Lin Yuan went to the largest outdoor supplies store. Sleeping bags, tents, gas stoves, cold weather clothing, skis and sleds, he gained insight into every single one. Then he went to a hardware store and gained insight into all the tools and parts. He also did not overlook shopping malls, home improvement stores, gas stations, clothing stores or optical shops. In addition, Lin Yuan visited several restaurants, fast food joints, snack bars, cake shops and milk tea shops to gain insight into the ready-made foods. This way, if he felt lazy during the apocalypse and did not want to cook, he could replicate ready-made food. How delightful! Lin Yuan opened his phone's memo and reviewed the preparations he had organized for the pre-apocalypse. He checked off those items that were already prepared. In terms of supplies he was almost ready, and one could even say he was worry-free regarding food and clothing. Now the next thing to prepare was weapons. Lin Yuan searched on the map for several shooting ranges in Zhonghai City that offered live-fire exercises, then hailed a taxi to head over. Strangely, however, every single one of these ranges had posted a notice of temporary closure without exception. Moreover, the business phone numbers for these establishments were all unreachable. This left Lin Yuan with a vague sense of unease. 1 or 2 ranges suspending operations might be mere coincidence. But now that all 7 live-fire shooting ranges in Zhonghai City were closed, it could no longer be explained away by chance. Although Lin Yuan couldn't immediately fathom the reason. Yet his intuition told him that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Could it be that someone knows the apocalypse is coming and has used some means to hoard all the firearms on the market in advance? Waxia's regulations on firearm control were extremely strict. Aside from these approved live-fire ranges, ordinary people had almost no direct access to firearms. Left with no choice, Lin Yuan had to alter his plans and instead found an archery club. Since he couldn't obtain firearms, cold weapons were the only option. Under the guise of trying out the equipment, Lin Yuan scrutinized all the compound bows, hunting crossbows and various arrowheads in the club. After leaving the archery club, Lin Yuan went to a chemical supply store. He thought to himself, since he couldn't get firearms, he would make some homemade incendiary bombs for self-defense. Fortunately, these things weren't difficult. With the physics and chemistry knowledge from his school days plus some information found online, he could easily create simple versions. After finishing all this, it was late again. Lin Yuan had been on the move all day and was dead tired. He went home, collapsed into bed and fell asleep. In the morning, Lin Yuan was awakened by the doorbell. Opening the door, he saw a deliveryman carrying a mountain of packages to his doorstep. "Hey handsome, these are all your packages. Please sign for them." The deliveryman wiped his sweat, clearly exhausted. These were all items Lin Yuan had ordered online the day before yesterday. After all, he couldn't rely solely on running around to inspect every piece of supplies himself. There simply wasn't enough time. So for some items Lin Yuan chose to buy them online. Moreover, these were mostly shipped within Zhonghai City, so the logistics were very fast. Lin Yuan roughly counted them, then carried them into his home one by one. Among them were various single-player gaming devices. A top-tier gaming laptop pre-installed with all the major single-player games available on the market. There was also a portable hard drive filled with various movies. One large box contained the paper books Lin Yuan had bought. Considering the apocalypse might be boring. Even gaming can get tiresome. Buying some books to keep at home would serve as a backup. Lin Yuan opened every package and organized everything. Except for one small box. He didn't even open its packaging, nor did he bring it inside. Instead, he left it directly at his doorstep. This was the surprise he had prepared for Zhao Xiaofeng. He wondered what expression Zhao Xiaofeng would have when he saw this surprise after the apocalypse. Just as Lin Yuan finished tidying up the packages, the system's notification sound rang in his mind. Ding, detected that the host has completed the apocalypse material reserve. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward 20 experience points. Use them immediately. Lin Yuan asked curiously, what's the difference between using them now and using them later? The system quickly explained, every 10 experience points can raise the level by 1. Each time you level up, all current abnormal statuses of the host can be removed. Such a good deal. Lin Yuan carefully read the explanation for this rule on the system's virtual interface. That is to say, as long as it wasn't a fatal blow that killed instantly, any other form of damage could be instantly healed upon leveling up. Then he'll use 10 experience points first. Ding, experience points used successfully. Level increased. Current level 2. Insight power cooldown reduced by 1. Replication power consumption reduced by 1. With the level increase, both abilities were correspondingly strengthened. Lin Yuan used 10 experience points to level up, keeping the remaining 10 points as a contingency. If he got injured in the apocalypse and was on the verge of death, he could then use the level up mechanism to heal all negative statuses and save his life. Let me do a final inventory of the supplies. Lin Yuan looked around, checking all the items stored at home. Then he closed his eyes and reviewed all the items he had previously scanned with his mind. Food, supplies, energy, now he lacked nothing. After confirming everything, Lin Yuan picked up the package at the door and headed toward Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. After finishing his business, Lin Yuan took a taxi to a nearby park, leaned back on a bench, cracked open a can of beer and watched the last sunset before the apocalypse in the gentle evening breeze. After the apocalypse, the sky was perpetually gray and sunlight was never seen. It was precisely because he had experienced the apocalypse that Lin Yuan could now feel how blissful life before it had been. Logically, knowing the apocalypse was coming, one would want to see their loved ones. But Lin Yuan had grown up in an orphanage and had never known his parents. That saved him the trouble. The sun set and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Yuan knew the apocalypse was imminent. He set aside his melancholy and took the fastest taxi back home. He closed the door, locked it, and everything in the safe room operated in silence. Lin Yuan stripped off his old bedsheet and replaced it with a set of high-end bedding he had scanned at a home furnishing store. The soft fuzzy texture felt incredibly warm to the touch. He conjured a set of pajamas, cozily nestled into bed, turned on the TV and streamed an apocalyptic disaster movie. Casually conjuring a cup of milk tea, Lin Yuan sipped it while enjoying the film, whiling away the last few hours before the apocalypse. The movie was boring, its depiction of the apocalypse was almost idyllic compared to the real thing. It failed to capture the ugliness of human nature or the terror of natural disasters. Lin Yuan grew drowsy watching it. He didn't wake up until the movie's credits rolled. He stretched, got out of bed and walked to the window. Outside, snowflakes were drifting down. Lin Yuan pressed a button and the safe room's window slowly opened. He reached his hand out and caught a snowflake. The cold sensation reached his palm, then quickly melted into water. Based on his memories from his past life, Lin Yuan recalled that this snow was far from ordinary. Sure enough, after the snow melted, Lin Yuan felt as if some of the strength in his hand had been drained away. It felt like he had just lifted a heavy weight, leaving a sense of fatigue. He caught another snowflake and his insight power surged forth. He wanted to see what this snow really was. Insight failed. Never mind. Lin Yuan shook his head, suppressing his curiosity. He then firmly closed the window. Watching the snow fall heavier and heavier outside, he took a deep breath. The apocalypse is here and the real show is about to begin. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky with continuous roaring that sounded like explosions from a great distance. At first, people paid it no mind. They thought it was merely thunder. It wasn't until they saw the thick snowflakes drifting outside that they realized something was amiss. In the neighborhood group chat, discussions quickly erupted. "Oh my, everyone, did you see outside? It's snowing. How is that possible? Are you hallucinating? It's only June. No way. It really is snowing. Is this the legendary June snow? Did someone die unjustly recently? Hearing you say that makes it feel quite terrifying. I saw the weather forecast saying the temperature was around 30 degrees, how could it possibly snow? What era are we in? Do you still believe in weather forecasts? When has that ever been accurate? Do you think this could be artificial snow, like artificial rain? It's possible, maybe the rain bombs were too much and it turned into snow." In the chat, it was clear that most were simply curious and enjoying the spectacle, completely unaware of what this snow truly signified. Over an hour later. "Something's not right, doesn't anyone feel suddenly cold?" "Yeah, just now my son insisted on opening the window to see the snow, and when I opened it the temperature outside seemed to be almost like winter. Could this be the legendary La Nina phenomenon? Impossible, that would only make the temperature slightly cooler than usual, how can there be such a drastic change? Moreover, I feel like the temperature is getting colder." A heavy snowstorm and a drop in temperature had transformed the outdoors into a frozen wasteland. Although there were buildings providing some protection, after this hour of extreme cold the temperature in every household had begun to drop. Most residents in the community were employees of the Zhao group, and Lin Yuan recognized the avatars in the group chat, all familiar faces from work. "Just turn on the air conditioning, don't be stingy with the electricity bill. If someone catches a cold, that would be a big loss. I'm not worried about the cold, I've already pulled out the electric blanket at home. What I am worried about is how we're going to get to work tomorrow with all this snow." "Oh come on Wang, stop pretending, who are you showing off to?" "Who says I'm pretending? What if I can't go to work and lose my attendance bonus? If they deduct it, so be it. Who would want to go to work in this terrible weather? If you don't go to work, are you going to support me? Arguments, complaints and grievances continued one after another, but there was no sign of panic. Clearly everyone had yet to realize what this natural disaster truly meant. Lin Yuan scrolled through the chat records silently, pulling his blanket a little higher. The new bedding set felt a bit too thick. The temperature in the safe house was a steady 24 degrees, very warm. The walls and floor radiated heat, and even barefoot on the floor he felt no chill. According to my memories from my last life, by tomorrow morning this group of people will start crying and wailing. Lin Yuan casually conjured a bowl of ice cream, scooping a big spoonful into his mouth, the icy sensation making him hum a little tune in delight. He continued to watch the group chat like it was a performance. Meanwhile at Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, the front door opened and Chen Fei looked at the thick snow outside, frowning tightly. This afternoon Zhao Xiaofeng had messaged her saying he wanted to confirm the details of next week's wedding process once more. Chen Fei finished her work and didn't arrive at Zhao Xiaofeng's villa until 7 or 8 in the evening. Whatever Zhao Xiaofeng said, Chen Fei didn't really listen, treating it like a work obligation, planning to leave. But unexpectedly it started snowing heavily outside. Chen Fei hugged her arms, clearly unable to withstand such low temperatures. Before she arrived it had still been around 30 degrees, so she had only worn a regular shirt. There was a small stain on the shirt collar from when she had spilled coffee after bumping into Lin Yuan. However, it seemed Chen Fei didn't mind. She didn't care whether Zhao Xiaofeng would be displeased to see her in this not-so-neat outfit. In fact, deep down she harbored a vague expectation. An expectation that Zhao Xiaofeng would suddenly find her distasteful, loathe her, and then declare their engagement void. But this was ultimately just her one-sided fantasy. It's snowing outside. The snow is thick. The car won't start. Chen Fei closed the villa's front door and coldly spat out these 3 sentences. Now she had no way to leave. The car wouldn't start, and in such cold weather with such thick snow, walking home was not realistic. Home. Where was her home? The moment her father sold her to Zhao Xiaofeng for financial support from the Zhao family, she had already lost her home. You will stay in the guest room. Zhao Xiaofeng's tone to Chen Fei sounded like charity, more like an unquestionable command. The usually strong-willed her had no other choice at this moment. She held her tongue, said nothing, turned her back, entered the guest room and locked the door. Watching herself lock the door, Chen Fei suddenly smiled without reason. What was she worried about? Before signing the engagement her father had told her that Zhao Xiaofeng had issues in that regard and could not be a man. Marrying her was merely because she was a renowned talent in the business world of Zhonghai City. With outstanding looks, a decent family background and a sharp business mind. These were what Zhao Xiaofeng valued. Ordinary people compared cars, houses and savings. But wealthy individuals placed the most importance on their female companions. Zhao Xiaofeng merely viewed her as an ornament to highlight his own status. Nothing gave a man more of a sense of achievement than marrying an ice queen-like talented woman. Chen Fei let out a bitter smile and sat down dejectedly on the bed. The coffee stain on her shirt's chest, she deliberately didn't clean it. The day she spilled coffee was also the day she signed the engagement. That day was like the stain on her chest, a blemish on her life. As the snow continued to fall heavier, the villa grew colder. Although Zhao Xiaofeng turned on all the heating devices, air conditioning and even lit the fireplace, it still couldn't prevent the temperature from dropping to single digits. Ding ding. A notification sound from her phone rang out. Chen Fei picked it up to see that Zhao Xiaofeng had added her to the neighborhood owners group. He also sent her a message. Please keep an eye on the group messages and see when traffic can resume normally. Once the snow is cleared you can leave. I don't like strangers staying in my house. This tone of an upper-class person commanding a subordinate was what Chen Fei hated the most. Especially the 3 words, stranger, felt particularly jarring. But Zhao Xiaofeng took everything for granted. Chen Fei, holding back her anger, did not reply to Zhao Xiaofeng's message. Even though she wrapped herself in the blanket, still shivering from the cold, Chen Fei did not ask Zhao Xiaofeng to lend her a warm piece of clothing. Through the door Chen Fei heard Zhao Xiaofeng rummaging for something downstairs, followed by the sound of something shattering. Immediately after, Zhao Xiaofeng began to curse. The next morning Chen Fei was jolted awake by the biting cold. Grabbing her phone, she found the community WeChat group in an uproar. Holy crap, why is it freezing like crazy? My AC's cranked to 30 degrees and it's useless. It's colder inside than my fridge's freezer. Another resident posted a photo of their window. The windows are caked with frost and the cold wind is seeping through the cracks, can't even block it. Have you seen the snow outside? I feel like this snow is different from the usual winter snow. Yeah, regular snow is white, but this snow is kinda gray. Someone then hastily warned, "This snow is dangerous, don't touch it." I got curious and grabbed a handful. Now my hand's so weak I can't even hold my phone. This message sparked even more chaos in the group. "Why didn't you say so earlier? My 2 kids just insisted on going out for a snowball fight and I already let them go." "Then what are you waiting for? Go call them back. Hey, make sure to protect yourself before heading out. Wrap yourself in something, don't let your skin touch this snow." Damn, why isn't she replying? Don't tell me she's already gone downstairs. Silence fell over the group, a grim foreboding settling over everyone. 10 minutes later the woman who said she'd go call her kids back still hadn't made a sound. Everyone. I just saw from my window in the small garden downstairs. What about the garden? Spit it out. There are 3 people lying in the snow in the garden not moving. Hearing this, several residents near the garden peered out their windows. Sure enough, they saw the figures of a woman and 2 children. But the 3 of them stood like stones in the snow, devoid of any sign of life. People on their balconies shouted at them but got no response. Dead. Holy crap. Someone's dead. Call the police. Call an ambulance. I tried earlier but the police and hospital lines are dead. Oh my god. This is terrifying. Watching 3 lives vanish before their eyes, the shock began to shift everyone's mindset. What the hell is going on? Why hasn't the government given an explanation? Could it be some kind of large-scale biochemical attack? Explanation. Screw that. Didn't you see the lame notice this morning about shutting down work and schools? And warning everyone not to go out or face the consequences? Then nothing else. Seeing these messages, a mother grew anxious. This can't go on, my baby's almost out of formula, what will the kid eat if we can't go out? Another middle-aged man chimed in, yeah, my parents are old, I need to bring them meals every day, what do we do? Right, what about the property management? Any solutions? Property, please arrange to clear the snow in the complex ASAP, we need to go out. After the message was sent, the property office didn't reply for over 10 minutes. The manager, rolling his eyes in the duty room, thought, they know the snow's dangerous and still want us to clean it, like our lives don't matter. With a salary of $3,000 a month, you think I'll risk my neck for you? Dream on. Messages kept flooding the owner group. Going out is dangerous and staying home is freezing, who can save me? And I've only got 2 packs of instant noodles. What do I do? Chen Fei read through the chat, carefully grasping the severity of the situation outside. Though Zhao Xiaofeng's villa wasn't at a mind-numbing -20 degrees. The room temperature of 2 or 3 degrees was still enough to chill her to the bone. After scouring the guest room, she finally found 3 quilts in the closet. But all 3 were thin, and even stacked together they weren't as warm as a winter down comforter. Plus she was only wearing a thin shirt. With no food and no heavy clothes, Chen Fei felt her body heat slowly draining away. Meanwhile, as everyone shivered at home, Lin Yuan lay lazily sprawled on his bed, with just a corner of the quilt draped over him. Had kicked it off in his sleep because the heat was too much. The apocalypse had arrived, yet Lin Yuan slept more soundly than before it began. At first no one took this disaster too seriously, thinking it was just an extreme weather event. They believed things would return to normal soon. But as time dragged on, there was no sign of improvement. The snow kept falling and people remained trapped indoors. For the first 2 days everyone just complained. But after a week, those who hadn't stocked up on food were nearly driven mad by hunger. Their minds were consumed by the single thought of eating. The group chat grew increasingly hostile. It's all your fault. When I said we should find a way out for food, you stopped me, saying the official notice banned going out and I shouldn't cause trouble for the whole complex. Damn it, you just had to flap your gums and now I'm starving to death. I don't care, share some food with me or don't blame me for banging on your door. What's your lack of food got to do with us? Serves you right for not stocking up. Sigh, my situation's not great either, I've eaten almost everything and I don't know what to do next. When the group chat reached 999 messages, Lin Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched comfortably. Seeing everyone on the verge of collapse, he knew the time was right. He opened his music app connected to a Bluetooth speaker and picked a soothing track. He got up, washed up leisurely, then headed to the kitchen to whip up a hearty breakfast. He recorded the entire cooking process. Poached eggs, pan-seared wagyu steak, fruit salad and a tall glass of milk. After finishing, Lin Yuan sat at the table savoring his meal and sent the video to the starving, freezing owner group. Hey folks, welcome to the special Apocalypse Food Show. I'm your old friend Lin Yuan. Alright, we start with the classic poached egg. Perfect drop into the water, beautiful, not a single splash. How would you rate that entry? Next up, searing the steak. Look at this perfect marbling. Once the pan's hot, the fat and heat create a gorgeous Maillard reaction. Then a pinch of black pepper and sea salt. Absolutely perfect. As usual, first bite goes to the fans. Oh, sorry, forgot you all can't taste it. Then I'll have to trouble myself on everyone's behalf. In the video, Lin Yuan holding a knife and fork leisurely cut into the steak. The juicy beef was still steaming. Lin Yuan brought the camera closer, opened his mouth and satisfyingly swallowed the cut piece of meat in one bite. The sound of chewing traveled through the phone to the ears of everyone in the group who were starving with longing. They stared at the screen, their eyes almost glowing green with envy and desire. With every chew Lin Yuan took in the video, everyone's hearts trembled. Their minds involuntarily conjured the delicious taste of that steak. Stomachs rumbled, mouths salivated uncontrollably. Hungry, so hungry. In the eyes of those suffering from cold and hunger, a high-calorie food like pan-seared steak was the ultimate perfection. What a wonderful thing it would be to take just one bite. Several people in the group couldn't help but cry as they watched Lin Yuan's video. The most torturous thing in the world is to see something but not be able to eat it. Lin Yuan, you still have food at home. Please, can you share just a little with me? Bro, Lin, I'll buy it. Name your price. Chewing the steak, Lin Yuan conjured a pack of instant noodles with his right hand, took a picture and sent it to the group. Alright, don't say I'm not looking out for you all. This pack of Master Moss beef noodles, let's have an auction. Highest bidder wins. Starting bid is 10,000. Although everyone had some psychological preparation, the price of 10,000 clearly exceeded their expectations. Xiao Lin. We're all colleagues here. You can't just stand by and kick us when we're down. Lin Yuan's department head Zhang Jinren was the first to voice everyone's thoughts. He thought that as Lin Yuan's superior, unless Lin Yuan didn't want to stay at Zhao Corporation after the snowstorm, he would have to give him some face. Xiao Lin, how about this? I'll pay 100, transfer it to you right now and you bring the noodles over. I haven't eaten in 2 days. A small pack of instant noodles usually sold for just a few yuan in the supermarket. Zhang Jinren felt that offering 100 was already quite generous. But Lin Yuan didn't think so. Are your eyes just for decoration? Can't you read? I said the starting bid is 10,000. Do you think I'm joking? Fine, Zhang Jinren, since that's your attitude, go find food yourself. I declare that you have completely lost the right to buy anything from me. No matter how much money you offer, I won't sell to you. As for the rest of you, no one has bid yet. Guess you're not hungry enough. Very well, it seems I, Lin, was flattering myself. You all don't need me to provide food after all. Seeing that Lin Yuan wasn't joking, some who had been starving for days panicked. Although spending 10,000 on a pack of noodles sounded absurd, they thought that eating it would keep them from starving to death. It was like spending 10,000 to prolong your life. From that perspective, it was worth it. I'll buy it. I'll pay 10,000. Lin Yuan, I'll transfer it to you now. Afraid of being beaten to it, someone immediately prepared to pay. But Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Don't rush. I said it's an auction. Let's see if anyone wants to raise the bid. A sly smile crept onto Lin Yuan's lips as he watched the desperate people in the group like prey. The food auction was just the first step. He intended to break down their mental defenses one by one, toy with them and make them taste the despair of being unable to live or die. He would make them pay blood for the massacre of his past life. I'll raise it. 11,000. Someone in the group quickly took up Lin Yuan's cue and started bidding. Those who have never experienced hunger might not understand this feeling. When a person is dizzy from hunger, the gnawing, piercing sensation drives you, constantly compelling you to do anything to obtain anything edible. Especially after seeing the photo Lin Yuan sent, their minds even conjured the taste of that pack of noodles. The crispy fried noodle cake steeped in boiling water with the seasoning packet added. One bite warms the stomach and heart. I'll pay 15,000. Sell it to me, Lin Yuan. 18,000. 20,000. The group quickly descended into a bidding war. To survive, the balances in their account seemed cheap in that moment. Just as Lin Yuan finished his breakfast, the auction in the group reached its final result. A colleague bought the pack of noodles for 36,000 and publicly transferred the money in the group. After receiving the payment, Lin Yuan pressed a button and a small window above the safe room door opened. Through the window, Lin Yuan tossed the pack of noodles outside the door. The moment it hit the ground, the sound of the noodle cake breaking echoed. Soon the colleague who had paid received the message, wrapped himself tightly and arrived at Lin Yuan's doorstep. As long as the strange snow didn't touch the skin, going out wasn't life-threatening. Seeing the pack of noodles lying quietly on the ground, the man didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, tore open the packaging, grabbed the broken noodle cake and began to devour it. His eating manner was like a starving ghost reincarnating. Lin Yuan quietly watched everything happening at the door through the surveillance camera. Just as the man was eating heartily, another person suddenly rushed out from the corner of the stairwell. Lin Yuan recognized him. It was Sun Peng, the captain of the Zhao Corporation basketball team. Relying on his size, Sun Peng snatched the noodle bag and poured the remaining noodles into his own mouth. The robbed man was held down by Sun Peng with one hand, forced to watch Sun Peng finish the noodles he had paid a fortune for. He had only taken 2 bites, most had been taken by Sun Peng. Sun Peng. You beast. I paid for that. How dare you steal from me? Buy your own if you have the guts. Bastard, where's your sense of reason? But Sun Peng had none. A starving person only has the instinct to forage, leaving no room for rationality. Otherwise history wouldn't have seen the absurdity of people exchanging children for food. After finishing the last bite, Sun Peng wiped his mouth with lingering satisfaction, clearly still not full. But the burning hunger in his stomach had eased a bit. Ignoring the man's furious roars, Sun Peng shoved him aside, wrapped himself up again and left. The man knew he was no match for Sun Peng physically, and the noodles were already gone. Chasing after Sun Peng would be pointless. So he turned back to knock on Lin Yuan's door. Lin Yuan. That bastard Sun Peng stole the noodles. I already transferred the money. Give me another pack. Lin Yuan let out a loud belch, clearly having overindulged at breakfast. Hearing the man's shouts at the door, he approached the entrance with an indifferent attitude. We must speak honestly. You paid me and I provided you with instant noodles. Once you received the noodles, our transaction was complete. As for whether you eat the noodles yourself or give them to someone else, that has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Lin Yuan activated the noise-canceling feature of his safe house. The man outside continued to bang on the door of Lin Yuan's safe house, saying something, but all those sounds were blocked by the noise-canceling feature. Lin Yuan comfortably stretched and opened his PS5, selecting a fun game to play. After shouting for a long time, the man at the door realized he was just making a fool of himself and had to recount what had just happened in the group chat. He hoped everyone would help him denounce Sun Peng. However, most people in the group were just there to watch the fun, and not a single person stepped up to support him. Many hungry individuals secretly wished that the man who paid an exorbitant price for instant noodles would ultimately not get to eat them. Sun Peng's actions ironically satisfied their pathological expectations. This is often how people are. It's not about having too little, but about having inequity. If I lack something, it's better if you don't have it either. If you possess something I don't, I will feel an imbalance within myself. I will silently pray for your misfortune, hoping that one day you will fall back to a situation like mine. As time passed, lunch hour quickly arrived. Lin Yuan filmed a segment of himself eating lunch and posted it in the group. Compared to breakfast, lunch was more sumptuous. Lin Yuan pulled out an electric hot pot and surprisingly started eating hot pot at home, filling half the table with luxurious ingredients like beef rolls and Australian lobster. He didn't care whether he could finish it if the sight of so much food was more appetizing. After all, with his abilities he could replicate food infinitely, and there was almost no consumption involved in duplication. Thus the concept of waste didn't even come into play. Lin Yuan, your house looks so warm. Can I come over? Yeah. My place has lost power, the air conditioning isn't working and I'm freezing to death. How did you manage to have so much at home? I really want to eat hot pot to warm myself up. As Lin Yuan cooked the meat, he conjured a pack of instant noodles and took a photo to post in the group. The auction for lunch starts now. Once again, it's a pack of instant noodles with a starting bid of 36,000. As he took a bite of hot beef, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. The real show was just beginning. As expected, the crowd was dumbfounded upon seeing Lin Yuan's pricing this time. The pack of instant noodles Lin Yuan sold in the morning had a final transaction price of 36,000. Could it be that every food auction starts at the previous final sale price? Wouldn't that mean the prices would keep rising? Some people deliberately refrained from bidding during the morning auction, hoping to buy at a lower price in the next auction. But they never expected their plans to fall through. Watching the speechless crowd, Lin Yuan didn't rush them and leisurely continued enjoying his hot pot. His tactic was a deliberate strategy. Since the instant noodles would sell for more each time, people would certainly try to find ways to secure them, this time to spend less money. But if everyone wanted to buy instant noodles in this auction, then they would certainly start raising the prices. At this rate, if the auction continued for another 2 or 3 rounds, a pack of instant noodles could sell for over $1 million. Is it really worth a lifetime of hard-earned savings for just a pack of noodles? Without money, what would happen after the snow disaster ends? But if they didn't buy, how would they survive the snow disaster? It was a dilemma. No choice felt right. This was precisely the goal Lin Yuan wanted to achieve. Are you hungry? Suffering? Desperate? Compared to your past actions, these are just minor interests I am collecting from you. After finishing an Australian lobster, Lin Yuan tapped the screen and said in the group, "Wait 10 seconds. If no one bids by then, I will declare this auction void. The starting price for the next auction will be double 36,000. Double 36,000 is 72,000. With that price one could buy a second-hand car. That's too expensive. Who would dare spend that much? But now without food there's a real possibility of starving. Is life more important or is money more important?" Even though everyone in their hearts had cursed Lin Yuan's ancestors, there was nothing they could do. Only Lin Yuan had the excess resources to offer. Others, even if they had stockpiles at home, wouldn't dare easily bring them out. After all, no one knew how long this disaster would last. What if they brought out their supplies and then ran out later? So those without food had no choice but to buy from Lin Yuan. Because of this, they were forced to accept Lin Yuan's auction rules. If they didn't comply with Lin Yuan's rules, they would end up like Zhang Jianren, stripped of their eligibility to participate in the auction. No matter how much he offered, Lin Yuan would not sell to him. "I bid 40,000. Soon someone in the group started to place bids. They had thought the 36,000 price from the morning was already exorbitant. But little did they know there were even higher prices to come. Everyone knew that if they didn't participate in the bidding now, when they truly faced starvation in the future, buying a pack of instant noodles would certainly not be as simple as a few thousand. 42,000. 45,000. 50,000. No one was willing to back down. Just a moment ago, those who thought the price was too steep now rushed to bid. Fearing they would fall behind and end up paying an even higher price to eat instant noodles in the future, Lin Yuan watched the bidding in the group with interest while tossing another slice of tripe into the pot. In a world where order has collapsed, people gradually become unbound by moral constraints. To survive in such a world, one must possess sufficient strength to become a rule maker. "I'll give you 5 more seconds. After 5 seconds the auction will end, so if you want to increase your bid, hurry." Lin Yuan issued his final ultimatum in the group. Ultimately, this pack of instant noodles was successfully traded at a price of 130,000. The person who secured the noodles felt as if their heart was bleeding. 130,000. That's less than a year's salary. The money they had painstakingly saved was unexpectedly spent so extravagantly. Meanwhile, those who missed out were even more anxious. The starting price for the next auction would be 130,000. Even if everyone emptied their pockets to afford it, how many times could they actually buy? Eating a pack of instant noodles doesn't guarantee they won't be hungry in the future. What would happen when they want to eat again next time? I think we can't let Lin Yuan lead us by the nose forever. Zhang Jianren created a new group, adding everyone except Lin Yuan into it. "Director Zhang, do you have any good ideas?" The newcomers to the group clutched at this as if it were a lifeline. Instant noodles at 130,000 yuan a pack were not something everyone could afford. Moreover, given the current trend, the evening auction might see a pack of instant noodles selling for 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Even Zhao Xiaofeng, the vice president of the Zhao group, couldn't afford to eat like this. When the time came to pay, if they couldn't afford it, they would still starve to death. Thinking of this, the resentment toward Lin Yuan grew even stronger. "We need to find a way to deal with him. That kid, usually looking so honest and upright, who would have thought he harbored such malicious intentions? Relying on his family's stockpile to squeeze us like this. Once this snowstorm is over, just wait and see how we'll deal with him." Zhang Jianren paused, then continued. "I have an idea, but I need everyone's support. If you trust me, we can pool the supplies each of us still has. It's too dangerous outside with the snow, so it's inconvenient for everyone to go out. I'll go door to door to collect them. After I tally them up, I'll distribute them evenly on everyone's behalf. I believe, given the efficiency of Wuxia's official disaster relief, this snowstorm will surely pass soon. We just need to endure a little longer, hold on for a few more days. Don't let that Lin Yuan kid have the upper hand." Zhang Jianren's hidden agenda was clearer than anyone's. Claiming to organize a fair distribution, he was actually trying to trick everyone into handing over their remaining supplies. When the time came, whether to distribute or not would be entirely up to him. This way he could not only ensure he had enough to eat every day, but also auction off the surplus like Lin Yuan and make a tidy profit. After 2 auctions today, Lin Yuan had earned over 100,000 yuan, and Zhang Jianren's eyes were green with envy. As a department head, Zhang Jianren held some sway among these colleagues. During work hours they had never missed a chance to flatter him. After the snowstorm, life would go on. Zhang Jianren believed no one would pass up such a golden opportunity to curry favor. "What do you all think?" Zhang Jianren asked. But the group fell silent for a long time. Everyone had a pretty good idea of Zhang Jianren's ulterior motives. In this situation, no one was willing to easily hand over their stored supplies. Ensuring their own survival was the top priority. Even if they wanted to suck up, they'd have to live through the snowstorm first. Director Zhang is there. Any better way? Li Yue, a female employee of the Zhao group, asked in the group. Li Yu still had a few packs of biscuits at home, enough to last her 2 or 3 more days. But after those 2 or 3 days she would also run out of supplies. As an ordinary employee, Li Yu simply couldn't afford to pay over 100,000 yuan to Lin Yuan for instant noodles. She had thought that Zhang Jianren pulling everyone into this new group would lead to a better solution. But unexpectedly, the first thing he did was urge everyone to hand over their remaining supplies. Are you kidding me? That would be a death sentence. Having starved for so long, everyone's eyes gleamed with desperation. Li Yu was sure Zhang Jianren was no exception. Once the supplies were in Zhang Jianren's hands, they would be gone for good, like a meat bun thrown at a dog. Li Yu's words seemed to strike a chord with everyone, and they urged Zhang Jianren to come up with a better plan. But Zhang Jianren had no plan. In this apocalyptic world, only those with enough supplies could make the rules. Zhang Jianren had nothing and was simply trying to swindle everyone to ensure his own survival. More than ever, we need to stick together. Zhang Jianren continued his persuasion. Only by following my plan can we all survive. I believe many of you whose homes are already out of food will surely support my idea. More than half of the people in the group had already run out of food. Zhang Jianren was clever enough to stir these people to take sides. There was strength in numbers, and when the time came, even those who still had some supplies would have no choice but to submit. They would have to hand over their goods willingly or face the wrath of the crowd. Sure enough, after Zhang Jianren's speech, many who had been starving for days voiced their support. Exactly, you can't be so selfish. We're all colleagues here, you can't just watch us starve to death, can you? After this snowstorm passes, we'll treat you all to a meal. Or we'll repay you 10 times the value of the supplies you give up. That should be fair, right? Right now we're being reasonable with you, but don't push us too far. Anyone who refuses to share their supplies is selfish and undermining our unity. We should all turn against them. These starving people had lost all reason. Their words grew more and more aggressive. Li Yue, who had just urged Zhang Jianren to find another way, now dared not say a word. She feared that the next moment these starving ghosts would break down her door and steal her last bit of food. No, this couldn't go on. Li Yu had a gut feeling that these people were more terrifying than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan only wanted money and never forced anyone. His auctions were transparent and transactions were voluntary. But these people were starting to act unreasonably. Lin Yuan, are you there? After much deliberation, Li Yu sent Lin Yuan a private message. At this moment, the only person she could think to turn to for help was Lin Yuan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In a few brief sentences, Li Yu explained the situation to Lin Yuan. She also sent him screenshots of the chat in the new group. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his expression not surprised, as if he had expected all of this. Good, keep monitoring their conversation and send me any updates. Then come to my door in a little while to pick up 5 packs of instant noodles. They're free. Consider this your reward. Li Yu lived in the same building as Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, she immediately went upstairs to his door as instructed. 5 packs of instant noodles, if rationed carefully, could last a week. Thank you. I'll keep you updated on any new information. Good. Lin Yuan replied. Remember, act as if your supplies have run out too. Don't arouse their suspicion. Just chime in with whatever they say. Following Lin Yuan's advice, Li Yu nodded repeatedly, quickly tucked the noodles away and hurried back to her apartment. Lin Yuan meanwhile lounged back on the sofa and continued playing games. That evening during dinner, he picked up his phone and posted a message in the group. Tonight's auction is cancelled. Instant noodles are free for everyone. The group chat had been silent all afternoon. After all, Zhang Jianren had created a new group and everyone was now talking there instead. However, the moment Lin Yuan mentioned giving away free instant noodles, those starving souls perked up as if they had found a glimmer of hope. Bro Lin, I knew you were a good man. Should we come to your doorstep to pick up the noodles now? Don't worry, we won't take them for nothing. Once the snowstorm is over, I'll treat you to a seafood feast. Lin Yuan smirked slyly and replied, no need to rush over. When I said free, I meant no money. I didn't say I'd give them away for nothing. Lin Yuan conjured a hamburger in his right hand and typed while eating, I heard today that you guys started another group behind my back, didn't you? And you badmouthed me in there. Someone told me about it. As a reward, I gave that person 5 packs of noodles. At these words, the starving crowd immediately grew anxious, not because they were betrayed but because the traitor had gotten 5 packs of noodles. Knowing they could score 5 packs, these people would have sold out Zhang Jianren long ago. Bro Lin, I've been meaning to tell you, that bastard Zhang Jianren is a real jerk talking trash about you behind your back. In this freezing weather bro Lin is willing to share some food with us, that's already a huge kindness. You people are so ungrateful. Exactly. Wasn't it just asking you to spend a bit of money? What's the big deal? Once the snowstorm passes you can earn it back slowly. Money makes the world go round, but in this post-apocalyptic world it should be supplies make the world go round. Just because of Lin Yuan's words the group that had been united in anger that afternoon turned against each other and ratted out Zhang Jianren. Watching the flurry of messages in the group Zhang Jianren gritted his teeth in fury. These spineless cowards, they were all so eager to betray him. They weren't this active in the new group this afternoon. For a few packs of noodles they sold him out. How despicable. Alright, stop with the hindsight heroics here. Lin Yuan cut through the noise in the group. There will always be more chances to report in the future. Let it slide this time since I already know what happened. If something similar happens again I welcome anyone to tell me promptly. Just like today I'll reward you with 5 packs of noodles. Hearing Lin Yuan's words many people instantly hatched a plan. They could arrange a few people each day to start a new group badmouth Lin Yuan and then have others report it. That way they could get free food every day, couldn't they? This Lin Yuan was really brainless. But Lin Yuan seemed to have read their minds and added, for those who badmouth me behind my back or try to scheme against me you'll have to impose some punishments. As for the specifics I'll leave it to you all to decide. Whatever you do, record a video and send it to the group for me to see. But I have one rule: don't hurt anyone. Lin Yuan still vividly remembered Zhang Jianren's disgusting face from his past life. He didn't want Zhang Jianren to die so easily. In this apocalypse barely surviving was the worst fate, a quick death was a blessing. Having vowed to make Zhang Jianren and Zhao Xiaofeng's group suffer a fate worse than death, Lin Yuan wasn't about to break his promise. From now on I'll judge based on the time you post videos in the group. The first 3 that satisfy me will each get 5 packs of noodles. Many in the group were stunned. They had planned to exploit a loophole by reporting each other daily for free food. But Lin Yuan's move had dashed that hope. After all, no one was willing to suffer punishment just to let others eat. Lin Yuan, don't go too far. I'm warning you all, don't mess with me. I'm the supervisor here. Do you still want to keep your jobs after the snowstorm? Think carefully. Zhang Jianren was completely broken. He clung to his last shred of authority, trying to calm the crowd with these words. But the starving people were beyond caring. Eating was all that mattered now. You idiot, still waving your supervisor title around. Giving a feather and treating it like an arrow. I've had it with you for a long time. Voices of outrage soon erupted in the group and the others quickly caught on. Lin Yuan had just said they needed to punish Zhang Jianren in a way that satisfied him. And only the first 3 would get the reward. They had to hurry. Several colleagues, thinking this, immediately wrapped themselves in coats and headed toward Zhang Jianren's building. A dozen minutes later videos started pouring into the group. Zhang Jianren's apartment had a window facing the corridor. Someone grabbed a fitness bar and smashed the entire pane. With the glass broken, the -50-degree wind howled into the room. Seeing this, others climbed through the shattered window into Zhang Jianren's home and kicked open his locked bedroom door. The phrase breaking and entering became literal. The bedroom door was completely knocked down. Someone else snatched Zhang Jianren's blanket and slashed it to shreds with a fruit knife. The down feathers from the blanket swirled wildly in the fierce wind. To earn Lin Yuan's approval, everyone was determined to be ruthless. Yet they all strictly followed Lin Yuan's rule: no physical harm. Zhang Jianren tried desperately to stop them, but it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as they trashed everything in his home. I won't let you get away with this. I'll call the police. One of them snorted coldly. Ha, dream on. When people started dying in the neighborhood on day 1, we called the police and the hospital. No one answered. With that, he snatched Zhang Jianren's phone and tossed it out the window, leaving Zhang Jianren alone shivering in the cold wind. Watching the videos in the group, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Oh, you guys were too harsh. I didn't tell you to do that. Someone in the group quickly caught on. Bro Lin, we've hated that bastard for a long time. This was all our doing, nothing to do with you. Lin Yuan nodded, tagged the speaker and picked 2 videos where the destruction was most severe. You 3 come to my doorstep for the noodles. 5 packs each, no fighting. You know what happens if you disobey. The 3 thanked him profusely and scurried to Lin Yuan's door to collect their noodles. Those who weren't chosen grumbled, regretting that they had been too soft-hearted and not harsh enough. Bro Lin, tell us who else has angered you and we'll punish them for you. Alright, stop thinking about good things. That's enough for today. Remember what I told you. The auction will continue tomorrow morning. Lin Yuan stretched lazily and ignored the messages in the group. For so long Zhao Xiaofeng and Chen Fei had not spoken a word in the group. Chen Fei was understandable, after all she was the ice goddess and was not familiar with the employees of the Zhao group. At this moment she was still trapped in Zhao Xiaofeng's home. It was quite normal for her to be unwilling to speak. However, Zhao Xiaofeng's silence was somewhat peculiar. Lin Yuan knew that Zhao Xiaofeng must have already discovered that surprise. On the last day before the apocalypse, Lin Yuan specifically crawled through the ventilation duct of Zhao Xiaofeng's villa's cold storage and placed a full box of black carpet beetle larvae inside. This selection was made after Lin Yuan had done thorough research. The black carpet beetle can survive even at -60 degrees and is a notorious storage pest. Moreover, the larvae of the black carpet beetle will eat voraciously to gain enough energy to molt. The food in Zhao Xiaofeng's cold storage must have already been infested with these pests. But after so many days Zhao Xiaofeng hadn't asked for food in the group. Could it be that there was still other food stored at home? Lin Yuan rubbed his fingers and began to calculate carefully. The reason Lin Yuan had not taken revenge on Zhao Xiaofeng until now was that he still did not understand all of Zhao Xiaofeng's trump cards. As the saying goes, to know oneself and to know the enemy is to win 100 battles. Lin Yuan was very clear that in his previous life Zhao Xiaofeng could organize such a large force. It was absolutely impossible that it was solely based on resources. People like Sun Peng facing the apocalypse and the brink of life and death would certainly not give Zhao Xiaofeng any face. Zhao Xiaofeng was always idle, lacking a robust physique and sharp intellect. The fact that Sun Peng and the others were willing to follow Zhao Xiaofeng's arrangements without taking over his villa and resources meant that Zhao Xiaofeng must have something that compelled them to submit. As for what exactly it was, Lin Yuan was still unclear. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yuan dared not act rashly. Of course revenge must be taken. But he couldn't let himself die in vain for the sake of revenge. That would definitely be a foolish act. Lin Yuan glanced at Chen Fei's avatar on WeChat, his eyes flickering. Before the apocalypse he had deliberately added Chen Fei on WeChat for this very reason. However, judging by the current situation, it was evident that the opportunity had not yet arrived. No rush, it's coming soon. Let's let the bullets fly for a while. Knock knock knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed from Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. Zhao, it's me, Zhang Jianren. You must save me. Those beasts are so inhumane, they even smashed my house for a few packs of instant noodles. Zhao, please have pity on me and let me in to escape the cold. My home is too cold. If this continues I will freeze to death before the night is over. Zhang Jianren wrapped himself tightly in a tattered down blanket and painstakingly moved step by step to the door of Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. Before the snow disaster he had always been Zhao Xiaofeng's most loyal lackey, skilled in flattery and sycophancy. Zhao Xiaofeng had always regarded Zhang Jianren as a confidant. But now Zhao Xiaofeng could barely feed himself. The cold storage was crawling with dark pests and Zhao Xiaofeng had tightly locked the cold storage door, not even daring to take a second look. The snacks at home were also running low. He hadn't even cared about Chen Fei, who was staying in the guest room, and now there was even less possibility of letting Zhang Jianren in. Seeing that he had knocked for a long time without any response, Zhang Jianren became anxious and shouted louder, Zhao, you can't just stand by and watch me die. I know there are plenty of food in your cold storage. Just give me a bite to eat, enough to keep me alive. Zhao, considering all these years I've been dedicated to you. Under Zhang Jianren's incessant shouting, Zhao Xiaofeng reluctantly opened the villa's door. If Zhang Jianren continued to shout like this, everyone would know that there was a cold storage filled with food in his villa. What if that group of unruly people got desperate and came to rob him? What if his villa ended up being smashed like Zhang Jianren's house? Where would he go to escape the cold then? There was no choice. To shut Zhang Jianren up he had to let him in. Tell me, how many people have you told about the cold storage? As soon as he entered, Zhao Xiaofeng asked his most pressing question. Although the temperature in the villa was only around 1 or 2 degrees, at least it was above freezing. It was warmer than Zhang Jianren's home before it was smashed. Feeling the warmth in the villa, Zhang Jianren rubbed his hands together like a fly, displaying a flattering expression. Zhao, don't worry, how could I possibly tell anyone about this? I haven't told anyone. Hearing Zhang Jianren's response, Zhao Xiaofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. To tell you the truth, all the food in my cold storage has been ruined by the bugs. I've only been able to eat some snacks these days, just barely keeping my stomach full. You came here, but I really don't have any extra food to give you. Zhang Jianren was skeptical and cautiously asked, Zhao, you don't need to be so guarded against me, don't you know me? I'm the most content person. Just give me a bite to eat. Even a small bite is enough. Zhao Xiaofeng waved his hand impatiently, looking displeased. If you don't believe me, go take a look in the cold storage. At these words, Zhang Jianren did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the cold storage, throwing open the cold storage door. He fantasized about finally being able to have a hearty meal. But the scene that unfolded before his eyes made his heart plummet from heaven to the depths of hell. Bang! Zhao Xiaofeng quickly shut the cold storage door and locked it tightly. Zhao, what's this? Ugh! The stench of rotting meat mixed with insects made Zhang Jianren retch, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. Zhao, I will help you. Ugh! Clean it up. Fortunately, Zhang Jianren hadn't eaten for days, so he only vomited some yellow water. After cleaning up, Zhang Jianren anxiously asked, Zhao, what should we do next? From the tone of Zhang Jianren's words, it seemed he had decided to stay in the villa. Although there wasn't enough food in the villa, at least they wouldn't freeze to death. Zhao Xiaofeng did not object. Today, Lin Yuan's ability to rally support in the group had inspired Zhao Xiaofeng. In the apocalypse, to survive, one must build their own force. Only then can they have enough capital to secure the right to live. Otherwise, they would eventually become fish on the chopping block to be slaughtered at will. However, building a force requires making it profitable for those underneath you. Otherwise, why would anyone follow you? Yet now Zhao Xiaofeng had nothing. He was even close to starving himself. What could he offer to others? Zhao Xiaofeng's mind raced. He certainly couldn't provide food. Aside from food, what else could others want? A villa. No. Zhao Xiaofeng would never allow a bunch of strangers to live in his home. While pondering, Zhao Xiaofeng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the tightly closed guest room door upstairs. Then a hint of a sinister smile crossed his face as he reached up to touch his clean-shaven chin. On the morning of the next day, Lin Yuan leisurely woke up from his slumber. Without the pressure of clocking in for work, this apocalyptic world surprisingly felt quite pleasant. Lin Yuan lingered in bed for a while, playing games until almost 11 before sluggishly getting up to wash up. The hungry ghosts in the group had long been waiting with bated breath. Since morning they had been eagerly waiting for Lin Yuan to initiate an auction in the group. Lin Yuan, brother Lin, didn't you say you would continue the auction this morning? Why is there still no movement? Don't worry, brother Lin might still be resting. You're not in a hurry. After smashing Zhang Jianren's house yesterday, you got 5 packs of instant noodles. Isn't that enough for a while? What's wrong? Are you getting jealous now? Who told you not to work hard yesterday? Humph, it's easy for you to say. I wanted to work hard, but after being hungry for so many days I can barely walk. Where do I have the strength? Just wait, once I've eaten my fill I will definitely be ahead of you next time. Forget it, who knows when the next opportunity like this will come again. Do you really think there are many fools like Zhang Jianren? That's true, only someone like Zhang Jianren with such a lack of self-awareness thinks he can act with impunity just because he's a supervisor. Ever since these people smashed Zhang Jianren's house yesterday, he had been kicked out of the group chat. Now they could ridicule this once high and mighty supervisor without any reservations. All the grievances and frustrations from before the apocalypse were now fully expressed. At this moment a photo was sent to the group. It was a picture Lin Yuan had just taken featuring a pack of instant noodles and a loaf of bread. Considering that everyone bid up to a high price of 130000 last night, Lin wouldn't want to cheat everyone. At such a high price I have decided to give everyone a little extra. Instant noodles plus bread, starting bid 130000. Now everyone can start bidding. After saying these few words, Lin Yuan conjured a steaming roasted duck and began to enjoy his brunch. Brother Lin is really a great person. Honestly, I've almost forgotten what bread tastes like. Me too, I really want to eat. I'm so hungry. I bid 150000. Having learned from yesterday's experience, these people were more cautious when bidding today. Yesterday they were raising the bid by just a few thousand each time. Today they started by raising it by 20000 straight away. Lin Yuan glanced at the bidder whose employee rank in the Zhao group was even lower than is likely, with no savings to speak of. Clearly he wanted to drive up the price to prevent others from securing a deal. A typical case of someone who can't obtain something wanting to prevent others from getting it. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, not stopping this behavior in the group. What he wanted was for these people to turn on each other. The fiercer they fought among themselves, the more stable and safe Lin Yuan's situation would be. 150000. Lu Fatty, do you have a total of 150000 in your entire fortune? I see you are intentionally driving up the price. Soon someone in the group caught onto this issue. Lu Fatty hurriedly refuted, if I can call out this price, of course I can back it up. If you don't believe me, just don't raise the bid and see if I can pay or not. Lu Fatty wasn't foolish. If they insisted on raising the bid, they would fall into his trap of intentionally inflating the price. But if they deliberately refrained from raising the bid to force him to prove himself, he would welcome that. Lou Fatty had calculated yesterday that he had been frugal since he started working, living on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. After saving for so long, all his savings added up to just over 150000. Since the apocalypse began, Lou Fatty had already gone 6 days without food. Coupled with the extremely low temperature, he was now barely able to muster the strength to type. If he didn't get something to eat soon, he estimated he might not last 2 more days. With 150000 he could buy a loaf of bread and a pack of instant noodles, and if he were frugal he could barely make it last a week. Perhaps by then this snow disaster would be over. Lou Fatty raised his phone, praying that the others in the group wouldn't continue to raise the bid. I don't believe you can come up with 150000. Come on, I want raise the bid. You can transfer the money and show us. If you can't pay, then don't participate in future auctions. Deliberately disrupting the order. I can't stand people like you. Hey, not raising the bid is your business. We never said we wouldn't raise it. Exactly, I'm about to starve to death. What's 150000? I'm not unable to raise it. You're all crazy. Why the rush? Lou Fatty definitely can't come up with that much money. Trust me, I always check that guy's payslip. Wait until he can't pay and then you can raise the bid. It's not too late. Why the hurry to raise the price? Are you all burning money? It seems old Joe has a point. Why don't we wait a little longer? Yeah, we need to focus on sustainable development. Raising the price so high now, will you still be able to buy later? Even if you have money, how many 150000s can you pull out? After some discussion, they unanimously decided to refrain from raising the bid for now, wanting to see Lou Fatty's joke. Everyone understood clearly that if Lou Fatty was indeed driving up the price to make things hard for others, that behavior would spiral out of control. The starting bid was already over 100000, and with a few more bids it would reach 200000. Out of these people in the group, it was unlikely that even a quarter had savings exceeding 200000. At that point, in order to prevent those with money from buying food, those without enough money would surely come up with all sorts of tricks to cause trouble. Therefore this behavior must be curtailed now. Let's take Lou Fatty as the first target. If Lou Fatty truly couldn't pay later, everyone could then justifiably kick him out and set an example for others. To show everyone what the consequences of deliberately disrupting the auction order are. Come on, Lou Fatty, go ahead and transfer the money. None of us have raised the bid. I said he was just putting on a show. At this moment a conspicuous transfer notification lit up in the group. Lou Fatty really transferred 150000 to Lin Yuan. Seeing everyone at a loss, Lin Yuan revealed a playful expression. Alright, congratulations to Xiao Lu. I will privately message you later to let you know when to come to my house to pick up the food. To prevent a repeat of Sun Peng's behavior of snatching food last time, Lin Yuan devised this method. Otherwise his auction would lose credibility. Alright, well, stop here for lunch today, and whether or not there's an auction tonight will depend on my mood. The group immediately grew anxious. Isn't this supposed to count as the morning's auction? How did it turn into lunchtime? And there might not even be an auction tonight. Old Joe, it's all your bad idea. You insisted we wait. Damn it, I've been starving for so long, I was counting on this meal. You bastard, you owe me food. A group of people were arguing in the chat with an undercurrent of tension suggesting a potential confrontation. Suddenly Zhao Xiaofeng, who had been silent, sent a message in the group. I have some food on hand. If you want, I can sell it to you. Hearing that Zhao Xiaofeng also had food, a glimmer of hope emerged among the people. Now with Zhao Xiaofeng joining Lin Yuan, would there be competition between the two for profit? After all, everyone would prefer the cheaper option. This might lead to a significant reduction in food prices in the group in the future. Everyone would be able to afford it. Does your family have food as well, Zhao? What a silly question. The Zhao family is wealthy. With such a large villa, how could there be no food? Oh, you're right. But why didn't Zhao mention this earlier? Are you trying to rebel? Why would it be up to you how Zhao arranges things? Most people in the group were employees of the Zhao group, and Zhao Xiaofeng held some authority in their eyes. Some had been in submission for so long that it became a habit. Flattering Zhao Xiaofeng seemed to have turned into a conditioned reflex and muscle memory. Zhao, we've been dedicated to the company. Look at the prices of food. Yes, or could we incorporate food prices into our mortgage contracts like housing? Even after the snow disaster, it could still be deducted from our wages. At this moment they were hardly worried about the contracts they signed with the Zhao group. Survival was the most important thing. As long as they could survive the snow disaster, they would deal with future issues later. In the safe house, Lin Yuan watched with great interest as everything unfolded in the group. After fishing for so long, he finally hooked Zhao Xiaofeng. Although it deviated somewhat from his initial expectations. He had originally hoped Zhao Xiaofeng would participate in the auction so he could take advantage of the situation when Zhao came to collect food. Of course Lin Yuan wouldn't allow Zhao Xiaofeng to die so easily. That would be too merciful. He just wanted Zhao Xiaofeng to feel some pain. For instance, shooting through his arm with a compound bow. In the apocalypse with a shortage of medicine and no access to hospitals, any injury was extremely dangerous. It tortured not only the body but also the mind. Being injured was far worse than death. Moreover, Lin Yuan knew that the food in Zhao Xiaofeng's cold storage had already been destroyed. Even if there were other supplies at home, they wouldn't last long. He believed that as long as he auctioned a few more times in the group, Zhao Xiaofeng would definitely take the bait. But now Zhao Xiaofeng had unexpectedly taken the initiative. He actually began selling food. What was his game plan? Did he mean? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, though not overly tense. He gently rubbed his fingers, seemingly having guessed Zhao Xiaofeng's intentions. Perhaps Zhao Xiaofeng was fishing as well. Lin Yuan was the bait for Zhao Xiaofeng, while Zhao Xiaofeng aimed to ensnare those desperate souls in the group. What is most important in the apocalypse? Besides supplies, it's people. Once those people arrive, perhaps Zhao Xiaofeng would use some methods to keep them, coercing them to join his faction and become loyal subordinates. Then, just like in the previous life, Zhao Xiaofeng would lead them to plunder and cause chaos. This is good. Let me see your cards then. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, like a patient hunter waiting to ambush his prey. Meanwhile in the group, Zhao Xiaofeng continued to speak to everyone. I want auction these. Each item of food is 1,000 yuan and the quantity is limited, first come first served. After saying this, Zhao Xiaofeng sent a photo. The photo showed the snacks left in his home totaling around 30 to 40 items, mostly biscuits and chips, hardly enough to satisfy the starving. However, the price of 1,000 yuan tempted many. Compared to Lin Yuan's high auction prices, Zhao Xiaofeng's pricing was evidently more consumer-friendly. Regardless of whether they could fill their stomachs, having something to eat was better than nothing. At least they could stave off hunger for a while. Zhao is the best. Lu the fatty must be fuming right now, having just spent 150,000 for a loaf of bread and instant noodles. Haha, serves him right. We're wise. I knew Zhao wouldn't neglect our survival. Zhao, rest assured, after the snow disaster we will work even harder for the Zhao group. Yes, we will dedicate our lives to the Zhao group. The starving people hurriedly transferred money and soon all the snacks in Zhao Xiaofeng's photo were sold out. I've received the money. Everyone come to my villa to get the food. Behind the screen a smile of success appeared on Zhao Xiaofeng's face. Zhao Xiaofeng's villa was quite a distance from where everyone lived. The strange snow outside had piled up to nearly half a floor high. Although the snow was packed tightly, stepping into it nearly covered their thighs. To avoid contact with the terrifying strange snow, people devised various methods. Some wrapped themselves in plastic bags and raincoats, while others were completely covered in cling film. After trudging through the snow for nearly half an hour, the 40 or so people who bought snacks finally gathered at the door of Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. Everyone come in and warm up. Zhao Xiaofeng opened the door, allowing everyone to enter the villa. The temperature inside, around 2 to 3 degrees above zero, brought smiles of long-lost joy to their faces. Zhao, your home is so comfortable. My air conditioning has hardly been effective these past few days. It's as cold as an ice cellar. Isn't that right? My place is the same. Even the fridge feels warmer than my home. Director Zhang, you're also at Zhao's house. Don't take last night's incident to heart. We were all forced by Lin Yuan. Everyone is just trying to survive. Please understand. A fireplace. I can't believe you have a fireplace. Upon seeing the fire burning in the fireplace, the people who had braved the cold immediately gathered around it. They stretched out their hands greedily, soaking in the warm comfort. Zhao Xiaofeng did not stop them but silently signaled Zhang Jianren. Zhang Jianren understood. Taking advantage of everyone's focus on the fireplace, he quietly moved to the door and locked it. So comfortable. I felt like I was freezing on the way here. No wonder Zhao is so impressive with such comprehensive heating facilities at home. Zhao, about that. Where are the snacks we bought? My daughter is still at home hungry, need to hurry back to her. Zhao Xiaofeng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over everyone, sneering, since you're here, don't rush to leave. President Zhao, what? What do you mean by this? Although your home is very warm and I would love to stay. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. If I don't go back, they'll starve to death. This is their life-saving food. The crowd looked around, searching for a long time, but could not find any of the snacks from the photos in Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. President Zhao, with your wealth and status, you wouldn't cheat us out of 1,000 yuan each, would you? Can you give us the food? We're in a hurry to get back. Before the fireplace, the crowd stood up and surrounded Zhao Xiaofeng in a dark mass. It was clear that Zhao Xiaofeng had no intention of producing the food. But the others were not intimidated. They had numbers on their side while Zhao Xiaofeng was alone. If he truly intended to renege on his promise, these starving people would not go easy on him. Some even appraised the villa's layout. The villa was spacious and could house many people. It was so warm inside, far better than their own homes. If they could seize this villa, their quality of life would improve immeasurably. After the raid on Zhang Jianren's home in the group chat last night, a certain restraint within them seemed to have loosened. Before the apocalypse, society was stable and everyone had to strictly abide by the relevant rules and regulations. But after this snowstorm, the old order seemed to be crumbling. No matter what one did, there was no fear of sanction or punishment. When everyone's actions were no longer bound by order, the evil in everyone's hearts gradually surfaced. President Zhao, you shouldn't be joking with us like this. We've been starving for days. This is the worst kind of joke. The menacing crowd slowly encircled Zhao Xiaofeng. Just then Zhao Xiaofeng unhurriedly brought his hand from behind his back to his front. In his hand was a pistol. What are you doing? I knew you lowlifes were barbaric. Can't we talk this out properly? All of you get back on your knees. Zhao Xiaofeng pointed the gun at the crowd, his tone dripping with contempt. Staring into the killing intent emanating from the dark muzzle, cold sweat drenched everyone's backs. This Glock pistol was purchased by Zhao Xiaofeng through foreign channels with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds. He had 3 magazines in total. The Zhao family was already considered a wealthy clan in Zhonghai City. For such a family, aside from their daily bodyguards, they always kept some self-defense items at home. Stay down. Anyone who moves, I'll shoot. At Zhao Xiaofeng's roar, everyone immediately crouched back before the fireplace, hands on their heads, not daring to move. Logically speaking, if they all rushed him at once, they could definitely overpower Zhao Xiaofeng. No matter how fast he was with the gun, he couldn't withstand a mass assault. But no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. No one wanted to die under that gun. Sacrifice one's own life just so others could live. Ridiculous. They were all ordinary people who had such noble ideals. Among the crowd was a young man crouching closest to the main door. He stole a glance at the gun in Zhao Xiaofeng's hand. The gun control in the country was extremely strict, and he seriously suspected that it was just a prop gun. Maybe Zhao Xiaofeng was just using it to scare them. Yes, that must be it. If he could just escape the villa now, Zhao Xiaofeng would be helpless. With this thought, the young man suddenly stood up and dashed towards the villa door as fast as he could. Bang! The moment he stood up, a gunshot rang out. Zhao Xiaofeng fired a warning shot into the air. President Zhao. Spare me, President Zhao. I was wrong. I won't do it again. The young man trembled violently, a warm stream trickling down his pant leg, pooling on the floor in a foul puddle. He had never imagined that Zhao Xiaofeng's gun was real. And that Zhao Xiaofeng would actually dare to fire. That was just a warning. Next time it won't be so simple. The hand holding the gun trembled slightly. He quickly hid his hand behind his back again, concealing his inner panic. Pulling the trigger was not just a matter of moving a finger. It also required immense courage. Besides, his ammunition was limited, he could only rely on intimidation. If it came to a real fight, even emptying all 3 magazines wouldn't kill everyone. Don't worry, everyone. As long as you follow my orders, I guarantee your safety. Using both the carrot and the stick, having just fired a shot, it was the perfect time to win people over. After this, the crowd was utterly terrified and dared not harbor any other thoughts. Whatever Zhao Xiaofeng said, they nodded mechanically, expressing their absolute obedience. I know you haven't eaten for a long time. I'm in the same boat. To be honest, my own food is almost gone. But in our neighborhood many people still have large stockpiles. These people are selfish and completely indifferent to our suffering. Some are even profiteering and kicking us when we're down at this critical moment of life and death. Can you tolerate such behavior? Having been a leader for so long, Zhao Xiaofeng knew exactly how to paint a rosy picture for his subordinates. I hope we can unite. Times like these are when we need each other's strength the most. Let's storm their doors and make those who refuse to share their food feel our wrath. Why should we be the only ones starving? While they sit comfortably at home. No. We cannot just wait for death. We have to fight for our own chance to survive. Zhao Xiaofeng spoke with fervor, and gradually the people by the fireplace were infected by his passion. Coupled with the deterrent of the pistol, they all declared their willingness to follow any of his arrangements. The intimidation part was mostly done. Zhao Xiaofeng knew that relying solely on a pistol wouldn't guarantee that these people would follow his plan. Going outside was too dangerous. Zhao Xiaofeng certainly wouldn't personally join the raid for supplies. And once these people left the villa, they would be beyond the threat of the gun. Then some might betray him or run away. So Zhao Xiaofeng understood that besides threatening them with the gun he had to promise them a huge benefit. Something more enticing than a full stomach. That was his fiancée trapped in his home by the snowstorm, the icy beauty whom everyone could only admire from afar in ordinary times. Chen Fei. I believe that as long as we stand united we will surely survive. Zhao Xiaofeng declared, standing before the crowd like an orator. Zhang Jianren will lead you to see supplies from outside. All acquired resources shall be handed over to me for unified distribution. Under my rule the more you toil the more you reap. Those who contribute the most will receive the greatest share of provisions. So do not entertain thoughts of idleness. Observing the flicker of eagerness for plunder in their eyes, Zhao Xiaofeng seized the moment to unveil a substantial reward. Furthermore, each day I will grant a special reward to the one who performs the best. Zhao Xiaofeng's gaze drifted upward to the second floor where the guest room door remained tightly bolted. Ever since being trapped in Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, Chen Fei had never once opened that door. Her stubborn pride prevented her from begging Zhao Xiaofeng for a morsel of food. Chen Fei was well aware that Zhao Xiaofeng, being selfish and mercenary, would only respond with mockery and contempt if she asked him for sustenance. Fortunately, Chen Fei always kept some biscuits in her bag to stave off hunger during busy workdays. These past few days she survived on a single biscuit each day, clinging to life through sheer willpower. When thirsty she drank tap water from the bathroom. However, the water supply had been cut off 2 days ago, likely due to a problem at the waterworks. Forced by necessity, Chen Fei had to lift the lid of the toilet tank and drink the water inside. She suppressed her nausea and humiliation, telling herself with cold rationality that if she wanted to survive she had to do this. But just moments ago, through the guest room window, she had seen a large group of people allowed into the villa by Zhao Xiaofeng. She pressed her ear to the door, straining to hear the commotion downstairs. She overheard Zhao Xiaofeng's plan. He intended to send a group out to plunder supplies from others. And to win their loyalty he had even offered her as a reward to the one who performed best among them. No matter how tightly the guest room door was locked, it would not withstand a concerted rush from that mob. Panic-stricken, Chen Fei began frantically searching the room. Yet after rummaging through every cabinet and drawer she found nothing that could serve as a weapon. What should she do? The group downstairs would soon set out. When they returned with supplies, Zhao Xiaofeng would fulfill his promise and allow the best performer into her room. No. Chen Fei dared not think further. If it came to that, she would rather die. The tears she had held back for so many days finally spilled over. She did not want to die. No one wanted to die. If not driven to the brink, who would not wish to live on? But now, Chen Fei could not imagine how to resolve this crisis. Even if she climbed out the window and escaped Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, where could she go? Without thick clothes to ward off the cold, even wrapped in a blanket, she could not flee far. The extreme freezing temperatures outside would kill her within half an hour. And then there was the terrifying strange snow. Every step risked losing her life. She would probably die on the road before even escaping the neighborhood. What if she hid somewhere in the neighborhood? Found refuge in someone else's home with a kind-hearted person? Chen Fei looked out the window. In this apocalypse everyone faced severe shortages of supplies. With everyone struggling to survive, who could afford to take her in? No. There was one person. Lin Yuan suddenly came to Chen Fei's mind. From the videos he had posted in the group these past days, his home was not only well stocked with food but also had independent power and heating. In the videos Lin Yuan always appeared in just a thin set of pajamas. And during the hot pot scene, the steam rising from the pot was not particularly thick. If his home were cold, the steam from the hot pot would have been much denser. This proved that Lin Yuan's house was indeed very warm. With food and a comfortable temperature, if Chen Fei had to seek help from anyone, Lin Yuan was the only one in the entire neighborhood capable of taking her in. But would Lin Yuan be willing to take such a risk? If Zhao Xiaofeng found out, Lin Yuan's home would undoubtedly become the primary target for Zhao Xiaofeng and his men. Well, that might not be entirely accurate. With Lin Yuan's abundant food and his high-profile behavior in the group, Zhao Xiaofeng had likely already set his sights on Lin Yuan's home. From that perspective, Lin Yuan's home was not safe either. Even if Lin Yuan agreed to take her in, when Zhao Xiaofeng eventually breached Lin Yuan's door, she would still face the same fate. Chen Fei bit her lip tightly, racking her brains for a way out. She desperately sought a path to survival. But after long deliberation, all she saw were hopeless options. Chen Fei rummaged through her bag and found the sleeping pills she usually took to fall asleep. There was about half a bottle left. If she couldn't think of a good plan by nightfall, death would be her only escape. Meanwhile, after Zhao Xiaofeng's mixture of threats and inducements, the group led by Zhang Jinren marched out of the villa in full force. They headed toward Building 8. With Zhang Jianren in charge, his first target for revenge was naturally Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had openly encouraged everyone in the group to trash his home, a grudge Zhang Jianren was determined to settle. Looking at the 40 or so vigorous men under his command, Zhang Jianren's face beamed with satisfaction. Fortunately, he had Zhao Xiaofeng as his backing. Lin Yuan, you never expected your retribution to come so swiftly, did you? I suppose I should thank you for not showing me complete ruthlessness. But I won't be as soft-hearted as you. I'll take both your supplies and your life. Zhang Jianren snorted coldly, as if already envisioning Lin Yuan begging for mercy before him. At the same moment the group stepped out of the villa, Lin Yuan had already spotted them. From his safe house he had been observing Zhao Xiaofeng's villa through a high-powered telescope. Through the villa's large floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Yuan had also witnessed Zhao Xiaofeng threatening the crowd with a gun. Now that he knew Zhao Xiaofeng's trump card, Lin Yuan naturally devised a countermeasure. Taking out his phone, Lin Yuan sent a message to Chen Fei. "Let's make a deal." Almost instantly Chen Fei replied. "No need. You can barely save yourself, how can you make a deal?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his right hand conjuring a compound bow. He had acquired it before the apocalypse from an archery club. Equipped with sharp arrowheads, it could easily penetrate steel plates as thick as a car door. "Don't rush to refuse me just yet. I believe you'll change your mind soon. If you do, just agree to my terms and I promise you will survive." According to Lin Yuan's memories from his past life, Chen Fei and Zhao Xiaofeng did not have a good relationship. The last time he saw Chen Fei before her death, she was already emaciated almost beyond recognition. In his previous life, although Zhao Xiaofeng had abundant material reserves, he still had many subordinates to support. Those burly and strong men were his true capital for survival in the apocalypse. As for Chen Fei, she was merely a decorative vase kept by his side. After all, Zhao Xiaofeng lacked the capacity for such matters, so he naturally harbored no thoughts of cherishing her. He even considered it a waste of resources to let Chen Fei eat. Thus Lin Yuan was certain that deep down Chen Fei must have harbored a desire to escape from Zhao Xiaofeng. Moreover, based on his earlier observations, after that group entered the villa, Chen Fei never appeared during the entire process of Zhao Xiaofeng brainwashing them. Either Chen Fei disapproved of their actions and refused to be complicit, or Zhao Xiaofeng had never truly considered her as one of his own. Lin Yuan knew that Zhao Xiaofeng was no fool and would not naively believe that a mere pistol could ensure his subordinates' absolute obedience. A gun could only prevent those starving wolves from daring to harbor ill intentions toward him. But to turn these starving wolves into obedient dogs, he needed something alluring enough. Chen Fei trapped in the villa was naturally the perfect sacrifice. And this was precisely the moment Lin Yuan had been waiting for. He had probed Zhao Xiaofeng's trump card, and those around Zhao Xiaofeng were willing to betray him for survival. Nothing could be more perfect than this. "Help me steal Zhao Xiaofeng's gun and I can take you in. You may have no idea of my abilities right now. But I believe you will make a wise decision shortly." Lin Yuan did not waste words. After sending the message, he set the phone aside. Before the apocalypse, several live-fire shooting ranges in Zhonghai City had all closed down, preventing Lin Yuan from gaining insight into firearms. Without firearms, he always felt a lack of security in the apocalypse. Therefore Lin Yuan greatly desired Zhao Xiaofeng's gun. As for how Chen Fei would steal it, he trusted that she was a clever woman and would find a way. He would also employ some tactics to assist her from the periphery. However, the most important thing at the moment was to demonstrate his own strength. To teach Zhang Jianren a harsh lesson. And to let Chen Fei know that he, Lin Yuan, was synonymous with safety in the apocalypse. Over 20 minutes later, Zhang Jianren and his group trudged to the foot of Lin Yuan's building. Li Yue, living on a lower floor, locked all doors and windows in panic and frantically sent Lin Yuan a message. "Lin Yuan, I saw Zhang Jianren bringing a lot of people over. They're carrying weapons. Weren't these the same people who trashed Zhang Jianren's place yesterday? How are they with him now? Oh no, do you think they know I was the one who tipped you off? If I take out those 5 packs of instant noodles you gave me, will they let me off?" Listening to the incessant message alerts on his phone, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "They don't know it's you. They're coming for me." Seeing Lin Yuan's reply, Li Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief but soon grew worried again. Although she was safe for now, she understood the principle of when the lips are gone the teeth feel cold. If they could target Lin Yuan today, they could target anyone else tomorrow. "What are you going to do then? The police line is dead. Maybe you should negotiate with them." "Oh my God. This is terrifying. I can hear their footsteps coming up the stairs. Lin Yuan, please be careful. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood." Lin Yuan ignored Li Yu's rambling, focusing entirely on drawing his bow, aiming toward the direction of the safe house door. The moment he saw Zhang Jianren's group reach the building entrance, Lin Yuan activated the safe house's counterattack mode. In this mode, all walls, doors and windows transformed into a miraculous state, allowing one-way passage. All attacks from inside the safe house could pass through walls, doors and windows to strike outside. Yet external attacks remained firmly blocked by the thick ultradense alloy. Not only that, Lin Yuan could even see the outside situation directly through the walls and door. He couldn't help but marvel, the system's gifts were truly excellent. So intelligent. This was the perfect opportunity to practice his archery skills. A series of footsteps sounded. Zhang Jianren led the crowd to Lin Yuan's doorstep. Why does this guy's door look different from others? Just as Zhang Jianren was about to pound on the door, he noticed that Lin Yuan's front door resembled the secure door of a bank vault. What normal person used this kind of alloy material for a door? On the way over, Zhang Jianren had already planned to break in without a word and catch Lin Yuan off guard. But now, staring at the thick alloy security door, he was dumbfounded. How could he break this down? According to movie plots, this kind of door usually required explosives, right? Bang! 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 Unable to carry out his plan to break in, Zhang Jianren had to settle for verbal threats, believing that seeing so many people would scare Lin Yuan half to death. Lin Yuan. Open the door. I know you're home, don't pretend you're not there. You have the guts to have people trash my place, but you don't have the guts to open the door. I'm telling you, if you open up willingly, we might spare your life. If you don't cooperate. Humph. With so many of us here, we could drown you with our spit alone. Bang. 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 Open the damn door. At that moment, Lin Yuan stood behind the door with his bow drawn. With the counterattack mode activated, he could see everything outside clearly. Now between his arrowhead and Zhang Jianren's face there was only this thick door. A smile had already crept onto Lin Yuan's face, but Zhang Jianren remained blissfully unaware of what was about to happen. The killing intent behind the door was almost overflowing, yet Zhang Jianren still naively believed he was the one in control of life and death. Zhang Jianren, speak louder, I can't hear you from here. Lin Yuan shouted toward the outside. Zhang Jianren took it seriously, pressing his face against the door and repeating his earlier words verbatim. Watching Zhang Jianren's plump pig-like cheek, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He released his grip and shot the arrow all in one fluid motion. Though Lin Yuan had never practiced archery, at this point-blank range even a 3-year-old couldn't miss. The sharp arrow left the bowstring, and the security door before him seemed as insubstantial as air, offering no resistance. A bit of a miscalculation. Lin Yuan scratched his head. In his expectation the arrowhead would pierce through Zhang Jianren's cheek and fly out. But due to the extreme proximity, the arrow had no room to accelerate. It barely penetrated Zhang Jianren's cheek without exiting the other side. And so an arrow was comically lodged right through the middle of Zhang Jianren's cheek. A moment ago Zhang Jianren was arrogantly pressing his face against the door, hurling insults and threats at Lin Yuan inside. But the next second an arrow shot from nowhere, piercing through Zhang Jianren's cheek and lodging itself in his face. The piercing pain made Zhang Jianren scream like a slaughtered pig. Yet because the arrow was still stuck in his face, every cry tugged at the wound, deepening the agony. Seeing this, the others, though still oblivious to where the arrow had come from, dared not linger at the doorstep after witnessing Zhang Jianren's miserable state. They all retreated toward the stairwell. Wait. Ouch. Wait for me. Zhang Jianren wailed in despair, turning to flee. But by then Lin Yuan had already knocked his second arrow. Whoosh. This time Lin Yuan stepped back a few paces, giving the arrow ample distance to accelerate. The arrow tore through the air, sinking deep into Zhang Jianren's shoulder. Ah, I missed. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had intended to pierce Zhang Jianren's arm, but the man's corpulent greasy frame coupled with Lin Yuan's poor archery skills thwarted his aim. Thus the arrow veered slightly and struck the shoulder. Had it deviated just a bit more, it would have hit the heart. Lin Yuan had no desire to let Zhang Jianren die so easily. Looks like I need to practice archery more. Almost let him off without suffering. That was close. Lin Yuan then knocked the third arrow. By now terror had sent Zhang Jianren's adrenaline surging. Ignoring the excruciating pain from the 2 arrows embedded in his body, he dragged himself stumbling and crawling toward the stairwell. But just as Zhang Jianren was about to enter the stairwell, Lin Yuan's third arrow arrived. This time Lin Yuan deliberately lowered his aim. The arrow struck Zhang Jianren's calf. Not bad. This shot was pretty accurate. Lin Yuan chuckled, congratulating himself. Though none of the 3 arrows hit a fatal spot, they were enough to make Zhang Jianren suffer immensely. In my past life I endured a despair worse than death itself, now you shall taste it too. Lin Yuan put away his bow and sat back on the sofa with leisurely ease. He knew that for the time being those people would not make another move. In the stairwell everyone was still shaken. They had assumed that confronting Lin Yuan today would be as effortless as ransacking Zhang Jianren's home yesterday, swift and inevitable. But they never expected Lin Yuan to be so prepared. Zhang Jianren now with 3 arrows protruding from his body was a sight that chilled the blood. Is there some kind of trap on Lin Yuan's door? Why did arrows shoot out when Director Zhang knocked? Some recalled scenes from TV shows where stepping on a mechanism triggered a volley of arrows. And did you notice? Lin Yuan's door is unusually thick. Aren't all our doors standard from the complex? Why did Lin Yuan replace his? Could he have been preparing for this all along? Ignoring Zhang Jianren who was writhing in agony, they huddled together to discuss. That makes sense. Remember the videos Lin Yuan posted in the group? He had plenty of food and his power, water and heating were all unaffected. Would a normal person stockpile that much food? Maybe Lin Yuan knew the blizzard was coming and prepared in advance. No wonder he flaunted his comfortable meals in the group without a care. He knew we couldn't break into his house. Do you think Lin Yuan might also have a gun like Boss Zhao? Not necessarily. Gun control is strict in our country. How could an ordinary person get one? But better to be cautious. Not good. Director Zhang has passed out. Should we carry him back to Boss Zhao's villa first? Boss Zhao told us to follow Director Zhang's orders. If we let him die here, Boss Zhao won't let us off either. True. Besides, it's dangerous here. Who knows if Lin Yuan has set other traps in this building. Let's leave this place while we can. Without further delay they supported Zhang Jianren and fled Building 8. Back at Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, Zhang Jianren, weakened by severe arrow wounds and exposure to the strange snow on the way back, was barely clinging to life. Once placed on the sofa he could no longer move. In response to Zhao Xiaofeng's inquiries everyone recounted the incident with embellishments. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaofeng's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Lin Yuan's supplies were clearly the most abundant in the neighborhood. If they couldn't seize Lin Yuan's provisions their own survival would be in jeopardy. The nearest supermarket was over 2 kilometers away. Venturing there for supplies was utterly impractical. We must take Lin Yuan down, Zhao Xiaofeng declared after a long silence. Even if it's dangerous we have no choice. Do you want to starve or fight to survive? At that moment Sun Peng stepped forward. I have an idea. Lin Yuan's front door is sturdy and booby-trapped. But who says we have to go through the door? Every apartment in his building has a balcony. We can rappel down from the floor above. Smash a window to get in, no more risks. But it's almost dark now and visibility is poor. I suggest we prepare thoroughly and strike tomorrow during the day. Zhao Xiaofeng nodded, casting an approving glance at Sun Peng. Sun Peng is right. Since Director Zhang is injured, Sun Peng will take charge of the operation from now on. Everyone must give it your all. I only care about results. Zhao Xiaofeng drew his pistol and tapped it lightly on the table. Sun Peng, elated by his newfound responsibility, cast a greedy glance toward the guest rooms upstairs, his sinister desires burning ever brighter. Meanwhile in the guest room upstairs, Chen Fei after much deliberation sent a message to Lin Yuan. I accept your terms. I'll find a way to get Zhao Xiaofeng's gun for you. But right now everyone is in the villa, I can't act. Though Lin Yuan remained the group's primary target. Chen Fei saw through his counterattack the confidence that underpinned his composure. She admired his ruthlessness toward intruders. She believed that if she could enter Lin Yuan's home her safety would be assured. As a renowned business prodigy in Zhonghai City, Chen Fei's investment instincts were sharp. She trusted she wasn't misjudging him. Yet fulfilling Lin Yuan's request at the moment remained challenging. Just then Lin Yuan replied. I'll lure them out. Seize the opportunity when it comes. Just as Lin Yuan sent a message to Chen Fei, the metallic chime of the system echoed in his mind. This was the first mission the system had issued since the apocalypse descended. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the main storyline mission of the apocalypse. Mission objective: all who harbor hostility towards the host are to be deemed enemies. For each enemy eliminated the host shall receive 1 experience point as a reward. Note this mission is permanently active with no upper limit on rewards. Over a week had passed since the last system mission was issued. Lin Yuan recalled that the previous mission had required him to stockpile all necessary supplies before the apocalypse struck. Upon completion he had been rewarded with 20 experience points. 10 of those points were used for an upgrade at the time. Lin Yuan had held on to the remaining 10, keeping them for emergencies. This was because each level up could cleanse all negative status effects afflicting him. If he were injured or poisoned in the future he could recover instantly through a level up. Each enemy eliminated grants 1 experience point. 10 experience points are needed to level up. In other words, eliminating 10 enemies allows for 1 level up. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. After his last upgrade, the consumption of both insight power and replication power had each decreased by 1. If he eliminated 1,000 enemies and reached level 100, the consumption of these 2 abilities would be completely nullified. But 1,000 enemies. That was a bit difficult to find. Even counting all of Zhao Xiaofeng's men, there were only about 40 people. Far from enough. It seemed that after he dealt with Zhao Xiaofeng and avenged his past lives' grudge, he would have to venture out to find new foes. But those were matters for later. For now the most important task was to help Chen Fei lure out the people in Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, allowing her to successfully steal the pistol. Only with a thermal weapon could he complete his missions with greater efficiency. Lin Yuan walked to the window and opened it. Using his replication power, he conjured several packs of instant noodles and a few bags of bread. Under the cover of night, Lin Yuan threw these conjured items in several different directions, filming the entire process with his phone. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Within moments it had completely buried the food he had just thrown down. Lin Yuan observed carefully, ensuring the food would be difficult to find for a short while, then sent the video he had just recorded to the WeChat group. I know these past few days everyone has thought of me as a profiteer. Watching you all go hungry while I auction off food at high prices here. Well, I did some soul searching today and suddenly my conscience kicked in. So I've decided to give everyone a free gift. Look, I've thrown a lot of food in various places. Anyone who wants some can go find it. If you find it, it's yours. First come, first served. Let everyone rely on their own abilities. As soon as the video and message were sent, almost everyone in the group felt their hearts stir with temptation. From the video it seemed that the food Lin Yuan had thrown from his home numbered at least 70 or 80 items. Having already been hungry for many days and having failed to win the food in the group auction, each person saw this as their chance to determine whether they could continue to survive. Even though it was already dark, many people bundled up as quickly as possible and went outside. Meanwhile, inside Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, everyone looked at each other, sensing that something was amiss. Don't you think this is a bit too coincidental? We just went to cause him trouble and now he pulls this stunt. Is there some motive? When things are abnormal there must be a trick. I think we should just watch and wait. Why are you all so hesitant? What's there to wait for? The video can't be faked, can it? Look at the group, plenty of people have already gone out to look for food. If they scavenge it all, we'll be left with nothing but the cold wind. I haven't eaten in 4 days. The crowd gathered, debating back and forth. Each person desperately wanted to go find the food Lin Yuan had thrown away in the video. But their instincts told them there might be some unknown trap lurking within. I've got it. He's trying to. Sun Peng slapped his head and sprang to his feet. Ever since being promoted by Zhao Xiaofeng, Sun Peng was eager to seize every opportunity to prove himself. Though he was brawny but simple-minded, Zhao Xiaofeng was not particularly clever either. As long as he could perform well enough to satisfy Zhao Xiaofeng, he might get to enter Chen Fei's guest room tonight. TSK, just thinking about it was delightful. What do you know? Don't waste time, spit it out. Zhao Xiaofeng asked, impatiently, annoyed by Sun Peng's startled yet hesitant manner. Sun Peng scratched the back of his head and continued his analysis. Seeing so many of us show up at his doorstep today must have scared Lin Yuan out of his wits. Even though he set up trap mechanisms on his door, their lethality is limited against so many of us. He's afraid we'll regroup and attack his house again. So he thought of this way to make us fight among ourselves over the food he threw out. To get us to brawl amongst our own ranks. He wants to weaken our forces this way. Seeing Sun Peng speak so convincingly, Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't help but pat him approvingly on the shoulder. Makes sense. That's what I was thinking too. Lin Yuan doing this only proves he's on his last legs. Too bad he never expected that under my leadership we've all become a united group. How could we possibly start an internal squabble over some food? Zhao Xiaofeng brandished the pistol in his hand as a warning. In that case, let's play along with his game. Since Lin Yuan has already thrown out the food, it would be foolish not to take advantage. Sun Peng, lead everyone to bring back all that food. If you run into other residents, you know what to do. Reading the look in Zhao Xiaofeng's eyes, Sun Peng understood his implication. How could the others, being few and weak, possibly outmatch their group? Alright, rest assured, Boss Zhao. I'll take everyone there right now. Zhao Xiaofeng nodded with satisfaction, licking his lips as he imagined the food they would soon bring back. Don't worry, everyone. I'll distribute the food fairly. I won't let anyone go hungry. I'll ensure every loyal follower survives. And today, based on the amount of food each person brings back, I'll rank you. The top 3 will be eligible to. Zhao Xiaofeng shot everyone a meaningful glance. Uncontainable excitement and lechery spread across their faces as they eyed the guest room upstairs, rubbing their hands together eagerly. Zhao Xiaofeng's tactic indeed proved effective. Using Chen Fei as a lure, everyone became more motivated while searching for supplies in the icy wilderness. The feeling was even more promising than receiving a year-end bonus of 500,000. Yet despite the motivation, night had fallen and rummaging through the alien snow for food was no easy task. Though everyone wore disposable rubber gloves to block the alien snow from draining their body energy, the bone-piercing cold seeped through, impervious to the gloves. After only a short while of searching, many found their hands numb from the cold. They had to pause and rest, shaking their bodies vigorously to generate some warmth. Sun Peng, at this rate we'll be searching until dawn. Then we keep searching. Do you want to starve? Sigh. I suppose. Without food back at Boss Zhao's villa, we'll still go hungry. Enough complaining, just search patiently. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can call it a day. Gathered together, they felt a strange sense of camaraderie reminiscent of working overtime before the apocalypse. After exchanging words of encouragement, they resumed their search in the snow. Other neighbors had also been foraging, but as soon as Zhao Xiaofeng's group arrived, they wisely dispersed. No one dared to risk a direct confrontation with this group. Meanwhile, back in the villa, only Zhao Xiaofeng, Chen Fei and the dying Zhang Jianren remained. Knowing that Sun Peng and the others had left, Chen Fei finally mustered the courage to open the door and descend the stairs. It was the first time she had left the guest room since the apocalypse began. What are you doing down here? Zhao Xiaofeng was somewhat surprised to see Chen Fei voluntarily come downstairs. Chen Fei remained silent until she stood before him, then finally spoke. I want to trade for some food. When they return with supplies, give me a share. In exchange, I can work for you. Chen Fei still wore that icy expression. Even now, when speaking to Zhao Xiaofeng, she was sparing with her words. Zhao Xiaofeng snorted, a hint of mockery on his face. What can you possibly do for me? Chen Fei pointed to Zhang Jianren, who lay dying on the sofa. I can take care of him, make sure he doesn't die too quickly. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaofeng's mockery deepened. What does that mean to me? Do you think I care whether he lives or dies? Chen Fei shook her head, her expression unchangingly cold. You must care. If you don't want to dishearten your other men. If you still want them to remain loyal and risk their lives for you. You need to show them that you won't abandon any of them. Even if you don't mean it, you have to act like it. With just a few words, Chen Fei convinced Zhao Xiaofeng. He pondered for a moment, his eyes shifting, and offered no rebuttal. Fine. Take good care of him. When the others return with food, I'll give you a share. Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng finally agree, Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing around, she noticed a small bag of rice in the kitchen. Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't cook. He had tried eating the rice raw when hunger struck, but spat it out after a couple of chews. It was inedible uncooked. I'll make him some congee first. With such severe injuries, he needs to eat something to regain his strength. Chen Fei turned and entered the kitchen, finding an alcohol stove used for hot pot. Though cooking congee on it would be slow, there was no other option. Do you want some? If so, I'll make a bit more. Chen Fei asked Zhao Xiaofeng nonchalantly. Without much thought, his stomach growled at the mention of congee. Then make more, but don't add too much water, I like it thick. Chen Fei acknowledged and busied herself. Zhao Xiaofeng returned to the fireplace in the living room to warm himself. Once he was far enough away, Chen Fei secretly pulled out the bottle of sleeping pills she had originally intended to end her own life with. An hour later, the congee was finally ready. Chen Fei carried 2 bowls into the living room. The freshly cooked congee steamed with warmth. The aroma of rice was tantalizing. Zhao Xiaofeng swallowed hard and asked, Aren't you having any? Chen Fei's heart tightened, fearing he had noticed something. I already ate. I had a bowl while cooking in the kitchen. Fortunately, she quickly came up with an excuse. Zhao Xiaofeng had only asked casually and didn't think much of it. No one in this house eats without my permission. Since you cooked the congee, I'll let it slide this time. But don't let it happen again. With that, Zhao Xiaofeng took the bowl and began gulping down the congee eagerly despite burning his mouth. Lying nearby, Zhang Jianren, barely alive, caught the scent of congee and struggled to open his eyes. His lips moved as if trying to speak. Let me feed you. Chen Fei approached Zhang Jianren with the bowl and spooned a mouthful into his mouth. Now, aside from herself, only Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhang Jianren were in the villa. To ensure success, she needed both men to fall asleep. Chen Fei watched the spoon intently, making sure Zhang Jianren swallowed each mouthful of congee laced with sleeping pills. Soon the two starving men devoured every last bit of congee, even licking the bowls clean. The carbohydrates quickly raised their blood sugar. Combined with the potent sleeping pills, Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhang Jianren's eyelids soon drooped uncontrollably. "I'll sleep for a while. Wake me when they return." Zhao Xiaofeng gave Chen Fei his final instruction before falling into a deep sleep, clutching his pistol. Within seconds the living room was filled with their steady, even breathing. Chen Fei went to the window, checked that Sun Peng's group hadn't returned, then swiftly approached Zhao Xiaofeng and reached for the pistol he held against his chest. Zhao Xiaofeng's grip was tight, showing he understood how crucial the gun was in the current situation. Without its deterrent he risked losing everything. But human will was no match for the drug's control. After consuming the drugged congee, Chen Fei could pry his fingers off the gun one by one without any reaction from him. With the gun in hand, Chen Fei wiped the cold sweat from her brow and let out a long sigh. Wrapping herself in Zhao Xiaofeng's cold weather coat, she quietly opened the villa's main door and dashed toward Lin Yuan's building as fast as she could. After the apocalypse, this was the first time Chen Fei had left the villa and stepped into the outdoor world. The biting cold wind tunneled into her nostrils, piercing her lungs, each breath carrying a tearing pain as if drawing her closer to death. Chen Fei wore an integrated cold-weather suit. While it shielded her skin from the alien snow, the torment of the freezing temperatures made every step a grueling effort. The group led by Sun Peng was currently scouring the snow-covered ground near Lin Yuan's building for food. To avoid them, Chen Fei had to take a longer detour. It took her over 50 minutes to slip unnoticed into Lin Yuan's building unit. The corridor was pitch black, with only the reflection of the alien snow outside providing a faint light to guide her way up the stairs. Groping in the dark, Chen Fei climbed cautiously. She held the gun with both hands, ever wary of any unexpected danger that might lurk ahead. Only when she reached Lin Yuan's door did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. The night's events had been fraught with tension, drugging someone, stealing a gun, and risking her life to come here alone. All for Lin Yuan's earlier promise that he could help her survive. As she raised her hand to knock, hesitation crept into her heart. In this post-apocalyptic world, human hearts were unfathomable. What if Lin Yuan took the gun and reneged on his word? Or worse, what if he treated her like Zhang Jianren, shooting her with an arrow and simply seizing the weapon? Chen Fei bit her lip hard. It was only now that she realized just how fragile and powerless she truly was. In such an apocalypse, to survive she could only place her hope in a man she barely knew, trusting that he would show her kindness. This sense of helplessness, unable to control her own life or death, kept her heart suspended, afraid to knock on Lin Yuan's door. "Since you're here, what are you still thinking about?" Lin Yuan's voice came from inside the room. He had sensed Chen Fei the moment she arrived at the door, and seeing her hesitation he could roughly guess the reason. Just then the system suddenly flashed with a golden light. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden quest. The host can bind a member of the opposite sex and form them into your post-apocalyptic squad. Binding conditions: first, the opposite sex's appearance rating must be 95 or above. Second, the host must engage in physical contact with that person. Binding reward: upon successful binding, the host's ability will evolve, unlocking new powers. I can unlock new abilities. Awesome. Lin Yuan was overjoyed, then looked at Chen Fei standing at the door. The system immediately rated her appearance. Appearance rating 95 meets binding conditions. It was as if a pillow had arrived just when he needed to sleep. Lin Yuan raised his compound bow, drew the arrow, and spoke to Chen Fei outside the door. "If you want to come and show me your sincerity, put the gun on the ground and step back. Mission or not, safety always came first." With the lessons from his past life, Lin Yuan believed it was never wrong to be cautious and wary of anyone. Outside the door, after much hesitation, Chen Fei chose to obey, placing the gun at the entrance and stepping back several paces. At this point she had no other choice. Returning to Zhao Xiaofeng was out of the question, and she could easily imagine what Sun Peng and his pack of wolves would do to her. So she could only trust Lin Yuan. After stepping back, seeing that Lin Yuan still showed no intention of opening the door, she voluntarily crouched down, hands on her head, signaling that she posed no threat. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. He put away his bow and arrow and opened the safe room's door. The gun lay at the threshold. He picked it up and aimed it at Chen Fei. "Come in." His actions remained guarded, but his tone carried a hint of trust. Under Lin Yuan's watchful gaze, Chen Fei raised her hands and stepped cautiously into his safe room. The long-missed warmth that rushed toward her made Chen Fei's eyes moisten. It had been so long since she had felt such comfortable warmth. "Change your shoes and go stand in the living room." Lin Yuan kept a short distance from Chen Fei, his eyes fixed on her every move. Chen Fei understood that now was not the time to relax. She had to first earn Lin Yuan's trust. His cautious demeanor raised her estimation of him. If it were any other man faced with a weapon in hand and a beauty by his side, they would likely have thrown all caution to the wind. Good, very good. The more cautious Lin Yuan was, the more it proved she hadn't misjudged him. Chen Fei followed his instructions, raising her hands above her head and standing in the living room. She had left her shoes at the door and didn't put on slippers. The floor and walls of the safe room radiated warmth, so her bare feet felt no cold against the ground. Now can you trust me? I've already handed over the pistol. Chen Fei turned around in a circle, indicating that she couldn't possibly be hiding any other weapons. Lin Yuan continued to aim the gun in her direction. I'm a cautious person, I hope you understand. I need to be completely sure there's nothing else on you that could threaten me. Chen Fei understood his meaning, a flush coloring her cheeks. You want me to? Fine. After all, this was Lin Yuan's home. She knew she had no room to bargain. So she had no choice but to remove her clothes one by one. Now can you trust me? Chen Fei was both embarrassed and annoyed. This was the first time she had ever bared her body so openly before a man. Lin Yuan gave her a swift once-over, then crouched down to check the clothes she had taken off. Confirming there was no other danger, he pointed toward the bathroom. It's fine now. Go take a shower first. You're a bit smelly. After the apocalypse, the temperature had dropped and water resources were extremely scarce. Even drinking water was a problem, let alone bathing. Chen Fei turned her head to sniff herself, then her face flushed even deeper as she hurried into the bathroom. Take your time washing, come out and eat when you're done. You'll leave clean clothes by the bathroom door. Lin Yuan waved his right hand, conjuring a maid outfit with a pink bow on the chest. He had randomly acquired it while browsing a mall before the apocalypse, scanning everything in sight without much thought. Now it came in handy. After placing the clothes by the bathroom door, Lin Yuan returned to the living room, focusing intently on scanning Zhao Xiaofeng's pistol. In the bathroom, steam filled the air. Yet Chen Fei's mind wasn't entirely on savoring this long-awaited hot shower. Lin Yuan's home gave her the illusion of returning to normal life before the apocalypse. And precisely because of this, she became even more determined to stay here. But Lin Yuan was the master of this house. Whether she could stay and for how long was entirely up to him. So what should she do? Chen Fei's soft jade-like fingers gently traced her fair neck as if she had come to some kind of decision. After her bath, Chen Fei cracked the bathroom door open. Her snow-white arm reached out, cautiously taking the clothes Lin Yuan had prepared for her. Ah! This. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, seeing the maid outfit Lin Yuan had set out still made her feel embarrassed. For over 20 years of her life, Chen Fei's world had been almost entirely consumed by study and work. Coupled with her aloof snow-like demeanor, she had never been in a romantic relationship. The only intimate physical contact she had ever had with a man was that time in the lobby of the Zhao Corporation when Lin Yuan had caught her by the waist just as she was about to fall. Who would have thought that fate in its twists and turns would deliver her into this man's arms again? After changing, Chen Fei looked at herself in the mirror. Dressed like this, her entire aura seemed softer, more endearing. She wasn't really an iceberg by nature, her cold exterior was a shield born from seeing the fickleness of human affection too early in life. She believed everyone who approached her had ulterior motives. So she used an unapproachable image to protect herself. Chen Fei touched her flushed cheek, trying to calm her racing heart. This is all just to survive. This is the only place that can guarantee my safety. I have to stay here. And at least Lin Yuan is much better looking than Zhao Xiaofeng. Ah, what am I thinking? After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Fei opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Lin. Master. I am ready. Chen Fei was sharp. Seeing the maid outfit Lin Yuan had prepared, she naturally understood the role she was expected to play. Lin Yuan was quite pleased to see Chen Fei so quick on the uptake. The maid outfit was just something he had conjured on a whim. There was no special intention behind it. But seeing Chen Fei's current obedient and charming demeanor, Lin Yuan secretly congratulated himself on his excellent choice of attire. The Chen Fei now was a stark contrast to the untouchable cold beauty from before the apocalypse. The dramatic contrast made Lin Yuan unable to look away for a moment. Come here. Lin Yuan beckoned. Chen Fei's heart tightened. She thought, is it going to happen this soon? Although she had mentally prepared for this, when the moment truly arrived, Chen Fei couldn't help but feel fear and nervousness. Step by tiny step, awkward and uneasy, she moved in front of Lin Yuan. She lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Give me your hand. Lin Yuan said again. Chen Fei nodded and extended her hand towards him. She fantasized that in the next second he might pull her into his arms. Thinking this, Chen Fei's heart was about to leap out of her chest. Her breathing became rapid. But Lin Yuan only reached out and lightly touched her palm. Ding detected that the host has made physical contact with the target. All binding conditions have been met. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Name Chen Fei. Appearance 95. Ability none. Loyalty 70. Note: when loyalty reaches 80, the bound target will never have any intention of harming the host for life. When loyalty reaches 100, the target will value the host above themselves. Congratulations host, the insight power has evolved. A mysterious and wondrous sensation instantly flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. Along with it came a warm current that flowed through his entire body. It gave Lin Yuan a feeling of sheer comfort, as if every pore on his body had opened up. In an instant Lin Yuan understood how to use his new ability. His left hand's power, besides its original ability to see through all things, could now also decompose objects it touched, making them vanish completely. This ability is amazing. But calling it insight power isn't quite accurate anymore. System changed the name. Let's call it analysis power. Analysis, decomposition plus analysis. Both forces are encompassed within. Ding, name change successful. Current left hand ability, analysis power. Feeling the power in his evolved left hand, Lin Yuan looked thoroughly satisfied. He had grown stronger again. It added a bit more security in this apocalypse. But absorbed in his own satisfaction, Lin Yuan completely forgot about Chen Fei, who was still standing dumbfounded before him. Chen Fei had originally thought Lin Yuan was eager to do something to her. But instead he had only lightly touched her palm. And then. Nothing else. What did this mean? Master. Chen Fei called out tentatively. This brought Lin Yuan back to reality from the joy of acquiring his new ability. Oh right, I almost forgot about you. Come on, let's eat first. Lin Yuan's reaction was not what Chen Fei had expected. She blinked, looking at him in disbelief. Eat. He wasn't forcing her to do anything and was just allowing her to eat. Master, I can eat. In Chen Fei's worldview, relationships between people were transactional. No one would be kind to you unless you gave them something of equal value. Because in her work and life everyone she encountered operated on this principle. Her biological father, who was willing to support her education abroad, did so only so that she could marry into a wealthy family and bring substantial financial backing to the Chen family. Zhao Xiaofeng wanted to marry her because she was presentable with looks and abilities befitting his status as the young master of the Zhao family. So Chen Fei firmly believed that no one in the world would be kind to her without wanting something in return. Of course you can eat. What do you feel like eating? Lin Yuan had always been this way. He was never stingy with his own people. But he was never lenient with his enemies. Through the system interface he could see Chen Fei's loyalty in real time. It was currently at a high 70. Lin Yuan could completely consider her one of his own. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Chen Fei felt a surge of emotion. Having been hungry for days, she had only hoped for a bite to eat from him. She never expected him to ask what she wanted. Could she actually order something? Master, do you have any hot pot at home? I want to eat hot pot. Before she could finish, her stomach growled loudly. Recalling the video of Lin Yuan eating hot pot that he had posted in the group chat, Chen Fei's mouth began to water uncontrollably. Hot pot. Easy. Lin Yuan took an electric pot from the kitchen, plugged it in, reached out his right hand and snapped his fingers over the pot. The next second the pot was filled to the brim with hot pot ingredients appearing out of thin air. Chen Fei was stunned by this spectacle. What was this? A superpower. He just conjured a whole pot of food with his bare hands. Lin Yuan smiled and explained to Chen Fei. You might not believe it, but it's the truth. I have a superpower. I can create food. So don't worry. With me you can live well. But what? Chen Fei stared at the steaming hot pot on the table, barely able to contain herself. She only waited for Lin Yuan to state his demands, after which she could satisfy him and finally enjoy a hearty meal. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, pointing at the electric pot and then at the kitchen. Since you've called me master, you can't expect me to do the chores, can you? Make sure you wash the pot clean after eating. Also, my shoulders are a bit sore. I've been gaming too long and they're tired. Come give me a shoulder rub after you're done. Chen Fei looked at Lin Yuan, a warmth stirring in her heart. This man before her seemed utterly different from others. This subtle feeling might just be a sense of security. Yes, master, I understand. Having been hungry for too long, Chen Fei relished this meal more than ever. Lin Yuan had already eaten, so he didn't join Chen Fei. Instead he moved to the sofa to experiment with his new ability. He had already fully analyzed Zhao Xiaofeng's Glock pistol while Chen Fei was showering. Now Lin Yuan held the gun in his left hand again. With a mere thought, the power of decomposition activated instantly. He could feel the gun gradually growing lighter at a slow pace. After a few minutes, the gun in his hand had truly vanished completely. It didn't turn to ash or dissipate into air, it simply ceased to exist in this world. As if it had never been there at all. The speed of decomposing objects is about the same as analyzing them. That means the more processed something is, the slower it decomposes, the more natural the faster. Lin Yuan quickly grasped the pattern of his new ability. His original power only supplied resources. Now it finally possessed a destructive edge. Lin Yuan realized that perhaps continuously binding other eligible women in the future and evolving his abilities was the most efficient path to enhancing his own strength. But a problem arose. The system required binding only women with a beauty score above 95. Chen Fei, so stunning, was arguably the most beautiful woman Lin Yuan had ever met in real life. Yet the system rated her at only 95. Clearly the system's standards for beauty were extremely strict. This task would undoubtedly be very difficult to accomplish. Venturing out in the apocalypse was dangerous enough. Eligible women were exceptionally rare. Hard to come by. Ah, forget it, let fate decide. Lin Yuan pursed his lips, closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa, pushing the thoughts aside. Just then a pair of soft hands pressed onto his temples. Master, are you feeling unwell? Let me give you a massage. Chen Fei's gentle voice whispered in Lin Yuan's ear. He nodded and began to enjoy it. Her delicate fingers pressed on the acupoints on his head and Lin Yuan felt a wave of relaxation. His mind and body seemed to lighten. I didn't know you could do this. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that an icy beauty like Chen Fei had never lifted a finger for domestic chores. Even if she reluctantly served someone, it wouldn't be satisfactory. But unexpectedly Chen Fei was quite skilled. When I was tired from work, I used to have my assistant massage my head to relax. After enjoying it so often, I naturally learned how. Before the apocalypse, she was the lofty executive of the Chen family company, a superior in others' eyes. But after the apocalypse, she had become this man's maid, performing serving tasks. Though it was a stark contrast, Chen Fei felt that this was fine too. At least facing Lin Yuan was far more reassuring and safe than facing people like Zhao Xiaofeng. Seeing Lin Yuan with his eyes closed, Chen Fei secretly studied his profile. A question arose in her heart. Why hadn't Lin Yuan made any indecent demands of her? Was she not attractive enough? Could it be that Lin Yuan had no interest in her at all? Surprisingly, a flicker of panic stirred within Chen Fei. If he had no interest, she might face the risk of being kicked out at any moment. What should she do? Maybe take the initiative herself. Just as Chen Fei's inner turmoil reached its peak, Lin Yuan let out a yawn. It was already late, and combined with the relaxation from Chen Fei's massage, Lin Yuan was feeling drowsy. It's late and going to bed. Oh, by the way, I only have one bed. You can sleep on the sofa or the floor, whichever you prefer. Lin Yuan conjured a blanket, placed it on the sofa and walked into his room. Seeing Lin Yuan leave her behind and head to his room, Chen Fei's sense of insecurity surged again. Having endured so much cold and hunger, finally able to live a normal life, she had developed a sense of attachment to Lin Yuan and his home. She didn't want to be just a maid doing chores and serving. Out there so many were starving. Chen Fei believed that if given the chance, many would willingly become Lin Yuan's maid. So to stay in Lin Yuan's home, she needed to be irreplaceable. With that thought, Chen Fei stood up, walked to the bedroom door and gently pushed it open. Is there something else? Lin Yuan was about to lie down. Chen Fei lowered her head, twirling her hair with her fingers, her voice barely a whisper. Master. Can I sleep with you tonight? Hearing this, Lin Yuan was instantly wide awake. He had thought about something happening between them. But Lin Yuan believed such matters should be mutually desired to be meaningful. He didn't like forced scenarios. Chen Fei had just arrived and they had plenty of time ahead. Lin Yuan had planned to wait until things naturally progressed. But he never expected Chen Fei to make the first move now. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, got up and walked before her. Feeling his heavy breath on her face, Chen Fei's shyness deepened. Her face burned as if on fire, her mind a blank. Seeing Chen Fei didn't flinch, Lin Yuan hesitated no more and lifted her in a bridal carry. He used his arm to switch off the room's light. Outside, the bitter wind raged. The freezing air swept up, grayish abnormal snow pelting the window with crackling sounds. But all this noise and cold were shut out by the soundproofing, unable to affect the room within. Just as the sounds from inside were inaudible outside the window. The thick glass divided two entirely different worlds. The safe house hummed steadily. Inside it was warm and peaceful. After a long while the abnormal snow finally piled thickly on the windowsill. Ding Chen-fei's loyalty has increased. Current loyalty 80. Meanwhile, not far away in the snow, Sun Peng and his group had finally searched all the areas. Looking at their bountiful hauls, Sun Peng raised his arm excitedly. Wrap it up. Let's head back to the villa to claim our reward. In the villa, Zhang Jianren, who was sleeping like a log, naturally tried to turn over. But as he moved slightly, the arrow wound was pulled. A piercing pain swept through his brain and his drowsiness vanished instantly. How did I fall asleep? Zhang Jianren struggled to recall what had just happened. He had led his men to attack Lin Yuan's house only to be severely wounded and carried back to the villa. Then Chen-fei, Zhao Xiaofeng's fiancée, cooked him some porridge. She even personally fed it to him. But as for what happened after drinking the porridge, Zhang Jianren simply could not remember. Struggling to lift his gaze, he saw Zhao Xiaofeng also asleep on the other end of the sofa, snoring loudly. Zhang Jianren's heart suddenly tightened. Something was wrong. President Zhao. Zhang Jianren hurriedly called out. At this moment he could no longer care about the arrow wound piercing his cheek. Zhang Jianren remembered that Chen-fei herself had not drunk the porridge. Only he and Zhao Xiaofeng had drunk it. After downing that bowl of porridge, they both felt dizzy and drowsy. They fell asleep uncontrollably. President Zhao, wake up. Something terrible has happened. President Zhao. Zhao Xiaofeng. In his desperation, Zhang Jianren took off his shoe and hurled it at Zhao Xiaofeng's head. The size 41 sole slapped against Zhao Xiaofeng's size 43 face. Only then did he manage to rouse Zhao Xiaofeng from his slumber. What's all this yelling about? I finally got a good night's sleep. Zhao Xiaofeng always had a temper when waking up. Moreover, ever since the apocalypse began he had been starving and had hardly slept well. Having finally enjoyed a hearty meal and taken a nap, he was dreaming of eating roast goose. It was almost in his mouth. Then he was woken up. President Zhao. Something's wrong. Go and see if Chen-fei has run away. The porridge she cooked for us seemed to be drugged. Zhao Xiaofeng picked up Zhang Jianren's shoe from his face, his anger still not subsided. How is that possible? It's freezing cold outside. Where could she run? Once she steps out that door, she'll freeze to death. I'd bet my life she wouldn't dare to. Damn it. Zhao Xiaofeng got up, only then realizing his hands were empty. Before sleeping he had deliberately held the pistol against his chest. He knew that this gun was the only thing he could rely on in the apocalypse. Status, wealth and position meant nothing after the world fell apart. Weapons and supplies were the real power that gave him a voice. But now, staring at his empty hands, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. It must have fallen somewhere. Zhao Xiaofeng hurriedly dropped to the ground, frantically searching under the sofa. It's over, it's really not here. He turned the sofa upside down but still couldn't find the pistol. He then rushed upstairs to the guest room. Pushing open the door, the empty room plunged Zhao Xiaofeng's heart into the abyss. It was over, completely over. The gun was gone. Chen-fei was gone too. The two bargaining chips he used to coerce and bribe his subordinates had both vanished into thin air. If Sun Peng and the others found out, not only would they stop following his orders, but they might even take over the villa. Thinking this, Zhao Xiaofeng rushed to the window. From afar he saw Sun Peng and his group seemingly heading back. What to do? They absolutely must not find out. Stay calm, must stay calm. President Zhao, did Chen-fei steal your pistol? Zhang Jianren shouted inopportunely. Zhao Xiaofeng, whose whole body was tense, heard this and looked at Zhang Jianren, a terrifying thought forming in his mind. Silence him. Now only Zhang Jianren knew about this. As long as he made Zhang Jianren shut up forever, he might still be able to keep it hidden for a while. Bastard, it's all your fault. If it weren't for trying to keep you alive, none of this would have happened. Zhao Xiaofeng's eyes turned bloodshot. He lunged forward and tightly gripped Zhang Jianren's neck. Sun Peng and the others would be back soon. Time was running out. He had to make Zhang Jianren shut up completely before they returned. Zhao. Zhang Jianren used his last ounce of strength to try and pry Zhao Xiaofeng's hands away. He never imagined that this leader whom he had always flattered would actually want to kill him. Don't. Severely wounded Zhang Jianren had little strength left. Even the desperate struggle for his life was no match for Zhao Xiaofeng, who was now consumed by murderous intent. The veins on Zhao Xiaofeng's hands bulged as he pressed all his weight onto Zhang Jianren's neck. He watched Zhang Jianren's face turn from red to purple until he finally went completely still. Only then did Zhao Xiaofeng release his grip, panting heavily. He had killed someone. He had actually killed someone. The collapse of the apocalypse was affecting everyone's actions. With social order gone, no impulse was restrained. And thus Zhang Jianren became the first unjustly killed soul in the neighborhood. It's all falling apart, all of it. Zhao Xiaofeng was now somewhat delirious. Clearly he was also shaken. But fortunately he quickly calmed down. As long as he survived this apocalypse with the Zhao family's influence covering up a murder was not impossible. The priority was to prevent Sun Peng and his men from sensing anything. And more importantly, to find the escaped Chen Fei as soon as possible. Once he found Chen Fei, he would find his pistol. Then he would be safe again. Just then the villa's front door was pushed open. The group that had gone out to search for supplies filed in noisily. President Zhao, look, we've had quite a haul today. I counted 53 items in total. Sun Peng led the way, gathering the food his men had found and piling it on the floor. President Zhao, besides me, Zhou Quan and Wei contributed the most today. Didn't you say the 3 best performers could? Zhou Quan and Wei stepped forward, standing beside Sun Peng, rubbing their hands together, their faces unable to hide their anticipation and excitement. In truth, they had found far more than 53 items. But they had just divided some of the food among themselves as soon as they found it. Sun Peng euphemistically said that when on a mission one need not follow orders and that a full stomach was necessary for work. And since everyone was involved, they had also coordinated their stories to keep Zhao Xiaofeng in the dark. So now Sun Peng, Zhou Quan and Wei were not focused on eating or dividing the food. They only wanted Zhao Xiaofeng to fulfill his promise. They yearned to savor the icy goddess they had once glimpsed from afar, who had haunted their dreams ever since. Seeing the wolfish look in their eyes, Zhao Xiaofeng felt a twinge of unease. He swallowed hard, forced himself to remain calm, and walked over to them. First he pretended to inspect the food they had brought back, then appreciatively patted their shoulders. Good, you've done well. I won't go back on the reward I promised you. However, there's something more urgent right now. While you were out searching for food, Supervisor Zhang died. What? Supervisor Zhang is dead. He didn't seem to be in any danger when we left. The 3 arrows that hit Supervisor Zhang weren't in any vital spots. He shouldn't have died. Upon hearing of the death, the crowd quickly gathered around. After confirming that Zhang Jianren had indeed stopped breathing, they began to murmur among themselves. Supervisor Zhang was killed by Lin Yuan. Fearing that someone might notice something amiss, Zhao Xiaofeng stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Jianren's body. Shortly after you all left, Supervisor Zhang's condition took a turn for the worse. Just think about it, with the temperature this low, Supervisor Zhang got contaminated by the strange snow on his way back. Besides, he hadn't eaten for days, his condition was already far from good. And the day before, Lin Yuan incited you all to ransack Supervisor Zhang's home. It was under this relentless succession of blows that Supervisor Zhang finally couldn't hold on. Zhao Xiaofeng's mind raced as he cobbled together what he thought was a passable excuse. Fortunately, these subordinates were hardly the sharpest tools in the shed. They were all brutes with nothing but raw strength. So no one raised any objections. They didn't even notice the obvious strangulation marks on Zhang Jianren's neck. Although after this snow disaster people in the neighborhood have frozen or starved to death or been taken by the strange snow. But killing someone. The group exchanged uneasy glances. In their minds, murder was something that should be far removed from their lives. Yet now a leader they had worked alongside every day lay dead with 3 arrows in him. Isn't Lin Yuan afraid of being held accountable after the disaster ends? Humph, what does he have to fear? It's been so long since the snow started and there's been no official rescue in sight. By the time the snow disaster is over, society might never return to what it was. Exactly, and besides, whether this disaster will ever end is still a question. Maybe it's really like they say online, this is the apocalypse. Having witnessed death firsthand, everyone's mindset began to shift. Their moral boundaries were further eroded. Seeing that the crowd was buying his story, Zhao Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. He pressed on, Lin Yuan is ruthless. Since he showed no mercy, we have no reason to be merciful either. If he could kill Supervisor Zhang today, he might come for any one of us tomorrow. Do you all want to live with such a threat hanging over our heads? Having been a leader for so long, even if Zhao Xiaofeng was inept, he at least knew how to manipulate those under him. Sun Peng, the rewards I promised you still stand. But not now. Right now every one of us is in danger. None of us knows what Lin Yuan might do to us next. So only by eliminating Lin Yuan, this thorn in our side, can we enjoy the fruits of our victory in peace. For that I need every one of you to conserve your strength. Be ready to fight at a moment's notice. Listening to Zhao Xiaofeng's bluster, Sun Peng and the others were stunned. Moments ago their minds were filled with lewd thoughts and now they were brimming with fervor. That's right, Mr. Zhao is right. We have to take out Lin Yuan first. And with all that food in his house, once we get him we won't have to go hungry anymore. He's just one man and there are so many of us. Taking him down will be a piece of cake. Everyone do as I say. After dawn Well rappelled down from the balcony of the floor above his. The glass on his balcony window, just a bit of force and it'll shatter. Once Lin Yuan is dealt with we'll have nothing left to worry about. Spurred on by Sun Peng's mindless rallying, the group united in their hatred, determined to take down Lin Yuan and seize all his supplies. Zhao Xiaofeng watched the scene unfold and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed he had managed to fool these people for now. Once they launched their attack on Lin Yuan's house at dawn, he could slip away to search for Chen Fei elsewhere in the neighborhood. Alright, it's getting late. Eat up and get some rest. Conserve your energy so you'll be stronger when the time comes. Zhao Xiaofeng divided the food they had scavenged, setting aside a third and keeping the other 2/3 for himself. We need to think long-term. Don't just focus on one full meal. I'll distribute the food each day in set portions. I'll keep the rest in my custody. Everyone knew that once the food fell into Zhao Xiaofeng's hands it was as good as gone, like a meat bun thrown at a dog never to return. He spoke smoothly now, but when the next meal came around, who knew how much had actually handed out? Yet everyone was intimidated by Zhao Xiaofeng's pistol. So no one dared to say much. They could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xiaofeng carried the 2/3 of the food into his own room. Good thing we secretly ate our fill while scavenging. They exchanged glances and snickered quietly. This was a case of the higher the level the tougher the opponent. After working at Zhao Corporation for so long they had picked up a few tricks for cutting corners and fishing in troubled waters. Should keep your voices down. Don't let Mr. Zhao hear. Right, well, stop talking. Come on, let's split this food and eat it up. Then we can turn in early. We've got important business to take care of when we wake up. We can finally get a good night's sleep. Mr. Zhao's villa is way warmer than my place. I'm sleeping by the fireplace. Don't any of you try to fight me for it. Hey guys. What do we do with Supervisor Zhang? Sleeping next to him. Wouldn't that creep you out? Yeah, you've got a point. How about we just toss him out in the snow? Alright, old Zhou, you and a few others give me a hand. The next day Chen Fei was awakened from her slumber by a tantalizing aroma. After a night of wild passion her limbs were still weak and weary. Awake. Come and eat. Lin Yuan had been up since early morning. Having had nothing much to do in the past few days, he had caught up on all the sleep he'd missed in his lifetime while in the safe room. And with Chen Fei coming to him willingly, Lin Yuan was now brimming with energy and vitality. Chen Fei propped herself up and saw the table in the living room laden with an array of breakfast delicacies. Her hunger was instantly stirred. Hong Kong-style steamed dim sum, roast pigeon, rice noodle rolls with congee, steaming hot milk, and a smoked salmon and avocado salad. Even before the apocalypse she rarely had such a lavish breakfast. You worked hard last night. Let me make it up to you. I hope you'll keep up the good work. Lin Yuan gave a subtle smile, his words laden with innuendo. Chen Fei's face flushed crimson. Thank you, Master. Walking to the table, Chen Fei did not forget her role as a maid. She first served Lin Yuan his congee before starting on her own portion. By the way, Master, if Zhao Xiaofeng and his men find out I'm here with you, they won't let it go. Have you thought about what we'll do when that happens? Don't you think Zhao Xiaofeng is in greater danger than I am right now? Lin Yuan grabbed a squab leg and took a bite, grease sizzling. Delicious. Fortunately he had been clever enough to discern the flavors of many top-rated restaurants before the apocalypse. If he had to rely solely on cooking the ingredients he had discerned, he doubted he could produce such a delectable taste. Chen Fei sipped her porridge slowly, pondering Lin Yuan's words, and nodded thoughtfully. Master, do you mean? Now that I've stolen his pistol, those people won't be willing to obey him anymore, will they? Should we take a photo of the pistol and send it to the group chat telling Sun Peng and the others that Zhao Xiaofeng no longer has a gun? Lin Yuan finished the squab leg and took the napkin Chen Fei handed him to wipe the grease off his fingers. He patted Chen Fei's head as if stroking a little rabbit. Smart, but you're still too kind. Lin Yuan turned sideways to face Chen Fei, speaking patiently as if imparting wisdom. If they find out now that Zhao Xiaofeng is unarmed, they'll just walk away. At most a few greedy ones might shamelessly stay in his villa. Don't you think that's too easy on Zhao Xiaofeng? Last night during the truce between the first and second battles, Chen Fei had roughly told Lin Yuan about the situation at Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by Zhao Xiaofeng's plan to use Chen Fei as a prize to motivate the crowd. Being able to leverage every available resource was a skill in itself. But when Chen Fei mentioned this, she was furious at Zhao Xiaofeng's actions. Everyone wanted to sell her off for their own gain. Her father was like that, and so was Zhao Xiaofeng. Fine, if that was the case, she would decide her own final transaction herself. At least she could secure a safe and stable life for herself. Moreover, Lin Yuan had been sincere with her. He hadn't kicked her when she was down or taken advantage of her vulnerability. Master, have you thought of a better way to get back at Zhao Xiaofeng? Sensing that Lin Yuan seemed intent on avenging her, Chen Fei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Yuan reached out and pinched her cheek, asking, "Do you think Zhao Xiaofeng will let Sun Peng and the others know he lost his gun?" Chen Fei shook her head innocently. "Of course not. He'll want to keep it a secret and continue bluffing." Lin Yuan nodded and continued, "So Sun Peng and the rest will keep following Zhao Xiaofeng's orders. Right now no one knows you're here with me, and no one knows I have the gun. And after their failed attack on my house yesterday, don't you think they'll try again today?" Chen Fei shook her head at first, then frowned as she analyzed for a moment before nodding. "They'll probably still try to break in. Because from what we can see, Master, you have the most abundant supplies. With so many people to feed, they need enough food to survive. This is the only suitable target. And there's another thing. Zhao Xiaofeng will definitely set a difficult goal to fully divert his men's attention. When everyone's focus is here, no one will notice he lost his gun." Lin Yuan looked at her with admiration. If Chen Fei were just a pretty face, it would have been a pity. She would only serve to alleviate his loneliness and add some life to the home. But now it seemed Chen Fei was very intelligent. Many things didn't require much explanation from Lin Yuan, she grasped them instantly. Such a person would be a valuable asset to Lin Yuan in the apocalypse. Good girl, very smart. Now think again. When Sun Peng and his men launch another grandiose attack on my house, get injured and retreat in defeat. That's when they realize the pistol Zhao Xiaofeng used to intimidate them is long gone. What will they think? And what will they do? Chen Fei's eyes darted around for a moment before a look of realization dawned. Oh, I see. When they're furious, they'll vent all their anger and frustration from the defeat on Zhao Xiaofeng. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers and smiled slightly. Exactly. That's the result I want. So we don't need to rush to tell those people that both your and Zhao Xiaofeng's guns are with me. When they come knocking, you'll let them discover it themselves. When they realize they've taken such huge risks for Zhao Xiaofeng only to find his promised rewards were worthless promises. I think the scene will be quite spectacular. A flame of vengeance flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as he recalled his past life. Instigated by Zhao Xiaofeng, those people in their greed for the food Zhao Xiaofeng distributed had abandoned all former camaraderie. They had subjected him to all kinds of cruel tortures. Now he would make the same happen to Zhao Xiaofeng. Revenge. What was revenge? It wasn't about you torturing me then me killing you in one stroke to call it even. That wasn't revenge, that was repaying evil with kindness. A trivial death could never balance such immense hatred. A blade and read out death in an instant without feeling any pain. How was that any different from euthanasia? Only by making the other person feel the same pain and despair, by letting them harbor the same hatred before death, could it truly be called revenge. If he had only wanted to kill Zhao Xiaofeng, Lin Yuan could have stormed his place last night after discerning the Glock pistol. With his infinite replication ability, he could produce countless bullets. Turning Zhao Xiaofeng into a sieve would have been easy. But that wasn't what Lin Yuan wanted. He wanted to see Zhao Xiaofeng bear the full brunt of everyone's wrath, and at the brink of death curse helplessly and resentfully, Lin Yuan, I'll never let you go, even as a ghost. Only then would it be truly satisfying. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose, lamenting his own mercy. He had never laid a hand on Zhao Xiaofeng himself. Yet this feeling of killing through a proxy was even more exhilarating than doing it himself. Master, I think you're quite wicked, Chen Fei said, handing Lin Yuan a glass of milk. Though her words called him wicked, her expression was full of admiration and gratitude. Chen Fei had never had any fondness for Zhao Xiaofeng. His actions after the apocalypse only deepened her hatred. If Lin Yuan hadn't taken her in, she would have either ended her own life or been forced to become a plaything for those wolves. So she wholeheartedly supported Lin Yuan's plan for revenge. Master, if they attack, is there anything I can do? I want to contribute too. Since she had already moved into Lin Yuan's home and become his little maid, Chen Fei felt that she was now a part of this family as well. Now, with enemies lurking on all sides, everyone was eyeing Lin Yuan's house and the supplies in his hands with greedy intent. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She didn't want to be a freeloader. In times like these, it was all the more important to contribute her share. To live or die together with Lin Yuan. Good. Lin Yuan greatly appreciated Chen Fei's resolve. If there's a chance for actual combat later, it'll teach you what to do. Chen Fei nodded, rose and walked behind Lin Yuan, gently placing her hands on his shoulders. Then let me help you relax first, master. You worked hard last night. Hearing this, Lin Yuan seized her arm and pulled her into his embrace. The aftermath of her first intimate encounter lent Chen Fei a unique charm. Naughty. Master. You. What if they break down the door any moment? We can't let our guard down yet. Don't worry, they can't get in. My security door is thick and sturdy. After the apocalypse, strange snow filled the sky and sunlight was obscured by thick clouds. The sky remained perpetually gray. It wasn't until noon that visibility improved slightly. By the time Sun Peng and his group had trudged through the long journey and climbed the stairs to the floor above Lin Yuan's home, Lin Yuan and Chen Fei were already preparing lunch. However, the dining table, kitchen and sofa were in slight disarray, hinting at recent events that hadn't been tidied up yet. Ding, warning, enemies detected approaching. The system's alert sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. The safe house automatically switched to counterattack mode. In an instant, the walls, doors, ceiling and floor all turned into a one-way transparent state. Chen Fei stared at the scene before her, eyes wide with astonishment. This miraculous sight was something she had only ever seen in science fiction movies. The fact that Lin Yuan could conjure food out of thin air had already amazed her enough. She never expected that even his house was no ordinary abode. Chen Fei knew that Lin Yuan must harbor many more wondrous secrets unknown to her. However, unless he volunteered them, she wouldn't pry. She understood her place clearly. As long as she knew that following Lin Yuan would ensure her survival, that was enough. Master, they've all come. What should we do now? Chen Fei clutched the meat cleaver tightly in her hand, her expression tense and ready. Lin Yuan patted her back and chuckled lightly. Don't be so nervous. Put the knife down. What if you accidentally cut yourself? Lin Yuan's calm and casual tone filled Chen Fei with a profound sense of security. Though she didn't know what countermeasures Lin Yuan had in store, Chen Fei could sense that he was utterly unconcerned by this show of force. Yes, master. Chen Fei obediently set down the cleaver, folding her hands in front of her as she awaited Lin Yuan's further instructions. Have you shot a bow before? Lin Yuan waved his right hand and a compound bow materialized out of thin air along with dozens of arrows. Chen Fei nodded. During her time studying abroad, she had joined the school's archery club. Though not an expert, she was far more skilled than the average person. Lin Yuan handed the compound bow to Chen Fei, his expression full of trust. Then take this chance to practice today. Just aim and shoot at the targets. The house is now in a one-way permeable state all around. Oh, don't rush to act just yet. Do you see what they're holding? Ropes, cloth strips and hammers. I bet they plan to rappel down from the balcony upstairs and smash the windows to get in. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Though mocking them felt somewhat disrespectful. After all, they had gone through considerable preparation. But the glass of this safe house was a special system-made product. Lin Yuan had tested it. Its security was no less than that of the alloy security door. With the kind of hammers they had, trying to break through these windows was like throwing an egg at a stone. Let's wait until they're dangling on the ropes before making a move. Give them a quick end. I'm a kind soul, I can't stand to see people die a slow, painful death. Chen Fei acknowledged, knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, carefully aiming at the glass on the balcony ahead. Master, what if I miss? Lin Yuan waved his hand again and a Glock pistol materialized in his grasp. No worries, I've got your back. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Yuan added a caution. By the way, don't go overboard. Don't kill them all. Our main goal is to make them back off through this method. Lin Yuan left the second half of his thought unspoken. He still counted on these people to retreat in defeat and confront Zhao Xiaofeng for an explanation. If he killed them all, the latter part of this drama wouldn't unfold. He kept this to himself, but Chen Fei grasped his intention. Master, I understand. I'll just shoot a few minor figures. Leave the leader like Sun Peng alive. Communicating with an intelligent person was effortless. Lin Yuan patted Chen Fei's head in satisfaction. Just then the people upstairs had finished their preparations. Sun Peng first sent 2 young men to rappel down the rope slowly to test the situation. Brother Sun. We can't see a thing. Why is the glass on Lin Yuan's balcony like a mirror? We can only see reflections, not what's inside. Sun Peng grew impatient and shouted, who cares if you can see or not? Do you want to alert Lin Yuan by yelling so loud? Just smash the window. As the saying goes, speed is the essence of war. Sun Peng was furious at these 2 useless teammates for talking so loudly while hanging outside Lin Yuan's balcony. They weren't here for a tour of Lin Yuan's home. Thud. A dull sound like a drumbeat. The hammer struck the balcony glass but left no mark. Brother son, we can't break it. How is that possible? You need to put some muscle into it. You have to use force to break tempered glass like this. Hit the corners of the window, that's the weakest spot. The group leaned out from upstairs shouting advice to the two men. Thud thud thud. The drumming grew louder, almost rhythmic. Yet the window remained utterly still. Can you two even manage? Why is breaking a pane of glass so hard? The upstairs group grew anxious. They had initially thought they could seize all of Lin Yuan's food effortlessly and enjoy a hearty meal. But the first step of their plan had hit an unexpected snag. Don't just talk from up there, why don't you come down and try yourselves? This thing doesn't even feel like glass. My hands are numb from the vibration. Inside the house, Lin Yuan shot Chen Fei a meaningful glance. Chen Fei understood. She aimed at Wei, who was gripping the rope and preparing to descend, and drew the bowstring to its full extent. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring, striking Wei's neck with deadly precision. A moment ago Wei was still fantasizing about quickly seizing Lin Yuan's house and supplies to claim his reward from Zhao Xiaofeng. He had long coveted Zhao Xiaofeng's fiancée. He had seen Chen Fei once before the apocalypse at the office. The thought of that cold aloof beauty soon becoming his prey filled Wei with frenzied excitement, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. But to his surprise, the next second the arrow pierced through his neck. Blood flooded his trachea, and the sudden excruciating pain caused his hands to go limp, releasing the rope. His entire body plummeted from a height of over 10 stories, crashing heavily into a pile of alien snow. The fatal wound on his neck, coupled with the corrosive assault of the alien snow, swiftly claimed Wei's life. Ding detected that the host's bound target has eliminated one enemy. Congratulations host, you have received 1 experience point reward. Current remaining experience points 11. Lin Yuan promptly received the system notification. He hadn't expected that not only could he gain experience by killing enemies himself, but his bound target's kills would also reward him with experience points. It seemed that from now on he could also focus on enhancing his bound target's combat abilities. This would improve the efficiency of gaining experience points. Well done. How do you feel? Want me to take over? Lin Yuan gently patted Chen Fei on the shoulder. He knew that killing was no simple task and required immense mental fortitude. The guilt of taking a life and the visceral impact of witnessing a living person die before one's eyes could cause physiological discomfort. But Chen Fei just shook her head, her expression unperturbed. Earlier at Zhao Xiaofeng's villa she had secretly observed these people through a crack in the door. After Zhao Xiaofeng proposed to bestow her upon those men, it was Wei and a few others who showed the most excitement. Since that was the case, only by completely eliminating such individuals could she be free of future worries. So after that arrow hit its mark, Chen Fei felt nothing but indescribable exhilaration. Seeing the resolve in Chen Fei's eyes, Lin Yuan nodded. Then I'll leave the balcony to you. I'll guard the front door. Lin Yuan was certain that after failing to breach the balcony, those men would return to the front door to devise another plan. Last time he had only wounded Zhang Jianren. This time it was time to teach these people a lesson. As expected, after witnessing Wei fall from the arrow, Sun Peng and the others quickly pulled the rope, hauling up the others who were smashing the glass. What happened? Did any of you see clearly? How did Wei get hit by an arrow? With Sun Peng's limited understanding, he couldn't fathom how Lin Yuan's balcony glass could have a mechanism that shot arrows. A trap on the front door was barely acceptable. But the glass. I was right next to Wei. I saw it clearly. That arrow seemed to sprout right out of the glass. And it was so fast, just a blink of an eye. There was no time to dodge. Zhou Quan gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat, his heart still pounding. Just yesterday he and Wei had been fantasizing about what they would do once they entered Chen Fei's room. But now Wei had become a cold corpse. When Wei was hit, he had been standing so close. It could have been him lying dead. How is that possible? Are you sure you saw it right? Could your eyes have been playing tricks? Sun Peng shook Zhou Quan's shoulders vigorously, repeatedly confirming what he had just said. The idea of an arrow materializing out of thin air on glass defied common sense so much that Sun Peng even suspected Zhou Quan might be scared witless. But Zhou Quan just kept repeating the same words, his eyes vacant, a puddle of yellow liquid pooling at his feet reeking of urine. Damn it, what a useless coward. Can't even handle a small task. The rest of you follow me back to the front door. Good thing I had a backup plan. Sun Peng hadn't expected that storming Lin Yuan's house would be met with setback after setback. Back when they had raided Zhang Jianren's place, it had gone exceptionally smoothly. Fortunately he had prepared in advance. After Zhang Jianren was hit by an arrow last time, Sun Peng had been cautious. He had his men bring all kinds of pot lids when they came today. Using pot lids as shields even if Lin Yuan's front door had a mechanism that shot arrows they wouldn't be harmed. Everyone use tape to fasten the pot lids to yourselves. Make sure they're tight. Old Qian, you'll take the lead. The rest of you line up behind Old Qian. No one shows their head without my order. The men nodded and soon covered all their vital areas with pot lids. Old Qian was the tallest among them. With Old Qian at the front, the others crouched low behind him. They all agreed that this formation would best protect them from Lin Yuan's traps. Through the door Lin Yuan watched the group tiptoeing cautiously, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. So focused on guarding against my arrows, did you ever think I might have other tricks? A white pattern on his right palm flashed abruptly as he activated his replication ability. A homemade Molotov cocktail materialized in his hand. Lin Yuan had crafted it from materials he had previously analyzed. The principle was simple: a glass bottle, fuel and a cloth wick. Easy to make, cheap and effective. Lighting the wick with a lighter, Lin Yuan aimed at the ceiling of the corridor outside the door and hurled the Molotov cocktail. The men outside were still warily anticipating a sneak arrow attack. They never expected a Molotov cocktail to fly out from inside the door. What the hell? Sun Peng was the first to react, but it was too late. The bottle smashed against the ceiling, instantly shattering and scattering flames. Scorching fuel laced with tongues of fire rained down evenly on everyone. To guard against arrows, they had all strapped pot lids to their chests. Facing the flames cascading from above, they were utterly helpless. Chaos erupted instantly. The corridor echoed with a series of clangs and bangs. It was the sound of pot lids clashing against each other as the men scrambled in panic. A few unlucky ones in their desperation jumped out of the window hoping to extinguish the flames with the alien snow. But they failed to notice that their clothes had already been burned through by the fire. Falling from a height of over 10 stories, they broke their legs upon impact. They could only watch helplessly as both the flames and their lives were gradually consumed by the alien snow. Retreat. This way. Sun Peng roared, signaling everyone to run toward the stairwell. In the chaos, the screams of those being trampled could be heard from time to time. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stood behind the door admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. Ding, congratulations host, you have received 9 experience point rewards. Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with Chen Fei, then activated the safe house's external speaker. Chen Fei understood and cleared her throat. Stop this now. If you keep going, you'll all die. Zhao Xiaofeng has deceived all of you. In the stairwell, wails filled the air. Some unfortunate souls had been trampled into mere smears on the ground. Those who survived were not much better off. The Molotov cocktail from earlier had left everyone with varying degrees of burns. Their clothes were scorched with holes. In their current state, even leaving the building would be a challenge. Just then, those with sharp ears caught a female voice emanating from Lin Yuan's apartment. Listen, that sounds like the fiancée of Boss Zhao. Impossible, isn't Boss Zhao's fiancée locked up in the villa? I swear it's true. Last time she came to the office to see Boss Zhao, I was the one who showed her the way. She spoke to me and I remember it clearly, no mistake. What does she mean by saying we've been tricked? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about the situation. Chen Fei's voice continued through the speaker. Zhao Xiaofeng made a deal with Lin Yuan long ago. He traded me and the pistol to Lin Yuan for a large stash of food, then sent you all here to die. His goal is to wipe out the able-bodied in the community. Lin Yuan took the microphone, playing along with Chen Fei. Yes, I am Lin Yuan and I can testify. Zhao Xiaofeng proposed that after eliminating you he would raid your homes and take everything left. Your beds, he said, he'd dismantle for firewood to keep warm. Your wives and children he intended to claim as his servants. But what kind of man am I, Lin Yuan? I am a man of virtue. Of course I couldn't agree to his scheme. But that bastard Zhao Xiaofeng wouldn't listen. He said if I didn't cooperate he'd truly have you attack my home and take my life. So don't blame me, everything I did was for self-defense. Lin Yuan paused, composed his expression and struggled to suppress a smile, continuing to feign a pained look. We were colleagues once. Seeing you hurt pains me too. But all of this is Zhao Xiaofeng's fault. To be honest, I don't have much food left either. If you insist on targeting me, you'll have no choice but to use the pistol Zhao Xiaofeng gave me to protect myself. Lin Yuan and Chen Fei like a comedy duo bamboozled the crowd. It can't be. How could Boss Zhao give away his gun and fiancé to Lin Yuan? Does he have no pride? Ha, pride. Has Zhao Xiaofeng ever cared about pride? Don't forget he once promised to let us have his fiancé. For his own gain that man would do anything. Who knew he'd string us along while secretly dealing with Lin Yuan. And here we were exhausting ourselves searching for food in the snow last night. Turns out had already secured enough supplies from Lin Yuan. What a beast trading his own fiancée for food. And now he's setting his sights on us. I knew it from the start, luring us to his villa was ill-intentioned. Overwhelmed by hunger, fear, rage and helplessness, the crowd had lost all rational thought. Under Lin Yuan's manipulation they turned their fury toward Zhao Xiaofeng. At that moment Lin Yuan timely sent a photo of Chen Fei feeding him fruit to their WeChat. In the photo Lin Yuan looked blissful clutching the Glock pistol. See? It's true. That dog Zhao Xiaofeng promised Chen Fei to us. No wonder he kept changing the subject when I brought it up last night. He even used Zhang Jianren's death as a distraction. So Chen Fei was already given to Lin Yuan. Just like before the apocalypse, dangling carrots but never letting us take a bite. The crowd seethed with rage, itching to tear Zhao Xiaofeng apart. Master, do you think they'll believe it? Our story is so flimsy, full of holes. If they realize we fooled them, won't they be even angrier? Chen Fei crouched obediently beside Lin Yuan, looking up to ask. Lin Yuan shook his head, continuing to eat the peeled fruit she offered. Not at all. They won't just not be angry, they'll thank us. Just then Sun Peng's booming voice came from outside the door. Lin Yuan, thank you for revealing the truth. Otherwise we'd still be in the dark, fooled by Zhao Xiaofeng. Attacking your home was wrong, but you hurt us too, let's call it even. Lin Yuan tilted his head toward Chen Fei, barely containing his laughter. Chen Fei also burst into a giggle. Since the apocalypse began she hadn't felt this light-hearted. Watching others fight for their lives outside while staying safe at home, it was exhilarating. Ahem. Lin Yuan swallowed the fruit and addressed the crowd outside. Fine, let's cease fire. As long as you don't attack my home again, I won't harm you. Lin Yuan knew these were just empty words. Sun Peng and his group were too enraged to think straight. Whether they'd come back after dealing with Zhao Xiaofeng was anyone's guess. But Lin Yuan welcomed that. Next time he wouldn't hold back. In his past life none of them had shown him mercy. When that day came they would all become his experience points. Outside, Sun Peng and the others wrapped tape tightly around the burned holes in their clothes. The extreme cold numbed most of the burn pain, which was a small mercy for them. Let's go back and settle accounts with Zhao Xiaofeng. Kick that dog out of the villa. We can't get into Lin Yuan's place, but Zhao Xiaofeng's villa is warmer than our own homes. Right, he'll bring my wife and kids over. At the villa Zhao Xiaofeng had just returned. He brushed off the strange snow from his clothes and shivered as he hurried to warm himself by the fireplace. He had searched everywhere but found no trace of Chen Fei. Could Chen Fei be hiding in someone's home? Zhao Xiaofeng frowned, analyzing possibilities. With the gun she might force someone to let her in. But whose place would she choose? To hide, she'd pick someone with ample supplies. Damn, she couldn't have gone to Lin Yuan, could she? Zhao Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. How had he not considered this earlier? Just then the villa door was kicked open and Sun Peng's group stormed back in fury. Zhao Xiaofeng. How dare you deceive me? Sun Peng was seething with rage. Today's assault on Lin Yuan's home had been a narrow escape from death. If Lin Yuan's Molotov cocktail had been thrown at the ground, none of them would have escaped. Fortunately Lin Yuan had no intention to kill and spared their lives. If he could truly obtain Chen Fei, he would still be willing to take his men on this risk. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. He understood that principle well. But now Chen Fei was already inside Lin Yuan's home. Even if he got injured or lost his life, it would all be in vain. He would gain nothing at all. Most crucially, they now knew that Zhao Xiaofeng no longer had any weapons. Initially they had come to the villa because Zhao Xiaofeng had tricked them into it. Zhao Xiaofeng had promised to sell them food from the start, but he had never delivered. Previously, knowing Zhao Xiaofeng had weapons, they hadn't wanted to court death and thus dared not act rashly. But now Zhao Xiaofeng was unarmed. Time to settle old and new scores. You all. What do you want? Zhao Xiaofeng leaned against the fireplace with no way to retreat as a group of men surrounded him menacingly. Don't come any closer. In desperation, Zhao Xiaofeng grabbed the iron tongs used for handling charcoal by the fireplace as a means of self-defense. Seeing this, Sun Peng and the others grew even bolder. Oh boss Zhao, where's your gun? Why aren't you shooting? Weren't you so tough? Sun Peng tightly gripped Zhao Xiaofeng's iron tongs with one hand while slapping him across the face with the other. You tricked us into risking our lives for you. What do you take us for? Sun Peng pointed at his own burns and the wounds of several others confronting Zhao Xiaofeng. Look, this is all your fault. You bastard. Before we gave you face because you were the young master of the Zhao family. But now it's the apocalypse. Do you really think you're still above everyone else? I've been sick of you for a long time. The pent-up anger needed an outlet. Zhao Xiaofeng had become the perfect punching bag for everyone. As Sun Ping kicked him to the ground, the crowd swarmed in raining furious fists upon his face and body. Stop. I didn't. Still stubborn. Brothers, keep hitting. Beat him to death. That damn Zhao Corporation tricked me into signing an indentured contract, and now you're trying to scheme against me. Let you self-proclaimed upper-class folks know just how heavy our grievances are. You forced us to work overtime day after day without overtime pay. We had to attend the annual company retreats, no excuses allowed. You dock our full attendance bonus for being late just once. But when it comes to leaving work, why aren't you so punctual? Zhao Xiaofeng, am telling you, this apocalypse is your death sentence. As they beat him, they vented their grievances, growing angrier with each word, and the angrier they got, the harder they struck. Soon Zhao Xiaofeng's face was swollen like a pig's head, completely unrecognizable. Stop. Stop hitting. Spare me. I was wrong. I'll give you whatever you want. Please. I beg you. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Xiaofeng's mouth. He barely had the strength to speak. His body was covered in wounds, and the pain made it impossible to stand. He didn't know how many bones were broken. Zhao Xiaofeng knew that if this continued, they would beat him to death. Slap. Sun Ping slapped Zhao Xiaofeng's face, making it even more swollen. You'll give us whatever we want. Easy to say. What do you have left, you waste? I want your fiancée, can you give her up? Damn it, don't even mention it. Bringing that up just pisses me off more. Sun Ping grabbed a chair and slammed it hard against Zhao Xiaofeng's leg. Crack. A crisp sound of breaking echoed. Sun Ping checked, the chair was fine. It seemed Zhao Xiaofeng's leg was the one that broke. Ring. Just as Sun Ping prepared to strike again, a phone rang. Everyone checked their phones, none of them were ringing. Following the sound, their gazes converged on Zhao Xiaofeng. Sun Ping crouched down and pulled the phone from the pocket of the barely conscious Zhao Xiaofeng. The caller ID showed Zhao Tianda. Zhao Xiaofeng's father. The chairman of the Zhao Corporation. Seeing this name, Sun Ping suddenly had a new idea. If Zhao Xiaofeng alone could own such a grand villa, then given Zhao Tianda influence, he might have even more abundant supplies. As long as they used Zhao Xiaofeng's name to get Zhao Tianda to send some food, their survival problems would be solved. With this in mind, Sun Ping put the phone to Zhao Xiaofeng's ear and whispered a warning. Tell your dad to send food and he'll spare your life for now. Don't say anything you shouldn't, or else. Looking at Sun Ping's fist as big as a sandbag, Zhao Xiaofeng nodded frantically through the pain. Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng's cooperation, Sun Ping placed the phone on the floor and turned on the speaker. Xiaofeng. Are you okay? How are things there? Zhao Tianda had a son late in life, and Zhao Xiaofeng was his only hope for continuing the bloodline, his most precious treasure. Zhao Xiaofeng swallowed the blood in his mouth and forced himself to stay alert. Dad, I'm fine here, but I've run out of food. Dad, can you come pick? Oh no, can you send someone to bring some food? It's too dangerous outside now. That strange snow has already killed several people in our neighborhood. I dare not go out. Dad, can you send someone to save me? I'm so hungry. Hearing his father's voice, Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't help but cry. Before the apocalypse, he felt that living with his father was too restrictive. He used to enjoy throwing parties at home with friends, drinking and reveling all night long. Zhao Tianda never allowed it. That was why Zhao Xiaofeng had built his own luxurious villa far from his father. But now, thinking back, if he had stayed with his father, maybe none of this would have happened. The Zhao family was wealthy and powerful. If the Zhao manor alone had dozens of servants, both the food and living conditions there were far better than here. Hearing Zhao Xiaofeng's sobs, Zhao Tianda's voice also grew choked. Xiaofeng, actually am currently. Wait, is there anyone around you? What I'm about to tell you is extremely important. Zhao Xiaofeng looked up and saw Sun Ping glaring at him menacingly. Helpless, Zhao Xiaofeng had no choice but to steel himself and continue. No one, Dad. What is it? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if confirming the surroundings were safe. Xiaofeng, actually am not at home right now. I'm in a shelter base south of the city. Upon hearing the word shelter base, everyone's eyes lit up and they leaned in closer, afraid to miss a single word. Zhao Tianda's voice continued from the other end of the line. This snowstorm is far more perilous than what we've seen. The higher-ups in the government learned of it early on and made preparations accordingly. After the blizzard struck, everything ground to a halt. I knew something was wrong. It took a lot of connections on my part to find out that the authorities have established several shelter bases. They plan to ride out this dangerous snowstorm within those bases. Zhao Xiaofeng grew excited. Dad, are you in a shelter base now? Can you ask them to come and get me? At this, Sun Peng pointed a warning finger at Zhao Xiaofeng, who immediately corrected himself. Oh right, not just me but a few friends of mine are also in this neighborhood. Can you take all of us there? A long silence followed on the other end. Then Zhao Tianda spoke, his voice laced with reluctance. Xiaofeng, this shelter base. It's not as simple as you think. I practically gave away our entire family fortune to get in here. They made an exception and allowed me entry only because I provided a large amount of supplies. You know, society has already descended into chaos. Status and positions mean nothing anymore. Now I am just an ordinary person. And the base's management is extremely strict. It's only today that I managed to find a chance to call you. The most desperate thing in the world is to see a glimmer of hope only to be told it's unattainable. Ignoring the pain in his body, Zhao Xiaofeng shouted into the phone. Dad, think of something. You must have a way. We're rich, we can give them everything. You have to save me. Dad, I don't want to die. But before he could finish, Zhao Tianda hung up. It seemed like someone had suddenly arrived, forcing him to cut the call hastily to avoid being discovered. Hearing the dial tone, Zhao Xiaofeng quickly turned to Sun Peng. Sun Peng, you heard that? My dad is in a shelter base. Don't kill me, spare my life. If my dad figures out a way to get me there in the future, I'll take all of you with me. Zhao Tianda's timely call gave Zhao Xiaofeng a lifeline to cling to. Think about it, out there in the ice and snow, no one knows what tomorrow will bring. Staying here is no long-term solution. The shelter base is our only way to survive. It's an official shelter base. Whether it's medical conditions, supplies, or living environment, it's bound to be the most complete. Only by going there can we ensure we live through this safely. Facing death, Zhao Xiaofeng's survival instinct blazed fiercely. His mind raced, and in a few sentences he laid out the necessity of entering the shelter base. The others exchanged glances, their expressions varied. They had all heard Zhao Tianda's words. In their simple understanding, a shelter base that even a wealthy family like the Zhaos had to struggle to enter must be akin to paradise. Moreover, the authorities knew about this disaster in advance but launched no rescue efforts after the apocalypse began. That meant this catastrophe was beyond human power to resist. If even the authorities could only hide, what chance did ordinary people like them have? Since they had to take shelter, the safest and most suitable place was undoubtedly the official shelter base. Though no one knew what the shelter base was really like, Zhao Tianda's words alone were enough to fuel their imaginations. But your dad just said he's just an ordinary person in the base now with no special status. He didn't even tell you the base's exact location. Why should we believe you can get us into that shelter base? Having been fooled by Zhao Xiaofeng before, they were no longer so quick to trust his empty promises. Facing their doubts, Zhao Xiaofeng argued desperately. I know my dad, am his only son, the sole heir of the Zhao family. He'll find a way. He called to confirm I'm still alive. Now that he knows I'm okay, he'll do everything in his power to get me there. He's old now. Even if he survives this apocalypse, what then? Only by saving me can he ensure the Zhao bloodline continues. So trust me, my dad will contact me again. Zhao Xiaofeng spoke with conviction, and after a moment's thought the others found some logic in his words. Fine, we'll spare you for now. Sun Peng pulled Zhao Xiaofeng up and placed him on the sofa, making him lie as flat as possible. You two come here, keep an eye on him around the clock. The moment Zhao Tianda sends a message, tell me immediately. And watch Zhao Xiaofeng, don't let him pull any more tricks. After giving these orders, Sun Peng gathered the others to discuss their next move. Let me share my thoughts. To survive this apocalypse, to avoid freezing or starving, we have to get to the shelter base. But right now no one knows when Zhao Tianda can send someone. So what we need to do is fight to stay alive until he does. Sun Peng looked around and continued. The villa is warm enough, if we dress warmly we'll be fine. As for family members, they can come here too, there's plenty of space. But the only issue we need to solve is food. Someone nearby did a rough calculation. Brother Sun, the food we scavenged yesterday, there's about 50 items left. Even if we ration it, it'll only last us a day or two. What do we do? We can't go back to Lin Yuan's place. At the mention of Lin Yuan's house, everyone showed signs of trauma, shaking their heads instinctively. No way, going there is like asking for death. It's full of traps and Molotov cocktails. Besides, Lin Yuan has a gun now. I'm not risking my life for a bite to eat. Sun Ping narrowed his eyes, a cruel smirk forming on his face. Who says Lin Yuan is our only target? There are plenty of other people in the neighborhood with stockpiles. They might not be as well off as Lin Yuan, but little by little it adds up. We just need to ensure our own survival. As for the others, well, they can only blame their own bad luck. The crowd could only temporarily set their sights on other residents in the neighborhood who still had food stored at home. The residential area was quite remote, with the nearest supermarket about 2 kilometers away. With the outdoor temperature so low now and the constant need to prevent the anomalous snow from touching the skin, attempting to trek 2 kilometers to the supermarket to scavenge supplies and then walk back was nothing short of a fantasy. Do you all know which households in your respective buildings still have food? In my building, Old Wong from 602 should have some. He usually loves hoarding cheap Sunto expired goods from the supermarket. I saw him buying a big pile of biscuits just 2 days before the apocalypse. Yao Yao from 301 must have plenty of food too. She loves eating snail noodles. Last time I saw her buy a whole big box, she definitely couldn't have finished them so soon. The household next to mine hasn't said a word in the group chat since the apocalypse began. It seems like they also have surplus food stored. Everyone chimed in and soon a list was compiled. It clearly marked which households in each building were most likely to be hoarding food. Besides food, let's think about where all those pretty girls from our company live. Having failed to get Chen Fei, the restless fire in Sun Peng's heart only burned fiercer. As the saying goes, a full belly leads to thoughts of other pleasures. Now that the food issue was mostly settled, it was time to consider physical needs. He would lay off Chen Fei for now, but aside from her, many female colleagues from the Zhao Corporation lived in the neighborhood. They saw each other often and quite a few were fairly attractive. It's not right. We're looting food for survival but going after those female colleagues. That's indefensible. Among the crowd, a few with remnants of conscience instinctively resisted such unjustified actions. But Sun Ping spoke with righteous indignation. How is it indefensible? This is the apocalypse and we are the only united armed force in this neighborhood. Only by following us can they receive protection. There's no need for me to spell out how many people are coveting those beautiful women in this apocalypse. Can you guarantee others won't have such thoughts? Rather than letting them be ruined by someone else, we should gather them under our wing. At least we can give them a chance to stay in these villas and not freeze to death. Besides, we're heading to the official shelter base in the future. Can you guarantee they don't want to go too? If they do, they'll have to listen to us. Sun Peng's words were infectious and several hot-blooded young men voiced their support. Before the apocalypse, they were just the lowest-level employees of the Zhao Corporation. Those pretty female colleagues often looked down on them, their eyes only for the leaders, the rich second generation or the handsome guys. But this apocalypse changed everything. They ordinary people gathered together now had the power to easily decide others' lives and deaths through force. It was precisely this feeling of reversal that made them want to see how those female colleagues who had once ignored them would now have to submit to them. I remember Xiao Lan from the sales department lives in building 3, but I've forgotten the exact apartment. No problem, well, just search building 3 door to door when the time comes. I've had a crush on Duwan for a long time, don't any of you compete with me. Duwan. Bro, you've got unique taste. Don't worry, we definitely won't fight you over her, you can keep her. Tisk, what do you know? Chubby is the most beautiful. You call 1.50 m and 130 Jean chubby. Who else? Oh right, I remember our company has a public relations department. Yes, they all seem to live in building 7. TSK Tisk, those girls in PR are the true goddesses. No kidding, the company specially keeps them to look good when entertaining big shots. They grew more excited with each word, like a pack of wolves with eyes gleaming green. Soon they had a pretty good picture of the distribution of all resources and attractive women in the neighborhood. No time to lose, grab all your gear, we move out now. Bring back the food and the women. Alright. Let's go. Go. Sun Peng's group started searching from the building closest to the villas. With the experience of attacking Lin Yuan's home, breaking into others was a piece of cake. First go to the top floor, then rappel down with a rope to the floor below and smash the windows to enter. Facing this group of 40 to 50 people, the others were powerless to resist. Wails and cries echoed throughout the neighborhood. Wherever they passed, it was like a plague of locusts, leaving nothing behind. They even dismantled the furniture from people's homes and hauled it back to the villas for firewood. It was from this moment that people truly realized what the so-called apocalypse meant. It wasn't just the irresistible natural disaster. It was also the collapse of order and the rampage of desire. All actions would no longer be constrained. Identity no longer mattered, wealth no longer mattered. The only thing that counted was who had the stronger fist and who had the crueler heart. The survival of the fittest became the sole law. While Sun Peng's group was committing arson and murder, the neighborhood residents secretly created a new WeChat group. I just saw from my balcony that the entire building 39 was looted by Sun Peng and his gang. I also saw them forcibly taking away several women. I heard it too. Some of the households being robbed were screaming terribly. It gave me the creeps. I also saw a few young men voluntarily open their doors, hand over all their food and join them. Oh my God. Has everything completely fallen apart? Isn't there anyone to stop this? Stop dreaming. At a time like this, who's going to come and help you? Everyone should just look out for themselves. No way do you think we can escape this fate if things go on like this. Too naive. Sun Peng and his gang looted Building 39 today. Tomorrow they might come for any one of us. If we don't think of something, we'll just be lambs waiting for slaughter. Easy for you to say. What can we do? All the able-bodied young men in the neighborhood are basically with them now. The rest of us are either weak men or helpless women. How can we fight back? So we're just supposed to wait to die? Didn't you see how badly Sun Peng beat up those who resisted? I saw someone get thrown straight off the building by them. Ah. That's terrifying. It's getting dark now. I saw they've already withdrawn to the villas, so we should be safe for today. I suggest we gather together tonight. At this moment, Lin Yuan's downstairs neighbor sent a message. How about everyone comes to our Building 8? It should be relatively safe here. At the very beginning, Sun Peng and his men came to attack Lin Yuan's house. I don't know exactly what happened, but in the end I saw them all slink away in defeat. And they fled in utter disgrace. Lin Yuan had not been added to this group chat. Everyone instinctively categorized him as the type who would exploit the apocalypse for personal gain. But after Li Yu said this, they all began to regard Lin Yuan as their last hope. That's how people are. In times of despair they instinctively grasp at anything within reach. They knew full well that alone they could never withstand Sun Peng's gang. If anything, resistance might only fuel their excitement. Should we invite Lin Yuan into the group to discuss this? No, there's nothing to discuss. Let's just head straight to Building 8. Exactly. I'm sure Lin Yuan won't have the heart to turn us away. The group quickly reached a consensus: take advantage of the night while Sun Peng's crew was savoring their victory and flee to Building 8. Since Lin Yuan had managed to repel Sun Peng once, he could surely do it again. Under his protection they might actually survive this calamity. Imitating Sun Peng's men, they wrapped their exposed skin tightly with plastic wrap to avoid contact with the alien snow when they went out. Then they put on thick coats, packed all the food in their homes along with some essentials, and under the cover of darkness sneaked toward Building 8 where Lin Yuan lived. After the apocalypse, several households in Building 8 had already frozen or starved to death. These vacant units became temporary shelters for the refugees. The corpses were heartlessly tossed into the snowdrifts below as if discarding bulky old furniture. After settling their belongings, the crowd swarmed to Lin Yuan's doorstep. Lin Yuan, we want to talk to you. A woman knocked on his door. Lin Yuan sat up abruptly from bed, reached for his pajamas and slipped them on. Chen Fei pulled the blanket over her fair neck and asked with concern, "Master, are there more troublemakers?" Lin Yuan shook his head. The system had detected no hostility from those outside, so the safe house's counterattack mode hadn't even activated. Unable to discern the situation through the thick door, Lin Yuan walked over and switched on the safe house's surveillance feed. Outside, a crowd of about 100 people was gathered, mostly women with a few frail men among them. What's there to talk about at this hour? Having just finished with Chen Fei, Lin Yuan was trying to recover his strength when these uninvited guests arrived. Lin Yuan today, Sun Peng and his men ransacked the entire Building 39. They took not only food but also several women. Lin Yuan scratched his ear, uncomprehending. What's that got to do with me? Hearing his indifferent tone, the crowd grew anxious. This wasn't going as they had imagined. Shouldn't Lin Yuan, seeing so many pitiful people, be overflowing with righteousness, patting his chest and swearing to protect them all? How can it have nothing to do with you? We're your neighbors and colleagues. Can you stand by and watch us suffer under Sun Peng's tyranny? You're so capable, shouldn't you help us? Just consider it a plea. Whether you want money or anything else. As long as we can provide it, we'll give it to you. They tried to guilt-trip him with moral pressure. Did I ask for your money? Are you forcing it on me? A forced sale. Lin Yuan hated this sort of thing. Let them rob then. It's not my food or women they're taking. Seeing Lin Yuan unmoved, the crowd grew uncertain. In their minds, he should have been a greedy man given how had auctioned off instant noodles for exorbitant prices. But now he seemed utterly indifferent to money. What were they to do? Mulling over his words, Zhang Chuchu, the prima donna of the PR department, seemed to catch on. She hurriedly pushed through the crowd and approached Lin Yuan's door. Lin Yuan, am willing to be your woman. The others suddenly understood was that what Lin Yuan meant. He didn't care because it wasn't his food or women being taken. But if they offered themselves as his women, he would protect them. Lin Yuan was speechless, rolling his eyes in exasperation. These people sure love to overinterpret. Was that what he meant? Probably not. Through the safe house's high-definition surveillance, Lin Yuan got a clear look at Zhang Chuchu's face. Back at the company, the goddesses of the PR department were mysterious figures, as they were the face of the Zhao group, only appearing to dine with big shots, never at the office. So only now did Lin Yuan see what the legendary PR department's top beauty Zhang Chuchu actually looked like. Beauty score 93. The system quickly gave its rating. According to the binding requirements, the first condition was that the target's beauty score must be 95 or above. Unfortunately, Zhang Chuchu didn't make the cut. Without binding, Lin Yuan couldn't see her loyalty. In the apocalypse, with hearts so hard to read, he wouldn't keep such an unstable element close. Sorry, but you're not worthy of being my woman. Lin Yuan's tone was flat, as if stating an obvious fact. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd, and Zhang Chuchu's face flushed with humiliation. Before the apocalypse, her suitors were either wealthy heirs or successful tycoons. Yet even then she had turned them all down, playing hard to get, keeping them vying for her favor and constantly giving. An ordinary white-collar worker like Lin Yuan from Zhonghai City wouldn't even have qualified to pursue her. But now she had lowered herself, offering to be his woman. All for the sake of his protection. Yet he had refused so bluntly. And with the excuse that she wasn't worthy of being his woman. Zhang Chuchu's competitive spirit flared. She refused to believe Lin Yuan felt nothing for her. He was just putting up a front. Trying to act tough. She knew this type of man all too well. Lin Yuan, you say I'm not worthy of being your woman. Then tell me who is. Can you find anyone better looking than me around here? Enough, stop fooling around. I'm begging you. It's the apocalypse now, you can't go out. Aren't you lonely at home alone? Be good, open the door. Let me come in and keep you company. Just as Zhang Chuchu was coquettishly wheedling, Chen Fei pouting stomped to the door in her cute cartoon slippers. Leave now. My master will not allow you in. Chen Fei stood with her hands on her hips, her face etched with displeasure. She looked every bit the part of someone unwilling to see her position threatened. She resembled a protective little hen guarding her territory. Zhang Chuchu, hearing a woman's voice from inside the house, grew unsettled. Who are you? What gives you the right to be in Lin Yuan's home? But then she reconsidered. Since Lin Yuan had a woman in his house, it meant he wasn't entirely unyielding. Perhaps with a bit more coaxing Lin Yuan might soften. In this regard, Zhang Chuchu was quite confident. She believed that in terms of looks, figure and skill she was undoubtedly far superior to the woman in Lin Yuan's home. Brother Lin Yuan, please let me in, won't you? Chuchu can call you master just like her. If you don't mind, master, I can join that sister in taking care of your daily needs. The others outside clicked their tongues in secret. Truly the top star of the PR department, this willingness to stoop to any means for her goal. What utter shamelessness. Pa. What a shameless vixen. Master, look at her. Chen Fei was genuinely anxious. She had only just arrived at Lin Yuan's place a few days ago. Although she had already shared an intimate bond with Lin Yuan, a sense of insecurity still lingered in her heart. She feared that Lin Yuan might abandon her for a new lover. It wasn't just because she was reluctant to give up the comfortable life at Lin Yuan's home. More importantly, Chen Fei realized that at some point she had developed an inexplicable dependence on him. In this perilous apocalypse she was unwilling to leave Lin Yuan's side. Watching Chen Fei's jealous display, Lin Yuan felt a peculiar sensation. Seeing such an icy beauty vie for his affection was unexpectedly enjoyable. Lin Yuan reached out and tousled Chen Fei's hair. Be good. Didn't she ask who you are? Tell her yourself. Hearing this, Chen Fei opened her mouth, initially intending to say something to Zhang Chuchu outside the door. But after a moment's thought she pulled out her phone instead, opened the camera, took a selfie and sent it to the group outside. In the photo, Chen Fei pouted angrily, clinging tightly to Lin Yuan's arm. I am Chen Fei and I am at Lin Yuan's home right now. Does anyone still want to ask what gives me the right to be here? Chen Fei had a clear sense of self-awareness. The title of Zhonghai City's foremost beauty was not bestowed out of mere flattery. Since those vixens outside were eyeing Lin Yuan covetously, she would wield her absolute advantage to make them retreat in defeat. As expected after the photo was sent, even through the thick door, exclamations of shock could be heard from outside. Holy crap. Chen Fei. Isn't she Zhao Zong's fiancée? What is she doing at Lin Yuan's place? Choo-choo, now I understand why Lin Yuan said you weren't worthy of being his woman. Zhang Chucha's face flushed red and white, her embarrassment so acute she wished she could find a crack to crawl into. She had always been quite confident in her own appearance. In her daily life, no matter where she went, she was the center of everyone's attention. Walking down the street, men would often crash into trees just to get a look at her. Because of this, Zhang Choo-choo had always believed that with her outstanding looks she deserved a man like Zhao Xiaofeng, the young master of the Zhao family. Yet no matter how subtly Zhang Choo-choo hinted, Zhao Xiaofeng remained unmoved. There was even a time when Zhang Choo-choo wondered if Zhao Xiaofeng was truly a man. Later she learned that Zhao Xiaofeng was about to be engaged and his fiancée was Chen Fei, hailed as Zhonghai City's most beautiful woman. She had met Chen Fei once. That cold aloof aura, so pure and ethereal, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm unbound by earthly ties. For the first time Zhang Choo-choo willingly admitted that she was inferior in looks. But to her utter astonishment, Chen Fei had now appeared at Lin Yuan's home today. And she was affectionately calling him master. What did this mean? Was there no justice left? It was one thing for you to snatch a wealthy heir like Zhao Xiaofeng. But now in the apocalypse you come to snatch away our lifeline, Lin Yuan. You can't just do whatever you want just because you're beautiful. Can you give us a chance to survive? After seeing the photo of Chen Fei and Lin Yuan, silence fell outside for a long time. Initially they thought that by sacrificing their charms they might gain entry into Lin Yuan's home and thus receive his protection. But now it was clear they were merely deluding themselves. With a stunning beauty like Chen Fei by his side, how could Lin Yuan possibly spare them a second glance? Just as everyone was dejected and at a loss, Lin Yuan's voice rang out once more. However, I, Lin Yuan, am not the type to be heartless. At that moment Lin Yuan had suddenly realized something. He still had tasks to complete. Eliminating enemies yielded experience rewards. Last time, to use Sun Peng and his crew to torment Zhao Xiaofeng, he had spared their lives and refrained from wiping them out. But now, as he had anticipated, Zhao Xiaofeng should have reaped his just deserts. Thus Sun Peng and his men were of no further use. They could be collected as experience points. But Lin Yuan was unwilling to venture out of the safe house just to eliminate them. The world outside was far from the safety of his home. No one knew what dangers might suddenly befall them. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Yuan did not wish to take that risk. The perfect plan was to lure Sun Peng and his men to come to him. And the people outside the door were the perfect bait. Ahem, everyone, listen to me. For the sake of our past camaraderie I will do my best to protect you all. But I hope you understand that I am only one person and my abilities are limited. I cannot guarantee everyone's safety 100%. I have some tools I can distribute to you. If Sun Peng and his men come looking for trouble, you won't have to sit idly by. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Yuan summoned a pile of golf clubs, helmets and other items onto the ground. Pressing a button, an opening appeared at the base of the safe house door. Through that opening Lin Yuan kicked each piece of equipment out. If danger arises you can use these to protect yourselves. If you truly cannot fight them off, run to my doorstep. Seeing the equipment scattered on the ground, the crowd picked them up with profuse gratitude. Lin Yuan, thank you. We knew you were a good person. Thank you so much. Brother Lin Yuan, my offer still stands forever. If you ever change your mind, just message me and I'll come keep you company. Me too, me too. Anything they can do I can do too. Ignoring the flattery from outside, Lin Yuan silently pulled out his phone and sent a message to the residential complex's group chat. This was the most comprehensive chat group in the neighborhood. Zhao Xiaofeng and Sun Peng were both in this group. Everyone, if any of you encountered danger recently, you can take shelter in Building 8 where I am. I, Lin Yuan, hereby declare that anyone who dares to covet Building 8 will be my enemy. When that time comes, don't blame me for being unkind. Once the message was sent, a chorus of praise erupted below. Everyone lauded Lin Yuan for his sense of responsibility and his generous, righteous nature. But Sun Peng and his group never replied. Lin Yuan put down his phone and turned to look at Chen Fei, who seemed deep in thought. Well, don't you think I'm kind? I'm almost moved by myself. Chen Fei looked up into Lin Yuan's eyes, tilting her head slightly. Master, are you deliberately trying to lure Sun Peng and his men over? Seeing through his intentions, Lin Yuan appreciatively pulled Chen Fei into his arms and sat down on the sofa. What makes you say that? Isn't this a stern warning to them? Chen Fei could tell that Lin Yuan wanted to test if she truly understood his deepest thoughts. So she began to explain earnestly. Master, if you truly wanted to protect these people you wouldn't have deliberately said this in the group chat in front of everyone. Such matters are clearly not suited for such a high-profile approach. Sun Peng and his men are all in the group. You are clearly trying to provoke enemies on purpose. After their last failed attempt they probably wouldn't dare to provoke us again. But now after you sent those messages the other surviving residents in the neighborhood seeking refuge will surely rush to gather at Building 8. And those who have survived until now must have some food stored at home. So Master, without lifting a finger you've gathered all the remaining population and resources of the neighborhood right here. Lin Yuan grew increasingly satisfied with this clever little maid and gestured for her to continue. This way no matter how much Sun Peng and his men fear you Master they'll have to risk their lives just to survive. Otherwise they'll have to wait to freeze or starve to death. And I believe they're not the type to just sit back and wait for death. However, I'm not entirely sure of your motive Master. Is it to completely eliminate the threat within the neighborhood? But with limited resources there are no absolutely stable alliances or allies. Those people outside might become enemies in the future. To have guessed this much Chen Fei had already done remarkably well. Lin Yuan never spoke of the system and the mission nor would he ever. About the system and the task Lin Yuan had never spoken and he never would. Even with Chen Fei whose loyalty had already reached 80, Lin Yuan felt that some things still needed to be kept confidential. After all, no matter the circumstances one should always keep a few final trump cards up their sleeve. Alright, you're already very clever. Lin Yuan patted Chen Fei's head. Chen Fei obediently fell silent. Her intuition told her that Lin Yuan had other secrets. But she knew her place. To survive in this apocalypse, to always have Lin Yuan's protection and stay by his side. She had to know what she should and shouldn't do. Chen Fei tactfully dropped the subject. Master, would you like a late-night snack? I'll make it. Lin Yuan nodded. Cook some white fungus soup. And add plenty of goji berries. At the villa Sun Peng and his men were enjoying the spoils of the day. They had ransacked the entire building 39. Their food reserves had grown considerably. The wooden furniture they had looted was thrown into the fireplace as firewood. Tonight the fire in the fireplace blazed exceptionally bright. The temperature in the entire living room rose by a noticeable 5 or 6 degrees. All the guest rooms in the villa were fully occupied today. Sun Peng's underlings who had families had brought them over. And a few single men had also managed to get their fill of pleasure today. Screams mingled with excited howls echoed through the villa for the entire night. It wasn't until the next morning that someone saw the message Lin Yuan had posted in the group chat. Brother Sun, something's wrong, take a look. A lackey rushed frantically into the room where Sun Peng was. Sun Peng was sleeping in Zhao Xiaofeng's master bedroom. The thick down comforter and the soft plush bed made Sun Peng sleep exceptionally well. Ah! Seeing the lackey burst in like that, a woman screamed, hastily grabbing her clothes to cover her vital parts, and without even wiping the tear stains on her cheeks she ran straight out of the room. Neither Sun Peng nor the lackey stopped or chased after her. After all, the villa was only so big and they had posted guards at the main entrance. The woman couldn't go far. What's the big fuss about disturbing my good sleep? Sun Peng rubbed his eyes, his morning grumpiness seemingly not yet dissipated. The lackey hurriedly handed his phone to Sun Peng. Brother Sun, take a look at the message that brat Lin Yuan sent in the group. Why is he suddenly playing the hero now? Isn't this ruining our plans? At the mention of Lin Yuan's name Sun Peng perked up a bit. Take shelter at Building 8. Damn it. Sun Peng couldn't help but curse, then carefully checked the time Lin Yuan had sent the message. It had been nearly 8 or 9 hours since Lin Yuan's message. Even if they wanted to intercept now, it was probably too late. The atrocities they had committed in Building 39 yesterday must have been witnessed by many other residents. If those people wanted to survive, they might have already fled to Lin Yuan's Building 8. Motherfucker, I was counting on hitting Buildings 37 and 38 today. What do we do now? Sun Peng scratched his head in irritation, got dressed and gathered all his underlings. Lin Yuan has a gun and Molotov cocktails. We have enough food for a few days now. There's no need to provoke him. You know, it's only enough for a few days. What about after those days are up? I was thinking we'd steer clear of Lin Yuan, take out the others in the neighborhood, and the supplies we grab should be enough to last us until rescue comes from the official shelter base. But now the remaining resources in the neighborhood are all concentrated with Lin Yuan. What do we do if the rescue still hasn't arrived by the time our food runs out? Yeah, we finally got inside info from Zhao Xiaofeng's dad giving us hope to live. I don't want to just wait here to die. Maybe we can think of another way. I remember there's a Baixiang City Mall about 2 kilometers away. Should we try our luck there? 2 kilometers. Do you know how long it would take to walk that in this freezing weather? We'd probably freeze to death on the way. What should we do, brother Sun? You make the call. Yeah, brother Sun, will follow your lead. Sun Ping frowned for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. Lin Yuan is just relying on all the traps in his house. If he ever comes out, we might still have a chance. Doesn't he want to protect the whole building 8? Then we'll play along with his game. Sun Ping led his men out in full force, leaving only a few robust individuals behind at the villa to guard the spoils. A large crowd departed from the villa with an imposing momentum, their mere presence exuding a suffocating pressure. Moreover, everyone carried something in their hands. Not just weapons but also firewood and the like. Arriving at Building 8, Sun Ping directed his men to pile the firewood in the third-floor hallway. After over an hour the firewood was stacked. The group withdrew and a lackey took out the strong liquor they had brought, sprinkling it along the path of retreat as they walked. They used the strong liquor as a fuse to ignite the firewood. Once this was done, Sun Ping led his men to guard the ground floor of Building 8. Don't say I, Sun Ping, didn't give you a chance. Anyone who wants to join us, come out now with all your supplies. I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes I'll set the building on fire. By then you won't even have a chance to regret it. Having suffered 2 losses at Lin Yuan's hands, Sun Ping knew a direct assault wouldn't work, he had to outsmart him. Fire was the best method. Since Lin Yuan had gathered everyone in Building 8, it was the perfect chance to catch them all in one net. If Lin Yuan tried to rely on his defensive mechanisms and hole up at home, the flames and thick smoke would choke and burn him to death right there. If Lin Yuan came to his senses and decided not to be roasted alive, choosing to leave his apartment, then aside from a single pistol he would pose no further threat. Of course Sun Ping didn't really want to start a fire. He still coveted the ample supplies held by Lin Yuan and the others in Building 8. Burning those supplies would do him no good at all. Sun Ping knew this move was more about intimidation. He believed that unless Lin Yuan and the others were fools, they would choose to surrender within these 10 minutes. It was an easy choice: be burned alive or surrender. The countdown begins now. 9 minutes and 58 seconds left. Sun Ping issued the ultimatum in the group chat. The people hiding in Building 8 were thrown into panic upon seeing the message. They had thought seeking refuge with Lin Yuan would provide safety. But they never expected Sun Ping to be so ruthless. If the fire really started, even staying here would mean certain death. They looked at the supplies in their hands, torn with indecision. They had barely managed to survive this long. Were they really going to hand over the very things they relied on to live? That would be too easy for Sun Ping. And everyone knew what awaited them after surrender. The tragic scene at Building 39 was still vivid in their minds. Especially the women. No one wanted to end up in such a state. But if they didn't surrender their supplies, they would be consumed by the flames. A living dog is better than a dead lion. Maybe we should surrender. Sai and I thought hiding with Lin Yuan would be safe. Can't blame Lin Yuan either. Who would have thought that bastard Sun Ping could be so heartless? Woo, I don't want to. I don't want to fall into their hands. I was saving my first time for marriage. What time is this to be thinking about that? Is your life more important or your dignity? But living without dignity isn't necessarily better than dying. Anne. I don't want to be with so many of them. Then what do you suggest? Sun Ping only gave us 10 minutes and there's not much time left. I don't care about you all anymore. I'm getting out of here. Soon a few men grabbed their food and rushed downstairs in a panic. Brother Sun, we're willing to hand over our supplies and join you. Please move the firewood and let us out. The men reached the 3rd floor but were blocked by the piled-up firewood. Sun Ping pointed to the hallway window. Just jump down. I've checked, this height won't kill you. He had been careful to stack the firewood on the 3rd floor. The snow now just covered the 1st floor. Jumping from the 3rd floor with the cushion of snow wouldn't cause major problems. This was mainly to prevent the remaining people in Building 8 from putting up a desperate fight to survive. With the firewood on the 3rd floor, anyone wanting to escape would have to jump from there. Once they jumped, Sun Ping and his men could subdue them before they had a chance to recover. Even if they wanted to resist, they wouldn't have the opportunity. And everything went as Sun Ping had planned. The men on the 3rd floor looked at the height below, gritted their teeth, closed their eyes and leaped from the window. Though not life-threatening, the fall still left them badly bruised. Before they could gather their senses, Sun Ping's men took their supplies and tied them up. Anyone else who doesn't want to die? 5 minutes and 17 seconds left. The countdown only heightened the anxiety and unease among the people. Sun Ping didn't seem to do much to them, just took their stuff. Maybe we should go down too. Are you crazy? They're men, so of course Sun Ping has no interest in them. But we're women. Those who had sought refuge in Building 8 to escape didn't want to become toys for abuse. If it were just giving themselves to Sun Peng alone, maybe they could consider it. But clearly that pack of wolves was a gang. It was hard to imagine the inhuman torment they would suffer if they fell into their hands. That kind of pain and humiliation would drive anyone mad. Do we even have a choice? Most of the men have run off. What use are we alone? Even if Lin Yuan can stop them from breaking in, can he stop them from setting the fire? Sigh. Forget it. Maybe this is fate. If I'm going to burn, so be it. At least I'll be warm before I die after so many cold days. Don't be so pessimistic. Let's think, is there another way? There are only 4 minutes left. The only option is to end it ourselves now. At least it'll be quicker than being burned alive. The women's hearts turned to ash. Though unwilling to accept this fate, the thought of surrendering and facing daily torment from Sun Peng and his men was unbearable. And there was no end in sight to such a bleak existence. Sun Peng's group wouldn't care whether they lived or died, freezing or starving to death would surely become routine. In comparison, it was better to simply give up the struggle. In this apocalypse, death might truly be a release. Last minute. I'm really going to set the fire now. Seeing that Lin Yuan and the others still refused to come out, Sun Peng was genuinely angered. Since he couldn't have the remaining supplies, he might as well burn them all. Just then Lin Yuan's door opened. The women next door felt as if their last shred of hope had been extinguished. It's over. Even Lin Yuan has chosen to surrender. Confronted with Sun Peng's intention to set fire, Lin Yuan had no choice but to step outside. Though the safe room was fireproof and smokeproof, it only protected his home. If the fire grew too fierce and compromised the building's load-bearing structure, his safe room would plummet from the sky. Even sheltered inside, he would be crushed into a pulp upon impact. Lin Yuan is about to defect too. What do we do? It seems we truly have no way out. How heartless, he abandoned Chen Fei and ran off alone. Humph, men, they're all the same. Why, I'm still so young, I don't want to die. Neither do I. I've barely survived this long on the food stored at home. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the sobbing from next door. At this moment he had more pressing matters to attend to. Leaving the safe room meant that every blind spot could conceal unexpected danger. Fortunately, Sun Peng and his men were stationed downstairs and were about to start the fire. Thus no external threat was imminent. He only needed to guard against the desperate women in Building 8 who might suddenly snap and attack from behind. To prepare for this, Lin Yuan manually switched the safe room to counterattack mode. Then he materialized a bow and arrows and handed them to Chen Fei. He instructed Chen Fei to keep a sharp watch on the neighbors. If anyone opened their door for any reason, she was to shoot them on sight. Lin Yuan trusted Chen Fei. Through the system he could see that Chen Fei's loyalty had soared to 95. This was the benefit of binding. Once a target's loyalty reached 80, one could fully let down their guard. At this moment Chen Fei had her bow drawn and arrow knocked, her eyes fixed on the doors of the neighboring units as Lin Yuan had ordered. Master, please return safely. With Lin Yuan gone from the safe room, Chen Fei felt as if her backbone had been ripped away. Yet she knew she couldn't afford to be a helpless girl flustered and lost. The only thing she could do was ensure Lin Yuan's back was absolutely secure. A minute passed swiftly. Seeing no one else from Building 8 willing to surrender, Sun Peng steeled himself and ignited the liquor at his feet. Flames raced along the trail of alcohol surging toward the 3rd floor. This is the price of opposing me, Sun Peng. Lin Yuan may have a gun, but so what? I've still got him handled. Sun Peng looked at his men brimming with arrogance. Seizing this moment, he firmly established his authority. Through the balcony windows the women upstairs saw the flames licking into the building. They joined hands and huddled in corners, bolstering each other's courage as they awaited death's destined arrival. Half a minute, 3 minutes passed. Still no sound came from outside. The anticipated wave of heat never arrived. The surrounding temperature remained bitterly cold. Is the fire burning this slowly? Are we supposed to wait like this for over half an hour? Every moment of waiting for death felt like an eternity. The women were on the verge of mental collapse. Downstairs Sun Peng scratched his head in confusion. He had watched the fire follow the trail of alcohol all the way up. By all logic it should have ignited the firewood piled on the 3rd floor by now. Could it be that the wood had gotten damp on the way over and failed to catch? You two go up and see what's going on. If necessary, start the fire again. Sun Peng ordered 2 of his men to enter the building and light it up close. The 2 men took their orders, grabbed 2 bottles of high-proof liquor and dashed into the building. Huffing and puffing they climbed to the 3rd floor, only to be stunned by what they saw. This Damn, are we seeing ghosts? This is the third floor. But where is all the firewood we just stacked here? The third floor corridor was empty, utterly bare. Nothing remained but the mournful howl of the wind sweeping through the hallway. Why hadn't the fire caught after all this time? Because there was simply nothing to burn. Forget about relighting it up close. How could they light it? Light what? Where could they even start? The two men stared at each other, utterly baffled. They had been stationed downstairs the whole time and hadn't seen anyone carry the firewood down. Moreover, it had taken their group nearly an hour to pile up all that wood. How could the women in Building 8 have possibly cleared it all away in just 10 minutes? This is cursed, truly cursed. We need to get out of here. Hurry and tell Brother Sun. As they turned to flee this haunted place, they came face to face with the dark muzzle of a gun. Don't be afraid, it's not a ghost. It's me. Lin Yuan appeared behind them like a specter, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. He remembered these two men vividly. In his past life, one had torn out his fingernails and the other had snapped his fingers. Don't blame me. I'm just settling a score. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots rang out, rapid and relentless. It was Lin Yuan's first time firing a gun. To ensure they were utterly dead, he emptied the entire magazine into them. 17 bullets from one magazine painted their bodies with a constellation of bloody holes. After all, he could replicate bullets infinitely with his right-hand ability, so he felt no loss. Compared to the torment you inflicted on me in my past life, I'm still far too merciful. Lin Yuan blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle and holstered it back at his waist with a flourish. But the barrel was still scorching hot and he winced, cursing under his breath. He had wanted to look cool, but his lack of experience betrayed him. It seemed that looking cool came with its own set of rules. Just a minute earlier, Lin Yuan had arrived here, extended his left hand and activated his power of decomposition. Firewood being minimally processed decomposed quickly. With a flash of black lines on his left palm, the firewood that had filled the entire third-floor corridor vanished without a trace. As if it had never existed. After finishing, Lin Yuan waited at the corner for the next victim to wander in. The gunshots rang out clearly to both the survivors in Building 8 and Sun Peng's group downstairs. It's Lin Yuan. He's come out. He dares to show his face and he's fighting back. Sun Peng seethed with rage. Why did Lin Yuan never play by the rules? He had given Lin Yuan only two options: burn to death or come out and surrender. But Lin Yuan chose neither. He stepped out, refused to surrender, and even shot two of his men. The firewood's failure to ignite was clearly Lin Yuan's doing. Sun Peng clenched his fists in fury. He and Lin Yuan could not coexist. Since that's the case, we must seize this chance to eliminate Lin Yuan for good. Brothers, follow me. I counted, he fired 17 shots. He should be out of bullets by now. It's rare for him to leave his house. If we let him slip back, we'll never get another chance. Spurred by Sun Peng's rallying cry, the men grabbed their weapons and prepared to charge into the building. Just then, two bottles flew out from the 5th floor. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots shattered the bottles midair. As the contents rained down, the people below stared in terror, their eyes wide with shock. 2 glass bottles were pierced midair by bullets. The white phosphorus within, along with the shards of the bottles, shattered and scattered instantly. None of the people downstairs were spared. What the hell is this? It's all over us. I don't know, but it smells kind of foul. Before the crowd could react, Lin Yuan hurled another Molotov cocktail from the 3rd-floor window. The blazing flames touched the scattered substance and a fierce inferno erupted instantly. Ah, it's burning. Help. Quick, put it out with snow. It hurts. It's no use. My hand. Ah. Cries of agony and wailing intertwined. The scene before them was the most harrowing sight since the apocalypse began. Many, in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames, tore off their burning clothes only to be drained of all life force by the aberrant snow. They were left with a choice: die by fire or die by the aberrant snow. This was the dilemma Lin Yuan had presented them. Unfortunately, no matter which option they chose, it was a path to certain death. Those 2 bottles of white phosphorus should be enough to give them a real headache. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction as he observed the carnage below. He knew that even in warfare the use of white phosphorus was strictly regulated. Precisely because its damage was so brutally cruel. Once it stuck to you, even rolling in a snowdrift couldn't shake it off or extinguish it. The fire would burn relentlessly from the skin down to the bone, and it was also highly toxic. On the system panel in Lin Yuan's mind, the reward experience points began to chime, steadily increasing. In just a short while the experience points had risen by 20. Following his usual practice, aside from the 10 points he had reserved, Lin Yuan used all the remaining experience for leveling up. Current level 5. Remaining experience points 10. Current left-hand ability consumption reduced by 4. Current right-hand ability consumption reduced by 4. Seeing the accrued experience rewards, Lin Yuan chose not to risk going downstairs to finish them off. He understood the principle of not cornering a desperate foe. If those mad dogs fought back in their death throes and bit him, the loss would outweigh the gain. He fired a few symbolic warning shots from the window and did not linger. He turned and went back upstairs into his warm and sturdy safe room. Sun Peng was lucky he had gotten some white phosphorus on him, but fortunately not on any vital areas. Though his flesh was severely burned, he had managed to survive. Recalling the events of a moment ago, Sun Peng still felt a lingering dread. He had severely underestimated Lin Yuan's methods. He had thought his plan to burn down the building was foolproof. Lin Yuan would either surrender or die. But he had never imagined that with a single casual move Lin Yuan would dismantle his entire scheme. With just 2 bottles of white phosphorus he had sent so many of his underlings into a disorganized rout. Sun Peng roughly estimated that this time nearly 20 of his men had died. He recalled that yesterday when they seized Building 39, even against stubborn resistance his men had suffered at most minor injuries. But today they were the ones who had launched the attack, yet they ended up in such a miserable state. Retreat. Where there's life there's hope. Sun Peng no longer dared to covet the survivors and supplies of Building 8. The most important thing now was to preserve the fighting strength of his men. After they regrouped they could find other ways to solve the supply problem. With a wave of his hand Sun Peng ordered his men to withdraw to the villa. At that moment Lin Yuan stood on his balcony watching Sun Peng's group retreat. He stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. "Master, are you thinking of leaving this place?" Chen Fei had instantly guessed Lin Yuan's thoughts. No matter what method Sun Peng had used to attack before, she had never seen Lin Yuan panic. He hadn't even needed to step out of this safe room. But today the tactic of fire had forced Lin Yuan to go outside to resolve the situation. Chen Fei knew that with Lin Yuan's cautious nature he would not leave the safe room unless absolutely necessary. It seemed this battle had made Lin Yuan realize the current shortcomings of this safe house. If such a situation occurred again, would he be forced to go out once more? What if the enemy had learned their lesson and set an ambush along the way? Lin Yuan could very well meet with misfortune. So to avoid this, Chen Fei believed Lin Yuan was now contemplating leaving. Lin Yuan nodded, his gaze following Sun Peng's group all the way to Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. "You lived in Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. What was it like?" Chen Fei recalled and gave Lin Yuan a detailed description of the villa's interior. The villa was specially built by Zhao Xiaofeng for himself. It was not only spacious but also fully equipped with various internal amenities. However, due to the frequent power and water outages after the apocalypse coupled with Zhao Xiaofeng's severe shortage of supplies, the villa had no advantage other than being slightly warmer than other people's homes. "Master, in terms of human comfort this place is definitely much more comfortable than Zhao Xiaofeng's villa." Currently the temperature in Lin Yuan's home was a constant 24 to 25 degrees Celsius, while Zhao Xiaofeng's home was only around 2 or 3 degrees. The difference was immense. Moreover, a larger space would require more energy for heating. This was precisely Chen Fei's concern. But Lin Yuan just smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, only stating that these were not issues. After all, he had the safe room cube gifted by the system. It could generate an adaptive safe room based on the current living environment. No matter how large the house, Lin Yuan could effortlessly transform it into an absolutely secure sanctuary. "Alright, there's no rush. Let's wait a bit longer." Lin Yuan knew that although Sun Peng and his men were injured, the wounds were not fatal. In the face of danger they still had the strength to fight. Lin Yuan had no intention of taking the initiative and risking injury. After all, he had people, guns and resources, he lacked for nothing. Sun Peng and his group on the other hand would likely soon face days of hunger and cold again. No matter how united they were now, when food became scarce, even the closest of allies could turn against each other for a single bite to eat. Coupled with the fact that they were all now seriously injured, if he just waited patiently for a few days until they lost the strength to resist, he could then take them down with ease. "Master, I clearly saw Sun Peng light the fire earlier, but why didn't it catch in the end?" After holding it in for a while, Chen Fei finally voiced her confusion. Lin Yuan didn't answer directly. He simply placed his left hand gently on Chen Fei's clothes. A faint black pattern flickered on his left palm and the power of decomposition activated. The cute pink-maid outfit vanished in an instant. Her perfect figure was suddenly exposed to the air. "Ah, this. Master. You're so wicked." Lin Yuan scooped Chen Fei up in a princess carry and headed towards the bedroom. At that moment downstairs Sun Peng and his men who had already retreated had quietly turned back. Just moments ago Sun Peng and his group were retreating toward the villa. The memory of white phosphorus clinging to human flesh and burning suddenly replayed in their minds. At the time they were too horrified to think of anything else. But now in the calm aftermath they found themselves oddly nostalgic for the scent of charred flesh that had filled the air. Their stomachs growled in unison and all eyes turned to Sun Peng. He swallowed hard, understanding their unspoken desire, though the thought was sinful and repulsive. Yet with food scarce and survival at stake there was no other choice. "Don't let guilt weigh on your hearts," he said. "Since we are a collective, I believe our fallen brothers would want us to carry on their will and fight to live. By doing this we're not wasting." Sun Peng almost said they weren't wasting their final value. But after a long hesitation the rest of the sentence remained unspoken. Hearing Sun Peng's approval their sense of guilt was somewhat alleviated. They unanimously decided to turn back, retrieve the charred bodies of their fallen comrades and carry them home. As tonight's extra meal. Over an hour later Lin Yuan stepped out of his bedroom. He walked to the balcony and looked down through the window. The corpses that had been scattered everywhere were all gone. The abnormal snowfall had lessened compared to the early days of the apocalypse. It was impossible for the bodies to be completely buried in just an hour. Moreover, the bloodstains on the ground indicated that someone had dragged the bodies away. "Already driven to desperation, aren't you?" he murmured. "Have you considered that tomorrow you might become each other's food?" Lin Yuan shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. Though he understood that people pushed to the brink could commit any atrocity. But he hadn't fallen that far yet. There was no need to force himself into their shoes. "I don't want to turn into a soulless animal just yet." "You had no choice but I." With that thought Lin Yuan's face relaxed. "I have everything I need." He conjured a plate of fried chicken and 2 mugs of beer, humming a tune as he carried them into the room. Just as he was about to eat with Chen Fei to regain strength, someone knocked on the door again. "They sure know how to pick their timing," he remarked. "Always knocking during our breaks." Chen Fei shyly pulled the blanket over her head, wondering if she had been too loud earlier. That was why others knew when the room was in battle and when it was at rest. Lin Yuan chuckled, reassuring Chen Fei that the safe house was soundproofed. Setting down the food he walked to the door. Standing outside were all the women who had been hiding in the neighboring units. Earlier, facing Sun Peng's fire attack, they had resigned themselves to being burned alive. But they never expected that Lin Yuan would so effortlessly neutralize the fierce assault. They had even thought he was about to flee. After witnessing him repel Sun Peng's group with 2 bottles of white phosphorus, these women now felt a mix of awe, fear and gratitude toward Lin Yuan. He gave them a sense of extreme danger coupled with profound safety. Contradictory, yet that was the reality. After much discussion they decided to come to Lin Yuan's door to express their respect. "Master, thank you for saving our lives. Our lives are yours to keep. We've decided to follow you from now on. Rest assured we won't cause you trouble, we'll handle our own survival. We only wish to stay and do whatever we can for you. If there's anything we can help with, well, give it our all." The life-saving grace combined with his ruthless efficiency in repelling the enemy demonstrated Lin Yuan's mastery of both kindness and authority. Though he hadn't planned it. Unexpectedly the unintended gesture bore fruit. Now it seemed that this method of winning hearts was remarkably effective. However, since these people didn't meet the system's binding criteria, he couldn't check their loyalty. So Lin Yuan was reluctant to keep these uncontrollable elements around. Now that Sun Peng's group was severely weakened, they wouldn't return anytime soon. And the women outside had lost their value as bait. "I have limited resources, I can't just support you all for nothing." As Lin Yuan began, the system's chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new system quest. Main Quest 3. When others' reverence for the host reaches 100, they will automatically become the host's followers. Each follower provides the host with 1 point of faith value. Current detection shows that 8 people outside the door have reached 100 reverence. Congratulations, host, on gaining 8 faith points. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. What does faith value do? Ding! The host's current level is too low for the system to answer this question. Lin Yuan, who had been elated moments ago, was now speechless. He didn't expect that being too low level would deny him even the knowledge of the answer. Still, a reward was always welcome. He decided to study the use of faith points as he leveled up. Opening the system's virtual panel, Lin Yuan saw that Li Yue, Zhang Chuchu and 6 others had all reached 100 reverence toward him. According to the system, these people were now his followers. Like Chen Fei, they would never harm him. But, ahem. Come to think of it, After reading the system's explanation, Lin Yuan quickly addressed the crowd outside. Who says I'm not kind-hearted? He began. I've heard your sentiments. Rest assured, Lin Yuan keeps his word. I said in the group chat that I'd protect Building 8 and I will. I have no other arrangements for you for now. Just take charge of the security for the entire building. I'm only one person, I can't keep watch for attacks around the clock. Zhang Chuchu, you'll organize the shifts. Have everyone take turns standing guard. Report any anomalies to me. Since 8 people outside had become his followers, Lin Yuan wouldn't let them die easily. Who knew if the system would deduct faith points if a follower perished? To keep them alive and preserve his hard-earned faith value, Lin Yuan would have to provide them with food regularly. Of course, he wouldn't let them freeload. With free labor at his doorstep, it was only natural to assign them tasks. The safe house could automatically monitor its surroundings and detect approaching enemies, but its range was limited. Sun Peng's fire attack had been a wake-up call. Often securing one's own home wasn't enough, the safety of the entire building had to be considered. Having these people stand guard was the perfect solution. Zhang Chuchu accepted the order with a proud expression, feeling honored by Lin Yuan's trust. Yes, master. I won't let you down. They called him master so naturally that it almost seemed rehearsed. Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the bedroom, catching Chen Fei's plaintive gaze from the bed, then cleared his throat and addressed the crowd outside. You don't have to call me master, that's a title reserved for my little maid. Understood, sovereign. Well, be mindful from now on. The people outside quickly devised a new title. Lin Yuan offered no objection. Zhang Chuchu, perceptive as ever, bowed respectfully toward the door. Sovereign, it'll take them to arrange the work now. Please rest well. If you need anything, just call for us. Meanwhile, while Lin Yuan's domain was peaceful and serene, Zhao Xiaofeng's villa had become a living hell. The men who had survived the assault on Building 8 were all grievously wounded. The women from Building 39, who had been abducted by Sun Peng and his crew earlier, saw their captors weakened and seized the opportunity. No one wanted to remain like lambs awaiting slaughter in the hands of these brutes. Everyone yearned to fight for a sliver of hope. Thus a rebellion erupted without warning. Though Sun Peng and his men, relying on their overwhelming strength, quickly suppressed the chaos. Several of their own had fallen as casualties. Many of the rebellious women were beaten to death in the melee. The survivors were locked away by Sun Peng in Zhao Xiaofeng's freezer, which was infested with insects. Damn it! Sun Peng's eyes were bloodshot as he surveyed the wreckage, slamming his fist onto the table. The situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. He had originally planned to take over after crippling Zhao Xiaofeng, becoming the leader of this group, the most formidable unified force in the neighborhood. Next, he envisioned ruling the entire residential area with grandeur, hoarding all supplies and personnel, choosing freely among food and women. Then he would live a life of debauchery, waiting calmly for Zhao Xiaofeng's father to arrange their rescue. Sun Peng had even fantasized that when that day came, countless women would beg him desperately to take them to the safe zone. He would then select a few with the most striking looks and figures to keep by his side. Once in the safe zone with so many subordinates, he would surely be entrusted with important responsibilities. He might even secure a position of authority. If he could endure until the apocalypse ended, perhaps he could use that status to carve out his own glory in the new era. A leap in social standing. But all these beautiful visions had now dissolved into a phantom dream. The food would only last 3 or 4 days. More than half of his men were dead or wounded. His own arm was severely burned. The woman he had abducted for his pleasure yesterday had also perished in the recent chaos. A profound despair washed over Sun Peng. Ha, karma. This is all your karma. Sun Peng, did you really think you could succeed with that brain of yours? You thought too simply. Zhao Xiaofeng, lying on the sofa with a broken leg, mocked Sun Peng mercilessly. Sun Peng rose, strode over and furiously grabbed Zhao Xiaofeng by the collar with one hand. You bastard, tired of living, are you? Zhao Xiaofeng sneered. Humph, do you dare touch me? I warn you, if you lay a finger on me again, the next time my father contacts me, you'll tell him everything that's really happening here. I'd rather burn everything down with you. Sun Peng was simple-minded, but Zhao Xiaofeng was still a bit sharper. He knew Sun Peng would never abandon the chance to reach the safe zone. After all, it was Sun Peng's only lifeline. And Zhao Xiaofeng intended to exploit that. Sun Peng, I hope you understand, I'm not your enemy. I can overlook the harm you caused me last time. Consider it as you being instigated by Lin Yuan. As long as you continue to follow my orders, he'll find a way to keep us all alive. Hold out until my father sends someone to take us to the safe zone. But if you refuse this proposal, think carefully. Whether you go to the safe zone or not depends entirely on my whim. Zhao Xiaofeng stared into Sun Peng's murderous eyes without flinching. Sun Peng raised his fist high, hesitated, then gently set Zhao Xiaofeng down. The string of defeats had begun to erode his confidence. In just 2 days of leading this group he had lost half his men. If he kept blundering like this they might starve or freeze before rescue ever arrived. Fine, tell me what to do next. Seeing Sun Peng's change of attitude, Zhao Xiaofeng knew his gamble had paid off. As long as he could still command these people his chances of survival increased. When Zhao Tian's rescue finally arrived he could use his father's power to deal with these ungrateful wolves. First gather all the food and bring it to me. I'll tally it up. Since supplies are limited everyone's daily ration must be strictly controlled. Sun Peng nodded and pointed at the bodies they had dragged back and laid outside the gate. Do those count too? Zhao Xiaofeng paused, then understood Sun Peng's implication. Yes. Count them all. To survive, Zhao Xiaofeng was willing to overlook such matters. Next, let's avoid building 8 for now. Lin Yuan is too cunning, we don't know what other tricks he has up his sleeve. We can try searching for food outside the neighborhood. Sun Peng interrupted. We considered that. But the nearest Baixiangqing Mall is 2 kilometers away. We can't make it that far. Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head with a mysterious smile. What if I told you I have the means? In the basement gym of Zhao Xiaofeng's villa there were many sports items, including 2 pairs of snowboards, a gift from a friend. Zhao Xiaofeng had rarely used the gym, so the memory was faint. It was only during these days of recuperation on the sofa that he vaguely recalled their existence. Great. That makes it much easier to scavenge for food. Sun Peng finally saw a glimmer of hope. With so many shops in Baixiangqing, restaurants, supermarkets, fast food joints, there must be massive stockpiles. Most food service places nowadays used pre-made or semi-prepared dishes. Their freezers were packed with items that only needed simple reheating. If they could slowly transport that food back they could last not just weeks but even half a year. Boss Zhao will send some men to scout the way. Sun Peng now realized that being a leader was far less comfortable than being a follower. As a follower he didn't have to think, he just followed orders and got everything he wanted. Sun Peng admitted that perhaps he was born to be a subordinate. But so what? As long as he survived, that was a good life. While Sun Peng and Zhao Xiaofeng were dreaming of hauling back mountains of food, none of them noticed a white figure dart past the window. The wind and snow howled outside the window and hardly anyone in Zhao Xiaofeng's villa could find rest. From time to time eerie rustling sounds drifted in from beyond the door. The people huddled close to the fireplace, their faces haggard and worn, all on the brink of collapse. That night everyone had partaken of the roast meat. After so many days without a taste of meat, a single meal of roast meat greatly alleviated their hunger. Yet the thought that those roasts had been chatting and laughing with them just yesterday filled their hearts with a tumult of emotions. Each person harbored an indescribable foreboding that perhaps tomorrow they too might end up in another's hands. Under immense mental strain many could only pin their hopes on the official shelter. Once there they would be safe. Once there they could return to normal human society. Everything they did now was to survive until rescue arrived. Once inside the shelter they would still be members of civilized society, not the bloodthirsty monsters they had become. Amid such hopes and fantasies they stayed awake all night until dawn, eyes bloodshot and spiritless. Old Ma. Old Li. You two gear up and prepare to head out. 2 pairs of skis were found in the gym of Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. Sun Peng clapped his hands to rally everyone. We must not give up hope. Look everyone, this is our lifeline. Sun Peng laid out the plan he and Zhao Xiaofeng had discussed the night before. To survive they had to venture out for food and essential supplies. The nearest shopping mall, Baixiang City Mall, was their first target. Moreover, the mall housed an outdoor gear store that likely had tools like skis. That would allow them to send more people out. After gradually moving the supplies from Baixiang City Mall back, they could use it as a transit point to explore further. We must believe in ourselves. With enough food we can wait for rescue in peace. Enough food, those 2 words rekindled a glimmer of hope in their eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world the greatest desire for happiness was simply to have a proper meal. Soon Old Ma and Old Li, fully dressed and on skis, were ready to head out. It's up to you two. You must bring us back food. The crowd looked on with eager hope, seemingly unafraid that the 2 might abandon them and flee. When choosing who to send out, Zhao Xiaofeng had told Sun Peng to pick men with wives and children. Old Ma and Old Li fit the bill perfectly. To keep their families from freezing they had moved them into the villa. So sending them out to scout was the safest bet. After all, their wives and children remained in the villa, ensuring they would return. Dad, stay safe. Mom and I are waiting for you to come back. Old Ma's son waved at him. Old Ma nodded vigorously, his eyes full of reluctance. Since the apocalypse began, too many had died. So many who walked out that door never returned. No one knew how many dangers lurked outside. But there was no choice. To survive, to find food, no matter how much they hated leaving their families, they had to go out today. Let's go. Take it easy, think of it as a ski trip. Oldly patted Old Ma on the shoulder, signaling that everything would be fine. Opening the villa's gate, they pushed off with ski poles and glided out of the compound. On the rooftop of Building 8, Zhang Chu was intently watching the villa through binoculars. Ever since Lin Yuan assigned her a task yesterday, Zhang Chu felt an inexplicable urge to prove herself to him, as if hoping for his praise and approval. Master, 2 people have come out of the villa. They're not heading our way. It looks like they're trying to leave the compound. They actually have skis. No wonder they're so fast. Zhang Chu held her phone, constantly reporting what she saw to Lin Yuan. Living in a high-rise had its advantages, a high vantage point with a wide view. From the villa, Zhao Xiaofeng's group lost sight of Old Ma and Old Li after they turned past 2 buildings. But from the rooftop of Building 8, Zhang Chu could see most of the compound. Hearing about the skis, Lin Yuan grew interested. Though he had scouted outdoor gear stores before the apocalypse, he wasn't keen on venturing out recklessly. Given the situation, Sun Peng and his group seemed to have abandoned their plan to attack Building 8, opting instead to seek food elsewhere. That's fine. Let me see what dangers lie outside. Lin Yuan put on his cold-weather gear, carried his gun, and soon appeared behind Zhang Chu. To Lin Yuan, Old Ma and Old Li were nothing more than lab rats, test subjects to gauge the dangers of the post-apocalyptic outdoors. Master, look, they're almost at the main gate. Zhang Chu respectfully pointed out their location. Lin Yuan raised his high-powered binoculars and followed her gaze. Behind them. There seems to be something. Lin Yuan frowned, focusing more intently. About 30 or 40 meters behind Old Ma and Old Li, a white figure was trailing them. The white figure maintained that distance, its body color nearly merging with the abnormal snow on the ground. Without a close look, it was impossible to spot. Master, is that a person? Lin Yuan held his breath, continuing to observe without answering. From its silhouette it did look like a person, a somewhat stout middle-aged man. But its movements were indescribably eerie. It moved on all fours with incredible speed, its running pace and jumping height far exceeding normal human limits. It wore no protective gear, yet showed no adverse reaction to the abnormal snow. Immune to the abnormal snow. Lin Yuan's heart jolted. This unknown creature stirred a sense of unease within him. It's closing in. Just as Old Ma and Old Li reached the main gate, the white unknown creature stopped maintaining its distance and lunged toward them with terrifying speed. So fast. With just 3 swift bounds it appeared behind them like a ghost. Poor Old Li and Old Ma, caught off guard, were instantly tackled and had their throats torn out by the monster's bite. Zhang Chu almost screamed. Lin Yuan, quick as lightning, clamped his hand over her mouth and swiftly pulled her down from the rooftop. Only after returning to his floor did Lin Yuan breathe a faint sigh of relief. Don't mention what you just saw to anyone else to avoid causing unnecessary panic. You live next door to me, so you won't be in any danger. My apartment is closest to the stairwell. Even if that thing comes, it will have to pass my door first. Also tell the others not to go out on watch these days. Stay inside and keep an eye on the surroundings. Zhang Chu nodded repeatedly, committing every word Lin Yuan said to memory. My lord, thank you. Being by your side really gives me a sense of security. Lin Yuan's calm and composed demeanor made Zhang Chu feel as though she had suddenly found a pillar of support. All right, you should go back now. Remember to lock the doors and windows. Ignoring Zhang Chu, whose eyes were gradually filling with admiration, Lin Yuan gave his brief instructions and hurried back to his own safe house. As soon as he entered, Chen Fei noticed that Lin Yuan's expression was off. What's wrong, master? Did you encounter some danger just now? Lin Yuan nodded, still shaken, and recounted what he had seen to Chen Fei. For that white figure, a monster that seemed human yet not, Lin Yuan coined a nickname, the Snow Demon. From what he had seen through the telescope, the Snow Demon's physical capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Lin Yuan recognized the 2 men, Old Ma and Old Li, who had been bitten to death by the Snow Demon. They were colleagues from the Zhao Corporation. Both were in their early 30s and were quite robust. Yet even these 2 men stood no chance against the Snow Demon. 1 pounce, 1 bite, and a vibrant life was extinguished. Lin Yuan was secretly grateful that he hadn't ventured out recklessly before. Otherwise he might have become the Snow Demon's meal. Master, are we still safe here? Chen Fei was also terrified by Lin Yuan's description. She hadn't expected that in this apocalypse besides the strange snow a new crisis would emerge. Moreover, it seemed that the snow demon was far more dangerous than Sun Pang and his group. After all, humans sometimes could be reasoned with. But monsters only knew how to kill relentlessly. Don't be afraid. With me here, this place is absolutely safe. Lin Yuan had absolute trust in the safe house produced by the system. These solid impregnable walls could not be broken down even with his decomposition ability. Withstanding a creature like the snow demon which relied solely on brute force was a piece of cake. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had one last trump card. He had never tested whether his decomposition ability could be directly applied to living beings. If it could, that would be his deadliest move. I need to find out what that thing really is. Lin Yuan looked down through the window. The bodies of Old Ma and Old Li lay still at the entrance of the residential complex. Bright red blood was splattered all over the ground. After killing the two men, the snow demon did not consume them as food. It seemed as though it only wanted to take their lives. Lin Yuan understood clearly that the reason he found the snow demon so terrifying was mainly because he didn't know what it truly was. Humans are naturally fearful of the unknown. Once he understood the truth about that creature, he would surely find a way to deal with it. Killing isn't for food. Just killing for the sake of killing. Killing people. Damn it. A sudden thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. If the snow demon's nature was to hunt life, then in this complex there was one place most likely to be its target. He quickly pulled out his telescope and looked toward Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. Over the past few days, Sun Pang and his group had gone out repeatedly scavenging for supplies back and forth. If the snow demon had been lurking in the complex all along, it would certainly have noticed those people. Sure enough, through the telescope Lin Yuan spotted the snow demon cautiously pacing about 20 meters away from the villa. Look. Lin Yuan conjured another telescope and handed it to Chen Fei. Following his direction, Chen Fei quickly located the snow demon. Ah. My God. It's so terrifying. Is it planning to hunt those people in the villa? Master, look at its form. It really looks like a person. And don't you think? It looks a bit familiar. The more Chen Fei looked, the more uneasy she felt. She had a nagging feeling that she had seen that snow demon somewhere before. Familiar. At Chen Fei's words, Lin Yuan also felt a strong resonance. From the first moment he saw the snow demon, he had sensed a strange familiarity. But this familiarity was laced with an eerie quality. This deepened the so-called uncanny valley effect, making Lin Yuan feel even more terrified. Now that Chen Fei had pointed it out, Lin Yuan suddenly realized the crux of the problem. Why did the snow demon send chills down his spine? Besides the fact that it killed people, the most important point was this: Lin Yuan knew this snow demon. Holy shit. Zhang Jianren. That greasy figure with a beer belly was none other than Lin Yuan's department head, the fool Zhang Jianren, whom he had shot with 3 arrows earlier. After Lin Yuan uttered Zhang Jianren's name, Chen Fei immediately caught on. Yes, that's him. I remember his face from the day I fed him the porridge with sleeping pills. But how did Zhang Jianren become like this? Is this a mutation? Chen Fei thought back carefully and then told Lin Yuan everything that had happened on the night she stole the guns from Zhao Xiaofeng's villa. At that time Zhang Jianren had been hit by an arrow, but the wound wasn't serious, definitely not life-threatening. Lin Yuan was confident about that. If Zhang Jianren had died from his arrow wound, Lin Yuan's system would have displayed a notification granting 1 experience point. But since shooting Zhang Jianren, the system had given no such prompt. This meant Zhang Jianren absolutely hadn't died from his arrow. Yet looking at his current state, his eyes hollow, his skin as pale as if he had been dead for days. He showed no sign of life from head to toe. He looked like nothing more than a walking corpse. Lin Yuan made a bold guess. Perhaps he was killed by his own people. Now his vengeful spirit lingers, returning for revenge. Chen Fei, frightened, shrank into Lin Yuan's arms, holding him tightly and trembling. Master, don't scare me, I'm afraid. Lin Yuan gently stroked Chen Fei's head and continued. These are just my guesses. If it really is just a restless spirit, that would be fine. Chen Fei looked up puzzled. A restless spirit is fine. Lin Yuan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. What's more terrifying is, I fear that cases like Zhang Jianren's are not isolated. Not an isolated case. Master, do you mean there might be more snow demons? One snow demon is already this formidable. Heavens, doesn't that mean it's all over? Lin Yuan did not respond. He was uncertain himself at this moment. After all, it was merely a guess based on intuition. Now that Zhang Jianren had transformed into a snow demon, he could directly touch the alien snow without any protection. And he remained unaffected by the alien snow. This detail made Lin Yuan wonder if Zhang Jianren's transformation was caused by the alien snow. Could it be that others drained of life by the alien snow would also end up like this? If that were truly the case, the situation would be dire indeed. From the early days of the apocalypse to now, those who perished in the snow due to the alien snow's influence likely accounted for 60 to 70% of total deaths. Moreover, of the remaining 30 to 40% who died from other causes, most of their bodies were discarded into the snowfields. If the alien snow truly turned people into snow demons, it was almost unimaginable how many snow demons were currently transforming in the snowfields outside. Let's observe a little longer. Everything is still unknown for now. Gripping his pistol, Lin Yuan still felt uneasy at heart. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Lin Yuan was deeply aware of this now. It seemed that if the opportunity arose, he would need to acquire more powerful weapons. If he had a rocket launcher or something similar at hand, he wouldn't fear a mere handful of snow demons. One shot per demon, blasting them to pieces. In Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, the people remained blissfully unaware of the danger surrounding them. Though many had heard the strange rustling sounds last night, they dismissed it as the wind driving alien snow against the walls. Now they were gathered around the fireplace, quietly waiting for old Ma and old Li to return with food. "Mom, do you think Dad will bring me a cake?" Old Ma's son asked his mother innocently. The mother gently comforted him. "Yes, he will, don't worry, sweetheart. Dad knows you love chocolate cake the most. There's a cake shop in Baixiang City where we used to buy cakes, remember? If he sees one, he'll definitely bring it back for you." Old Ma's son looked hopeful, nestling obediently in his mother's arms. Both mother and child silently prayed for old Ma's safe return. But no one knew that old Ma would never come back. Outside the window, the eerie rustling sound came and went unceasing. Thus the people waited by the fireplace from dawn till dusk. Why aren't they back yet? Sun Peng could no longer sit still. They're not answering calls and they're not replying to messages. Those two bastards didn't take the snowboards and run off, did they? Could it be that they found plenty of food in Baixiang City and decided to stay there? Zhao Xiaofeng frowned deeply. The situation seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. It had been over 10 hours since the two had left. With snowboards, the 2-kilometer journey shouldn't have taken long. Whether or not they found food in Baixiang City, they should have returned by now. Zhao Xiaofeng refused to believe that these two men would abandon their wives and children to enjoy themselves in Baixiang City. "Mr. Zhao, should I arrange for some people to go look for them?" Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head. "I only have 2 pairs of snowboards. No matter how many people you organize, can they reach Baixiang City 2 kilometers away without snowboards? Don't rush. Based on my guess, there are only 2 possibilities for them not returning yet. Either there's too much supplies and they want to inventory everything before reporting back. Or else." Zhao Xiaofeng lowered his voice so that only Sun Peng could hear. "Or else they've encountered some kind of danger." Sun Peng's mouth fell open in shock, looking incredulous. "Danger? No way. Mr. Zhao, do you mean people from other nearby neighborhoods intercepted them halfway? In this freezing weather, if it's so hard for us to go out, others should be even less likely to venture outside. Aren't you overthinking this?" Zhao Xiaofeng remained silent. It was dark now, with pitch black outside. Apart from continuing to wait, there was nothing else they could do. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had been observing the villa's movements from home through his telescope. By the light seeping through the villa's windows, Lin Yuan could still see the snow demon lingering near the villa. Yet it always kept a certain distance from the villa. After so long, the snow demon hadn't taken any further action, which puzzled Lin Yuan. Since it's bloodthirsty by nature, why doesn't it charge into the villa? No one in there should be a match for it. If it doesn't want to enter the villa, why does it keep prowling nearby without leaving? Lin Yuan simply couldn't figure it out. "Master, could it be that there's something in the villa that the snow demon fears?" Chen Fei's word struck a chord. Indeed, the snow demon Zhang Jianren was now nothing more than a mindless beast. Why would a beast hesitate to advance? It must be that the other party possessed something that frightened it. But what exactly could frighten a snow demon? Zhao Xiaofeng no longer had a gun. Could there be other weapons? Lin Yuan couldn't guess and had to continue watching patiently. Until dawn the next day. Almost no one had slept well that night. The people in the villa kept waiting for old Li and old Ma to return and tell them about the situation outside. The snow demon outside the villa kept circling the perimeter. Lin Yuan stayed home, constantly observing the villa's surroundings through his telescope. "Master, you should get some rest. You'll wear yourself out like this. I'll keep watch for you. I'll call you if anything happens." Chen Fei thoughtfully brought Lin Yuan a glass of warm milk, urging him to drink it and sleep. The snow demon was a monster, it didn't need sleep. But Lin Yuan was human. If his health collapsed, how would he survive the long apocalypse ahead? Lin Yuan took the milk and patted Chen Fei's head. "I'll catch a nap. Call me if anything comes up." After staying up all night, Lin Yuan could barely hold on any longer. As soon as he lay down on the bed in the bedroom, the sound of steady breathing filled the room. Watching the sleeping Lin Yuan, Chen Fei remained vigilant, raising the telescope to continue monitoring the villa's movements. The snow around the villa was now covered with footprints left by the snow demon. But the villa was too low, those inside couldn't see them. Observing the tracks the snow demon had left around the villa, Chen Fei seemed to discern a pattern. 3 hours later, Lin Yuan jolted awake from his dream. He had slept uneasily, burdened by his thoughts. "How is it going?" he asked, walking to the window. Chen Fei lowered the binoculars in her hand and pointed at the snow-covered ground around the villa. "Master, look at the snow demon's footprints. I think I've discovered a pattern." Hearing this, Lin Yuan raised his binoculars and looked toward the spot Chen Fei had indicated. In recent days, the strange snow had been falling less and less and had even gradually stopped. The footprints trampled in the snow were no longer covered by fresh snowfall. When Lin Yuan had observed them last night, the darkness had prevented him from seeing clearly, so he hadn't noticed this detail. But now, looking at the dense array of footprints surrounding the villa, he suddenly realized something. The snow demon paced all night. Logically, the footprints should be scattered chaotically all around the villa on every side. But over there. Lin Yuan pointed to the east side of the villa. There isn't a single footprint there. Xiaofan, do you remember what's stored in the east part of the villa? Xiaofan was the nickname Lin Yuan had given Chen Fei. Because Chen Fei obediently wore the maid outfit with pink bows that Lin Yuan had given her every day, he simply called her Xiaofan. Chen Fei thought back carefully. Although she didn't have a complete understanding of Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, she still had a clear memory of the general layout inside. Starting from the bottom floor of the east side. The east side of the second basement is a garage. The east side of the first basement is a wine cellar. The east side of the first floor is a fireplace. The east side of the second floor is a study. The third floor. I haven't been to the third, fourth or fifth floors, so I'm not very sure about those. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, carefully analyzing this information. From the snow demon's behavior, it didn't seem to be a particularly intelligent creature. It was like a beast with nothing but brute strength. What do beasts fear most? Fire, of course. I know, it's the fireplace. Lin Yuan quickly pieced together the key information. For some unknown reason, perhaps because the snow demon was a product of the freezing strange snow making it fear high temperatures. Or perhaps it was due to an innate fear of fire common to all creatures. What was certain was that the snow demon had prowled all night without attacking the people in the villa because it was afraid of the fire burning in the fireplace. Now that we know its weakness, things are much easier. What humans fear most is the unknown. Once you fully understand something and tear away that veil of mystery, there's nothing left to fear. Everyone gather at my door. Lin Yuan sent a message in the group chat, gathering the women from next door together. Facing these people who had already become, or were about to become, his loyal followers, Lin Yuan genuinely wanted to keep them alive. Soon he briefly explained the current situation outside to everyone. And he proposed a countermeasure. The women quickly received the necessary items from Lin Yuan and worked together to set up simple defenses around the entire building 8. Thank you, master. After finishing the preparations, the women came to Lin Yuan's doorstep and knelt respectfully to express their gratitude. They truly seemed to be serving a deity they believed in. Since the apocalypse began, all kinds of unexpected events had occurred. The women felt that only during the time they lived next to Lin Yuan had their hearts been truly at ease. No matter what happened, Lin Yuan always seemed to help them turn danger into safety. Ding. Detected that 2 individuals' reverence for the host has reached 100. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 points of faith value reward. Current remaining faith value 10 points. Simply put, he had gained 2 more followers. Lin Yuan waved his right hand and a camping cart appeared. The cart was filled with steaming boxes of stir-fried garlic sprouts with rice. This was something Lin Yuan had obtained from a fast food restaurant before the apocalypse. From now on, I will distribute food to you once a day. As long as you perform well, I promise I won't let you starve. Lin Yuan now felt that being revered as a deity was quite pleasant. With a single word from him, they would do whatever he asked. This allowed him to conserve his energy and avoid unnecessary risks. What was most important in the apocalypse? Besides supplies, it was cannon fodder. With cannon fodder, he wouldn't have to put himself in danger. The more cannon fodder he had, the safer he would be. Wow, there's food. And it's still hot. There's even meat inside. Master, you are too good to us. Boo-hoo. Master, you are like our second parents. Thank you, Master. A simple box of stir-fried garlic sprouts with rice was for those who had survived the apocalypse until now, more precious than 10,000 taels of gold. Remember, before they came to Building 8 they could only gnaw on frozen hard biscuits and bread every day. Eat meat. Absolutely impossible. Eat a hot meal. That was even more of a fantasy. But now Lin Yuan had generously brought out a cart full of hot rice for them. The group was moved to tears, their gratitude toward Lin Yuan beyond words. Ding. 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 System notification sounds kept ringing in Lin Yuan's mind. As soon as the boxed meals were distributed, he had gained 12 more loyal followers. His current faith value had also reached 22 points. Meanwhile, over at Zhao Xiaofeng's place things were far worse. In the villa, the group waited anxiously all night. Everyone fantasized that Old Li and Old Ma would bring back a sufficient supply of frozen pre-made meals. Too hungry to bear it, they reluctantly ate a few more bites of roasted meat to stave off the hunger and then continued waiting. But even now there was still no news from the two. Their phones went unanswered and messages were ignored. The uneasy feeling in everyone's hearts grew stronger. Mr. Zhao, let me send someone out to look for them. We can't just wait here forever. Zhao Xiaofeng nodded. But we don't have any more snowboards, so we can't go too far. In my opinion, let's first send people to search within a range of about 500 meters around our community for any trace of them. If we really don't find anything, then we'll consider the next steps. Sun Peng acknowledged the order and quickly selected 5 people. You 5 go out through the community gate and see if you can find any skate marks left by Old Li and Old Ma. Follow the tracks and see where those two actually went. But remember, no matter what, you must be back before dark. One accident after another had reduced this group, which originally had 40 to 50 people, to just over 30. And of those 30, nearly half were the family members of the group's own members. Strictly speaking, there were fewer than 15 people who could be considered combat effective. Without sufficient fighting strength, they might one day become lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of others. Safety first, make sure you come back. Sun Peng gave repeated instructions, ensured everyone had proper protection against the strange snow, and personally opened the door to see them off. Just after they left, no one noticed a bizarre white figure closely following behind them. On the balcony, Lin Yuan ate the yogurt that Chen Fei fed him while using binoculars to watch the commotion near the villa. 5 people have come out to meet their doom. Lin Yuan saw the snow demon crouching in the snow, stealthily trailing behind them in an eerie yet silent manner. Due to its fear of fire, the snow demon hesitated to barge into the villa and commit slaughter. But once these people left the villa, they posed no threat to the snow demon. Life and death now hinged solely on its whim. The 5 trudged unsteadily toward the main gate of the compound. Zhao Xiaofeng's villa was located at the innermost part, a considerable distance from the front entrance. Added to that, the deep snow made walking difficult. It took them nearly an hour to reach the compound's gate. What terrible weather! Why is it so freezing? I feel like my hands are going numb. Let's quickly find traces of Old Ma and Old Li, then head back to the villa to report. If we stay any longer, I think you'll freeze to death here. Ah. Damn it, look. There seems to be something over there. Don't get so jumpy, they're just 2 dead bodies. We've seen plenty of corpses buried in the snow along the way. No, look on those 2 dead men's feet. They're wearing skis. At the sight of the skis, everyone's heart skipped a beat. 2 people skis and they were dead. Could it be such a coincidence? The 5 exchanged glances and hurried toward where Old Li and Old Ma's bodies lay. Damn, it really is them. No wonder we waited all night and they never came back. I thought they might have stayed at Baixiang City Mall and didn't want to return. But how did they die here? Who did this? As they turned over the stiff bodies of Old Li and Old Ma, the terrifying wounds on their necks sent chills down everyone's spine. This method feels even more brutal than Lin Yuan's. Could Lin Yuan have done this? I don't think so. That kid stays cooped up in his place all day, he wouldn't dare come out. Then who else could it be? All the able-bodied men are basically with us. Could it be from outside? Before the words were finished, a white figure lunged at them from behind with incredible speed. With a single bite, it tore off half the face of the speaker. Then the snow demon clamped its jaws around the man's neck and shook him violently. Like a frenzied beast. Only when the man's limbs stopped twitching and he breathed his last did the snow demon release him, surveying the remaining people with bloodshot eyes. Ah! Monster! Run! Run! The bloody scene made their temples throb. An overwhelming sense of dread tightly gripped each person. But even though their backs were drenched in cold sweat, their feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Those people's legs are too weak with fear. It's useless if they can't escape. Lin Yuan silently put down his binoculars, unwilling to watch the brutal scene any longer. In his memory, those 5 people had also participated in torturing him in his past life. Thus he felt no pity for their deaths. Yet they were still humans like him, dying at the hands of a mutated monster after the apocalypse. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow for his own kind. The snow demon effortlessly snapped the necks of 2 more people. The remaining 2, finally overcoming their terror, burst forth with a fierce will to survive, fleeing in opposite directions. The snow demon paused, then chose the taller one as its target and gave chase. After finishing off the taller man, the shorter one had vanished without a trace. The snow demon raised its head and sniffed the air. Seeming to detect something, it gradually moved toward Building 8 to search. The shorter man was named Wang Ming. He had also been part of the group that attacked Building 8 with fire last time. Just now, amidst the extreme panic caused by the snow demon, he had thought of Lin Yuan's ruthless methods. Perhaps at this moment the most dangerous place was the safest. Driven by this thought, he summoned astonishing stamina and sprinted toward Building 8 where Lin Yuan was. Damn it, that bastard led the snow demon right to me. Lin Yuan cursed as he stood up, intently watching the snow demon's movements nearby. The snow demon was just over 100 meters away from Wang Ming. It was tracking him by the scent he left along the way. By then Wang Ming had reached the entrance of Building 8. The moment he stepped inside, the snow demon followed closely. The snow demon was incredibly fast. With a ghostly agility, it caught up to Wang Ming in a few bounds. But upon entering Building 8, it let out an angry roar. In the corridor of Building 8, several iron basins were piled up, filled with blazing red charcoal. Roar! Seeing Wang Ming cowering by the fire basin, his legs weak, the snow demon paced around in agitation. It wanted to charge forward but feared the charcoal fire. It could only circle endlessly, searching for a suitable opening. Bang! Just then a gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Wang Ming's scalp and struck the snow demon square in the chest. Lin Yuan appeared not far behind Wang Ming. After much deliberation in the safe room, Lin Yuan had decided to come out and take a look. Although he knew the snow demon feared fire, that alone wasn't enough to destroy it. Piling up so many fire basins was merely a means of self-preservation. If more snow demons appeared in the future, the people sent daily to replenish the charcoal might meet with misfortune. Once the fire basins ran out of charcoal, countless snow demons would flood in like a tide. So Lin Yuan had to seize this opportunity, using the current snow demon as a test subject. To determine what kind of entity this monster truly was. The bullet pierced through its chest, leaving a hole in its body. But no blood flowed from the wound. The snow demon looked down at its chest, then glared menacingly at Lin Yuan. Roar! It roared again. As if enraged by Lin Yuan's actions. Damn it, even a bullet to the chest can't kill this thing. The charcoal basins scattered on the ground formed a barrier between Lin Yuan and the snow demon. No matter how furious the snow demon was, it dared not approach those fires. Seeing this, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. A Molotov cocktail instantly appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan hurled the Molotov cocktail toward the snow demon. The creature clearly didn't realize what was flying at it. Not until the bottle shattered against its body and it was engulfed in flames did it thrash about wildly. The ground outside was covered in anomalous snow. The snow demon leaped out and rolled in the snow. The anomalous snow quickly extinguished the flames entirely. Roar! The snow demon's fury intensified. Its eyes turned deep red. Damn, that works too. Lin Yuan frowned. The snow demon was unaffected by the anomalous snow, making it the perfect fire extinguisher for the creature. Bullets couldn't kill it and fire couldn't burn it. At this point, Lin Yuan decided to hold nothing back. Try this move of mine. A faint white pattern flickered across the palm of his right hand and a compound bow materialized out of thin air in Lin Yuan's grasp. Knocking an arrow and drawing the bowstring, he steadied his breath, aiming toward the direction of the snow demon. During these past few idle days, Lin Yuan had been practicing archery at home, honing his accuracy to a much higher degree. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring slicing through the air with a sharp whistle and buried itself deep into the snow demon's chest. The snow demon lowered its gaze, staring at the arrow embedded in its chest, a flicker of confusion crossing its face. This human, before it fully aware that bullets were incapable of inflicting substantial harm, why would it choose a weapon of even lesser power, a bow and arrow? But the very next second the snow demon let out an agonizing howl. From the wound at its chest a mysterious force began to radiate outward, spreading through its entire body. In the blink of an eye the wound had expanded to the size of a bowl. And it showed no sign of stopping, growing ever larger. Roar. The snow demon thrashed and bounded about like a wild beast caught in a panic. Yet no matter how it struggled, it was all in vain. It could only watch helplessly as its body dissolved inch by inch, vanishing into nothingness in a mere moment. Did it work? Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the snow demon disintegrate completely within seconds. The arrow he had just loosed was no ordinary projectile. As he drew the bow and aimed at the snow demon, Lin Yuan had used his left hand to infuse the metal arrowhead with the power of decomposition. This was a new application of his ability that he had recently developed. By exploiting the varying time required to decompose different materials, he could leverage this time differential to achieve unexpected results. Decomposing a metal arrowhead took about half a minute, while decomposing a piece of flesh required only 5 or 6 seconds. So he could first release the decomposition force onto the metal arrowhead. While the decomposition force was breaking down the arrowhead, if the arrowhead struck another object, the force would then be transferred to the target as well. Simply put, it was like enchanting the arrow with the decomposition power from his left hand, granting the arrow he shot the same ability. Though the snow demon was fearsome, its body was after all still carbon-based. Back at home, Lin Yuan had conducted experiments by hanging a stake on an archery target. The arrow imbued with decomposition power upon striking the stake had completely disintegrated it within a few seconds, just like the snow demon that was obliterated today. At that moment, Wang Ming, who had been lying limp on the ground, gradually recovered from his terror. He could hardly believe that the snow demon, which had been slaughtering them like ants moments ago, had been taken down by Lin Yuan with a single arrow. Excellent, all thanks to his own cleverness, knowing to lead the danger to Lin Yuan when trouble struck, letting him handle it. But Lin Yuan's methods were truly beyond comprehension. Not only could he conjure a bow and arrow out of thin air, but the arrows he shot were also devastatingly powerful. He was like one of those superhumans from movies. No wonder every attack they had launched against Lin Yuan had been thwarted. It turned out that Lin Yuan was no ordinary person at all. Lin Yuan, thank. What are you doing? Wang Ming turned to express his gratitude, but was shocked to see Lin Yuan already nocking a second arrow, aiming it coldly in his direction. Don't kill me. I mean you no harm. I'll leave right now. Wang Ming scrambled to get up and flee, but his legs, weak with fear, refused to obey, offering no support. Did I say you could go? Lin Yuan's gaze was icy, brimming with murderous intent. In his past life, Wang Ming had taken part in torturing Lin Yuan to death. And in this life, Wang Ming had once again deliberately led the dangerous snow demon to him. Such a menace could not be allowed to live. Wang Ming swallowed hard, his voice trembling. For the sake of our time as colleagues, I beg you, spare my life. What happened today was purely an accident, you have to believe me. Don't worry, I Wang Ming know how to repay kindness. If you let me go today, He paused for a long while, utterly unable to think of any benefit he could offer that would tempt Lin Yuan. But Wang Ming's words gave Lin Yuan a new idea. He lowered his bow, taking a few steps closer to Wang Ming. Fine, then tell me first, what's the situation over at your place now? Where did Old Li and Old Ma get their snowboards? And what were you all out here doing today? Hearing that Lin Yuan wanted him to answer questions, Wang Ming saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Perhaps if he confessed everything honestly according to Lin Yuan's demands, Lin Yuan would let him off. Or maybe Lin Yuan would even let him stay as a mole at Zhao Xiaofeng's place. Old Li and Old Ma's snowboards were. Wang Ming meticulously recounted the current situation at the villa as well as the plans of Zhao Xiaofeng and Sun Peng in full detail to Lin Yuan. He even disclosed that Zhao Tianda had called, mentioning an official shelter. Think carefully, is there anything else you haven't mentioned? Lin Yuan asked coldly. Wang Ming shook his head frantically. No, that's everything. I've told you all I know. I swear to heaven, if I've concealed a single word, may I die a miserable death. Seeing the sincerity in Wang Ming's words, Lin Yuan ceased his interrogation. Lin Yuan, brother Lin. Why not let me stay here with you? I'll do anything you ask. Wang Ming knelt on the ground, shuffling closer on his knees. At Zhao Xiaofeng's place there was barely enough to eat, and with over half their numbers dead or injured, they had no formidable combat strength left. If another unexpected situation arose, they would be utterly helpless. What happened today was a perfect example. Old Li and Old Ma had been dead for a whole day, yet no one at the villa even knew. They had foolishly sent 5 people out to die. But here at Lin Yuan's he had not only prepared for the snow demon in advance, but had also been able to kill such a terrifying mutated creature with a single shot. Even a fool could see which side offered true safety. What's more, Lin Yuan's place wasn't just safe and well-stocked, it was also full of beautiful women. Since the fire attack on Building 8, Wang Ming had known that all the surviving goddesses from the PR department were now hiding inside Building 8. If he could stay here with Lin Yuan, spending his days in the company of so many beauties, wouldn't that be wonderful? Brother Lin. I'm willing to be your beast of burden. Please just let me stay. Wang Ming inched closer to Lin Yuan. Seeing Lin Yuan seemingly defenseless, a malicious thought suddenly crossed Wang Ming's mind. How foolish he had been, why beg Lin Yuan to take him in? This was the perfect chance to eliminate Lin Yuan. He had left the safe house, his bow had been set down and the gun was tucked at his waist, not drawn. If he could just get a little closer, he could catch Lin Yuan off guard. Wang Ming crawled on his knees toward Lin Yuan, secretly gripping the fruit knife hidden in his sleeve. This was truly a godsend opportunity. Lin Yuan had just slain the snow demon in an instant, eliminating the immediate threat, and was at his most unguarded moment. With just 2 more steps closer, he was confident he could plunge the fruit knife into Lin Yuan's abdomen. Then he could seize the gun, take the house, and smoothly take over all of Lin Yuan's supplies. And take over those tantalizing beauties. Especially Zhao Xiaofeng's fiancée, the legendary #1 ice beauty of Zhonghai City. Just thinking about it made Wang Ming want to scream with excitement. But for now he had to display extreme humility. He must get 2 steps closer without Lin Yuan noticing. Brother Lin, I really don't want to go back to Zhao Xiaofeng's place. Please have some pity on me. Wang Ming pressed his forehead to the ground, kowtowing devoutly, and shuffled forward a little more. From now on I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's toes came into view in his lowered line of sight. Now, the distance is perfect. He suddenly pulled the fruit knife from his sleeve. Bang! The knife was barely halfway out when a bullet pierced his shoulder. Who allowed you to get this close to me? Lin Yuan held a Glock pistol, its dark muzzle now aimed at Wang Ming's forehead. Wang Ming broke out in a cold sweat from fear. He no longer dared to have any other thoughts. Within 7 steps a gun was both fast and accurate. Moreover, this gun was now pointed right at his forehead. But Wang Ming was still utterly perplexed. He had clearly seen Lin Yuan put the gun back at his waist and never draw it again. So where did the gun in Lin Yuan's hand now come from? Could it be that Lin Yuan had 2 guns? Seeing Wang Ming's confusion, Lin Yuan mockingly spun the gun in his hand. He switched the gun to his left hand. Then, activating his replication ability, another identical pistol instantly appeared in his right hand. Any more questions? I'll be merciful today and satisfy your curiosity before you die. In truth, from the moment Wang Ming stepped into Building 8 today, he was doomed never to leave alive. Those who could stay in Building 8 were all people who hadn't joined Zhao Xiaofeng's faction in their past lives. Moreover, they were now in the process of converting into Lin Yuan's followers. So Lin Yuan didn't mind offering them shelter. However, for anyone else, Lin Yuan would only leave them a path to death. Brother Lin. Please. Wang Ming's mind raced, but he still couldn't find a suitable excuse to explain his sudden knife drawing after getting so close. After a long pause, he could only beg for mercy. But Lin Yuan had no intention of listening to his nonsense any longer. He wanted to hurry up and squeeze the last bit of value out of Wang Ming. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out. Wang Ming's arms and legs were mercilessly pierced by bullets, leaving him completely crippled and unable to resist. Ugh! The excruciating pain robbed Wang Ming of even the strength to scream. Don't move recklessly. I won't let you suffer for long. Lin Yuan crouched down and placed his left hand on Wang Ming's head. He instantly activated his decomposition ability. Yet after a long moment, Wang Ming was still drenched in cold sweat, convulsing in pain, but his body showed no signs of decomposing. Just as I thought. It can't affect living beings, can it? Lin Yuan mused inwardly. He had discovered earlier that his abilities could not affect living organisms. Whether it was insight, replication, or decomposition, it was all the same. Items like ingredients such as steak could be replicated only because they were no longer alive. And the snow demon, though it behaved like a living being, was essentially a corpse mutated by abnormal snow. So it could be decomposed quickly. But when faced with a living person like Wang Ming, the decomposition ability simply wouldn't work. Lin Yuan understood, in his heart gaining a deeper insight into his own powers. At the same time, he had more questions. What exactly was life? Why did the snow demon which possessed vitality not count as a living being? What kind of underlying rules were hidden in all this? He certainly couldn't figure it out just by thinking. Lin Yuan wouldn't dwell on it endlessly either. He just needed to remember the scope of his abilities and be careful when using them in the future. As for the things he couldn't understand, for now he would set them aside. Maybe he would learn the truth later. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan aimed at Wang Ming's head and ended his life with a single shot. Lin Yuan would not let any threat to his safety live. The apocalypse left no room for mercy or tender sentiments. Opportunities to survive were scarce. If you don't die, should I die instead? Pointing at Wang Ming's corpse, Lin Yuan once again activated the decomposition ability in his left hand. Unsurprisingly, the corpse was quickly decomposed entirely this time. Official shelter base. I need to hurry. Recalling the information Wang Ming had just disclosed, Lin Yuan analyzed carefully. He had originally thought Zhao Xiaofeng should have died under Sun Peng and the others' torture. But unexpectedly a phone call from Zhao Tianda had saved his life. If Zhao Tianda really sent rescue troops, killing Zhao Xiaofeng would become much more troublesome. He wouldn't let Zhao Xiaofeng make it alive to the shelter. Since you couldn't kill him, I'll have to do it myself. Lin Yuan looked through the corridor window toward the villa. He needed to devise a suitable plan. One that would let him take revenge without suffering even a scratch. At the same time, he had to ensure Zhao Xiaofeng's villa remained undamaged. He had already considered moving before. His current place was safe enough, but it was on a high floor. If the entire building was threatened, say by an explosion, he would be crushed to a pulp. Zhao Xiaofeng's villa was a perfect alternative. So protecting Zhao Xiaofeng's villa meant protecting his future safe house. As night fell, the people in the villa grew restless. They kept going to the window to look, then to the door to pace around. What's going on? They promised to be back before dark. Why haven't those 5 shown up? This is damn strange. Zhao Xiaofeng sat by the fire, annoyed. The fracture in his leg had become inflamed. The pain was unbearable. But even more urgent than the injury was their dwindling supplies. Damn it, we can't keep sending people out one by one to die. Sun Peng, take everyone else out tomorrow. Make sure you find out what the hell is going on. Ding ding. The sound of a group message notification rang out. Sun Peng and the others instinctively reached for their phones, assuming it was a reply from the 5 people they had dispatched. But upon opening it, they discovered it was a video sent by Lin Yuan in the main residential group. What's this? Judging by the angle, Lin Yuan must have filmed it from his own balcony. Hey, aren't those the 5 people we sent out today? What? What is that thing following them? Holy crap. This video was precisely the footage Lin Yuan had captured earlier of the snow demon hunting down the group. However, he had edited out the part where Wang Ming fled toward Building 8. The bloody and brutal scenes were unbearable to watch. Only one thought lingered in everyone's mind, terrifying, utterly terrifying. Lin Yuan, is this real? It must be fake. How could such a monster exist in the city? Lin Yuan replied calmly, believe it or not. I'm just warning you out of goodwill. I've seen this monster lurking near your villa for the past few nights. Haven't you heard any strange noises? Sai, don't sleep too soundly tonight, it might burst in any moment. Lin Yuan deliberately withheld the fact that he had already eliminated the snow demon. His goal was to keep Zhao Xiaofeng and the others on edge. Tormenting their minds and making them paranoid was the first step of his plan. As expected, after Lin Yuan's words, everyone in the villa recalled the eerie rustling sounds they had often heard in recent nights. Combined with the terrifying image of the monster in the video, they immediately imagined it lurking around the villa at night, waiting for a hapless victim to step out. Perhaps Old Li and Old Ma were also taken by this monster. Upon hearing this, the families of Old Li and Old Ma burst into tears. Old Ma's son had been eagerly waiting for him to bring back a chocolate cake, never imagining such an end. How many of us are left? Zhao Xiaofeng was the first to snap out of it. Now was not the time to mourn the dead. The priority was to fortify defenses against the monster that could storm the villa at any moment. Sun Peng quickly counted. Including you and me, there are 14 men capable of fighting. As for women, counting those locked in the cold storage, there are 11. Plus 3 children. These were all the combat-ready individuals they had now. Earlier, to prevent chaos in the villa, Zhao Xiaofeng had instructed Sun Peng not to let anyone outside his inner circle access weapons. The so-called weapons were merely kitchen knives commonly found at home, as this was the only way to avoid a repeat of the internal riot. But this approach had its drawbacks. In the current situation, without distributing weapons to everyone, the manpower to fend off the monster was severely limited. If those few suffered casualties, the remaining people would lose their last line of defense. Yet if weapons were handed out, how could they guarantee no one would turn them against each other? Zhao Xiaofeng was caught in a dilemma. Just then Lin Yuan added fuel to the fire in the group chat. I saw the monster heading your way. Be careful. Sai, considering we were colleagues, I'll be magnanimous and help you out. If you feel unsafe there, you can seek refuge in my building, Building 8. Let bygones be bygones. Well, unite and face this apocalypse together. Zhao Xiaofeng immediately retorted. Lin Yuan, don't think I don't know your intentions. It's so dangerous outside, How is going out any different from courting death? If you want us dead, just say it outright and stop being so hypocritical. Listening to Zhao Xiaofeng's angry yet weak voice messages, Lin Yuan smiled and rubbed his nose. At this point morale was already fragile, especially among Zhao Xiaofeng's men. By saying this, Lin Yuan aimed to disrupt their unity and prevent them from standing together. Although Zhao Xiaofeng had caught on and tried to convince his people that leaving the villa was suicidal, the prolonged psychological pressure made it hard to guarantee they wouldn't risk it for survival. Fine, suit yourselves. Consider me meddling. Lin Yuan casually sent another video. It showed him pushing a cart full of boxed meals out to distribute to the women next door. Stay safe. I saw the monster lurking near the villa from upstairs. I'll pray for you. Anyway, I've got to go, we're about to eat. Watching the steaming food in the video, everyone in Zhao Xiaofeng's villa had hunger gleaming in their eyes. In comparison, the living standards of the two sides were worlds apart. Lin Yuan's place was safe, peaceful, and offered hot meals. Inside the villa, suspicion ran rampant, trust was scarce, food dwindled, and cannibalism had begun. Many were now filled with regret. If only they hadn't been lured to the villa by Zhao Xiaofeng's promises of gain, they might still be enjoying life at Lin Yuan's. But there was no turning back. These people never reflected on the fact that they had voluntarily attacked Lin Yuan's home and raided Building 39. They had not been coerced by Zhao Xiaofeng. In the end, everything they now suffered was the price of their greed and ruthlessness. Seeing the diverse thoughts among his group, Zhao Xiaofeng timely began to paint rosy pictures again. I hope everyone thinks long-term. Even if you go to Building 8, how long can Lin Yuan's food last? He's just putting on a brave face. In my view, his supplies must be nearly gone. Trust me, only when the shelter sends rescue can we truly be saved. Zhao Xiaofeng knew this was the only reason to keep everyone there. But when will the rescue arrive? We're about to run out of food. We can't even go out now. Are we supposed to starve to death waiting for rescue? The biggest issues now besides the monster were the food shortage. Zhao Xiaofeng pondered for a moment and declared decisively. We will not sit idly by. The monster was only terrifying because our earlier scouts were unprepared. This time we strike first. Zhao Xiaofeng summoned Sun Peng and a few trusted followers, devising a plan to hunt the snow demon. In their eyes there was only one snow demon, weak and isolated. Though from the video its movements appeared remarkably swift, its behavioral patterns were no different from those of an animal. It did not seem like a creature of high intelligence. And the reason humans had dominated the top of the food chain for so many years was their intelligence far surpassing that of other species. Thus Zhao Xiaofeng was confident that as long as they found a way to kill this monster, they could continue to venture out for food and ensure their survival. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan as usual surveyed the neighborhood through a high-powered telescope from his window. In a small garden not far from Zhao Xiaofeng's villa, he saw the anomalous snow begin to rustle and stir. It was as if something was about to crawl out from beneath. Just as I thought, there will be more snow demons. This matched Lin Yuan's earlier speculation exactly. Zhang Jianren's transformation into a snow demon was by no means an isolated case. After death, if a corpse remained in contact with the anomalous snow for an extended period, it would be corroded and infected, potentially turning into a fearsome monster. Holy crap. That's too many. Hearing Lin Yuan gasp, Chen Fei also picked up the telescope out of curiosity and looked down. 1 2 3 4 5 6 9. 9 snow demons have appeared all at once. Master. What do we do? Last time eliminating just the one snow demon Zhang Jianren had cost Lin Yuan considerable effort. Now 9 snow demons had appeared at once. The difficulty of eliminating them had multiplied exponentially. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yuan's back. Since the apocalypse began, there had been at least 100 corpses in the neighborhood frozen to death, starved, or discarded in the anomalous snow. If all of them could potentially turn into snow demons, the consequences would be unthinkable. Even though Lin Yuan could kill a snow demon with a single arrow imbued with the power of disintegration. As their numbers grew, the risk of him going out to eliminate them increased. Alone he couldn't defend himself from every direction. Moreover, the snow demons were incredibly fast and their movements eerily unpredictable. A single lapse in attention and if a snow demon got close, death was certain. Don't worry, as long as we stay in the safe house we won't be in danger. The snow demon's attacks haven't reached the level of destroying an entire building structure. Besides, we're not the first to be targeted right now. Lin Yuan quickly adjusted his mindset. As long as he holed up in the safe house he could remain invincible. Now those truly in danger yet completely unaware were Zhao Xiaofeng and his group. Soon Zhao Xiaofeng had formulated a plan to hunt the snow demon. Calling it a hunting plan was generous, it was actually quite crude and simple. They decided to select 1 or 2 corpses from the many they had brought back, roast them and place them outside to lure the snow demon in to feed. Meanwhile Sun Peng would lead all the men except Zhao Xiaofeng fully armed to ambush it from the surroundings. Once the snow demon approached they would swarm it and hack it to death with their blades. None of them were willing to take this risk. But there was no choice. If they didn't take the initiative, staying in the villa would mean they couldn't hope for a good night's sleep. Not only would they have to constantly be on guard against a sudden monster attack, but they would also face the risk of being killed at any moment. Moreover, food was running low. If they didn't go out to search for resources, soon they would starve to death. In comparison, only by taking the initiative could they carve out a chance to survive. Zhao Xiaofeng with a broken leg and a fever was not considered combat effective, so the others allowed him to stay behind in the villa. After placing the corpse, Sun Peng led the others in a fan-shaped formation around it, crouching in the snow waiting for the snow demon to approach. Each person had wrapped several layers of plastic wrap under their clothes to prevent the anomalous snow from touching their skin. This was a trick they had learned from previous expeditions. It's so cold. Brother Sun, do you think the monster will come? It definitely will. Didn't Lin Yuan say it's been lurking around our villa all along? It must be hungry. It won't pass up such a good opportunity. Brother Sun, do you think we can beat that monster? The brothers we sent out before, they all died horribly. Sun Peng smacked the fearful man on the back of the head. Coward! What are you afraid of? Those brothers before were caught off guard and ambushed by the monster. This time we're well prepared. We're in the dark and it's in the light. And there are so many of us. Count for yourself, 13 of us all armed with knives. How can we fear that unarmed thing? Even if it fights back, can it possibly bite us all to death at once? Sun Peng was determined to go all out this time, hoping to hunt the snow demon so they could forage for food afterward. Taking a risk to earn a chance at survival was worth it. After Sun Peng's rallying speech, the grim expressions on everyone's faces eased slightly. They all patiently kept low, silently waiting for the monster to take the bait. The biting wind howled and the bone-chilling cold soon numbed their hands and feet. After an unknown wait, the monster still hadn't appeared. Brother Sun, we can't just wait here forever. At this rate we'll all freeze to death. Sun Peng, as if by magic, pulled out a few hand warmers from his coat and distributed them. Share these. Stick them on your chest to warm up. This is all I have left. Use them sparingly. These were looted from Building 39 earlier, and Sun Peng had always kept them as treasures. Now, to ensure his men could fight, he had to reluctantly give them away. After applying the hand warmers, everyone felt much more comfortable. They resumed their full alert, carefully observing every movement around them. Listen. I think I hear the monster. They all pricked up their ears and indeed seemed to catch the eerie rustling sound from a few nights ago near the villa. But this time the sound was somewhat chaotic, as if coming from several directions at once. Is that the wind? I still haven't even seen a trace of the monster. As his words faded, the rustling suddenly became rapid and intense. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. A wave of intense unease instantly spread through their bodies. Brother Sun, something's not right. Are my ears playing tricks on me, or? I feel like there's the monster's noise coming from all around us. Sun Peng rose to his feet, but the sight before him chilled his heart to the core. What the hell? In Sun Peng's field of vision, the 2 corpses they had set as a trap were surrounded by 9 snow demons. Moreover, those snow demons showed no interest in the roasted bodies, they simply sniffed them briefly before beginning to search the surroundings. The 13 men lying in ambush were terrified at the sight. Fearful of being heard by the snow demons, everyone unanimously dared not make a sound, lying still in the piles of alien snow, pretending to be corpses themselves. Playing dead is a natural reaction etched into human genes when facing ferocious beasts. Returning to the villa was out of the question. As seen from Lin Yuan's earlier video, the snow demons were extremely fast. With such a distance they could not outrun the snow demons. Everyone thought that if they could avoid the snow demons' detection they might escape calamity like those 2 corpses. After an unknown wait, the footsteps of the snow demons gradually drew near. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. A snow demon approached a person's head and sniffed. It found nothing unusual. Having waited so long in the snow, everyone's body temperature had dropped significantly. The snow demon let out a terrifying low growl from its throat, as if communicating with its kind. Several other snow demons also came forward and began to examine the others. Everyone kept their eyes tightly shut, feeling the snow demon's breath on their faces. Even though their hearts were about to burst, they still remained motionless. The snow demons did not attack them, proving that their strategy of playing dead was effective. As long as they deceived these snow demons, they could flee back to the villa once they left. After returning to the villa they would consider the next plan. Perhaps if they held on for 2 more days rescue from the official shelter base would arrive. By then those rescue forces would surely have a way to deal with these snow demons. Please don't find us. These monsters just go away. Sun Peng prayed inwardly. He was at the very back of the group. Listening to the sounds the snow demons made around them, Sun Peng felt every second was agonizingly long. After what seemed like an eternity, the snow demons finally lost interest in these corpses. One of the snow demons came to Sun Peng at the end of the line, intending to check this last corpse before seeking new prey. Sun Peng's body was tense, struggling to control his fear and prevent any trembling. Yet something on him betrayed his presence. As it approached Sun Peng, the snow demon distinctly sensed that this corpse was emitting heat. To avoid freezing, Sun Peng had plastered his chest and back with heat patches. These heat patches had become his greatest flaw. Whoa! The snow demon's eyes turned bloodshot, gleaming with the excitement of discovering prey. It pounced on Sun Peng, tearing out the heat patches with its fangs. Sun Peng's composure shattered instantly and he let out a terrified scream. He struggled, kicking wildly to scare off the snow demon. But the moment he screamed, another snow demon bit through his neck from behind. Sharp teeth tore through flesh and skin. Blood spurted from the carotid artery wound. Life dissipated as swiftly as the blood splattered. Sun Peng's lifeless eyes were filled with unwillingness. He never expected that he wouldn't live to see rescue. His dreams of using the apocalypse's chaos to carve out a path to wealth and glory had completely vanished like a bubble. The horrific scene before them made the others feigning death unable to hold back any longer. No one wanted to end up like Sun Peng. Initially they thought there was only one monster outside. To take the initiative and eliminate it, everyone had spent a long time mentally preparing themselves. But they never expected that after all their preparation 9 monsters would suddenly appear. If it were just one monster, the 13 of them might have had a chance even with injuries. Now with 9 monsters standing there, the 13 of them faced certain death. The will to survive overcame all reason at this moment. Everyone used all their strength to desperately run toward the villa. They pushed, pulled and trampled each other, scrambling to be first. The bonds of former colleagues seemed trivial in this life-or-death crisis. Each person wished they could feed those around them to the snow demons to buy themselves a slim chance of survival. It was as if as long as they weren't the last, the monsters wouldn't target them. The panicked reactions of the group greatly stimulated the snow demon's bloodthirsty nature. The 9 demons lunged like phantoms. Screams echoed across the empty snowfield. In no time all these living people fell silent, becoming true corpses lying in pools of blood. Inside the villa, Zhao Xiaofeng and the women who stayed behind watched from the window, helpless as everything unfolded. None of the 13 men sent to hunt the snow demons survived. This was their last fighting force. From now on even self-defense would become a massive problem. But clearly they were thinking too far ahead. After killing the 13 men, the snow demons lay down and followed their footprints all the way to the villa's main door. They scratched at the locked door and let out frustrated low growls. Then they scattered to explore around the villa. Zhao Xiaofeng recalled that when Sun Peng and the others played dead, the snow demons hadn't attacked. Clearly this tactic was effective. So he signaled everyone to stay silent. They held their breath, huddled in the center of the living room. The house was so quiet that only the crackling of the fireplace could be heard. Zhao Xiaofeng's attention was instantly drawn to the fireplace and his heart sank. Sun Peng had been exposed because of the heat patches. It was obvious that the snow demons were extremely sensitive to heat. With such a large fireplace blazing so fiercely, the snow demons would surely detect it. If they wanted to survive by playing dead, they had to extinguish the fire first. Thinking this, Zhao Xiaofeng quickly strode to the fireplace and pressed a button to close the damper. The oxygen supply was cut off and the flames gradually died down. Zhao Xiaofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, it's completely safe now, he thought to himself. Fortunately he was quick-witted enough to analyze the snow demon's weakness from Sun Peng's fate and come up with a countermeasure. Anyone else probably wouldn't have thought to extinguish the fireplace to reduce the chance of being noticed by the snow demons. Genius. Just as Zhao Xiaofeng was basking in his cleverness, a snow demon suddenly crashed into the window. The moment the fireplace extinguished, the snow demons lurking around the villa sensed that the only threat to them had vanished. Thus they launched a wanton assault on the villa. With a thunderous crash, a snow demon rammed against the window. Though the main door was impenetrable, the translucent glass seemed a vulnerable weak point. With a shattering roar, the villa's living room glass yielded under the snow demon's brute force, scattering into fragments. The final barrier shielding the occupants from the snow demons was thus breached. Eyes blazing crimson, the snow demon stormed inside, biting anyone in its path without hesitation. Before such a creature, human life was as fragile as paper torn apart with ease. People fled in panic while the snow demon gave relentless chase. From the living room to the corridor outside the upstairs guest rooms, several corpses soon lay strewn across the floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaofeng limping had managed to reach the cold storage. He swung open the door and brandished a fruit knife, forcing the women inside to come out. Then he slipped in and bolted the door tightly behind him. To maintain the temperature, the cold storage had only a small ventilation opening with no other connection to the outside. The walls were all metal, making the place resemble a giant refrigerator. Although the cold storage was infested with black carpet beetles that Lin Yuan had released before the apocalypse, these insects now seemed almost endearing compared to the merciless snow demons outside. Even the stench of rot was bearable to Zhao Xiaofeng. This cold storage was his last refuge for survival. The women Zhao Xiaofeng had driven out panicked at the sight of the scattered corpses. Their piercing screams soon attracted the snow demons. Struggles, cries, blood splattering. Before long the villa fell into utter silence. Apart from Zhao Xiaofeng, everyone else had been slaughtered by the snow demons. Blood stained the snow-white demons a dark crimson, making them appear even more terrifying. In the empty villa, the snow demons continued their search, leaving no corner unchecked, as if seeking any remaining prey. Just then a sudden noise came from the broken window in the living room, followed by a man's voice. "Hello everyone." Lin Yuan stood at the shattered window, a compound bow in hand and a confident smile on his face. Behind him were Chen Fei and the believers, armed with weapons and torches. Ever since Sun Peng and the others had left, Lin Yuan had been watching everything through high-powered binoculars. When he saw Zhao Xiaofeng foolishly extinguish the villa's fireplace, Lin Yuan knew that not a single person inside would survive the day. But at the same time, Lin Yuan realized this was a golden opportunity. 9 snow demons, if encountered outdoors, dealing with them would be tricky. Snow demons could attack from any angle, catching one off guard. Lin Yuan couldn't watch every direction. A single misstep could let them close in. Yet now that the snow demons were all gathered inside the villa, it was the perfect chance to catch them like turtles in a jar. Lin Yuan only needed to guard this broken window, deliberately luring them over and then wipe them out with ease. Of course, considering the possibility of encountering other snow demons on the way from Building 8, Lin Yuan used his replication ability to create wooden sticks, burlap and fuel, fashioning several torches. Even if they met other snow demons en route, their innate fear of fire would keep them at bay. Moreover, to prepare for any emergencies, Lin Yuan equipped the 22 believers whose reverence for him had reached 100 with pistols and Molotov cocktails as weapons. After all, these people had become his most loyal followers. According to the system's explanation, they posed no threat to Lin Yuan. In their hearts, Lin Yuan was a revered leader, like a deity. He could fully trust these believers. Arming them also ensured his own safety. Death. No one heard me. Lin Yuan shouted again into the villa. Hearing such audacious noise, the snow demons howled and charged toward Lin Yuan. But upon seeing the people with torches beside him, their instinctive fear of fire made them halt abruptly, afraid to approach. They could only roar impotently like trapped beasts. With a whistle, the snow demons, frozen in fear by the torches, became perfect stationary targets for Lin Yuan. An arrow imbued with decomposition force shot through the air. Upon striking a snow demon's body, the power quickly caused it to dissipate completely. Thus Lin Yuan mechanically repeated the simple motion of drawing and releasing his bow. Arrow after arrow hitting its mark without a trace of emotion. The 9 snow demons, which had just overwhelmed and killed everyone in the villa, now couldn't even fight back against Lin Yuan. Amid their futile, enraged roars, Lin Yuan annihilated them all. The invincible decomposition force made the snow demons vanish without a trace, not even a strand of fur remaining. "Everyone follow me inside." After eliminating the snow demons, Lin Yuan didn't leave but instead entered the villa with Chen Fei and the believers. The reason he had taken such a risk to come out today wasn't merely to eliminate these potential threats. More importantly, he wanted to seize this opportunity to convert Zhao Xiaofeng's villa into his own safe house. Only by turning such an independent structure into his safe house could Lin Yuan stop worrying about the security of his dwelling. Today's timing was perfect for killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So before leaving, Lin Yuan had retrieved the safe house cube and brought it with him. Activate safe house cube. As Lin Yuan issued the command, the cube in his hand gradually developed cracks, then shattered into countless specks of light that merged into the surrounding walls. A system prompt sounded, "Ding, the Apocalypse safe house cube has adapted to the current dwelling environment." The new safe house was activated. The shattered windows of the villa were instantly repaired, transforming into thick bulletproof glass. The main door became an alloy structure nearly a meter thick. Lin Yuan also used his replication ability to create some furniture and utensils he had known before the apocalypse, directing his follower believers to tidy up the house. Ding, safe house self-cleaning mode activated. At the system's command, the corpses and bloodstains vanished in an instant. Its efficiency was almost on par with Lin Yuan's decomposition force. Pests and spoiled food detected within the safe house. Initiating automatic disinfection mode. Ding, disinfection successfully completed. Reporting to host, 1 enemy still alive detected in the cold storage. Oh, still 1 enemy left. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. As the Rubik's Cube transformed the villa into a safe house, surveillance cameras were automatically generated in every corner. Lin Yuan only needed to open his phone to see the current situation inside the cold storage. In the footage, Zhao Xiaofeng was curled up in a corner, the miraculous scene before him filling him with an inexplicable unease. A moment ago the cold storage had been densely crawling with pests. Yet in the blink of an eye these pests and the spoiled food had all vanished without a trace. Even the cold storage had changed somewhat, the dim light grew brighter and the surrounding walls became cleaner and tidier. Just as Zhao Xiaofeng was still trying to figure out what had happened, he heard a voice coming from the doorway. "President Zhao, long time no see. Come on out, don't keep hiding in there. Don't you want to come out and see your fiancée?" Lin Yuan's mocking voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Every hair on Zhao Xiaofeng's body stood on end, as if he were even more panicked than when facing the snow demon. He hurried forward and checked that the cold storage door was locked, repeatedly confirming that Lin Yuan couldn't get in from outside. Safe house, activate the sprinkler function. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan issued a command to the safe house. Inside the cold storage, the sprinkler system on the ceiling instantly activated. The pouring water drenched Zhao Xiaofeng like a drowned rat. Increase the cooling airflow inside the cold storage. The next second, biting cold wind seemed to emerge from nowhere, rushing straight toward Zhao Xiaofeng. The freshly soaked clothes soon became coated in a layer of frost. In just a short while, Lin Yuan had frozen Zhao Xiaofeng nearly to the point of losing sensation. Zhao Xiaofeng hugged his arms tightly, shivering uncontrollably. His teeth chattered involuntarily and not a wisp of warm breath escaped his lips. "President Zhao still not coming out. Shall I continue then?" In truth, Lin Yuan could have simply commanded the safe house to open the cold storage door. However, that would have been far too dull. That Zhao Xiaofeng had managed to survive until now was for Lin Yuan an absolute surprise. The debts from his past life could now be settled properly. "Stop. In coming out." Zhao Xiaofeng could no longer endure this torment. His clothes had frozen into ice, clinging to his body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Already feverish from the inflammation of his fractured leg after Lin Yuan's torture, Zhao Xiaofeng felt as if he might black out and collapse at any moment. Creak. The cold storage door opened and Zhao Xiaofeng, covered in ice crystals, staggered out. Outside the cold storage the temperature had been set by the safe house to 24 degrees. At the moment the door opened, Zhao Xiaofeng was somewhat stunned. Clearly he hadn't felt such warmth in a long time. But before he could savor it, he saw Lin Yuan and Chen Fei standing at the doorway. Chen Fei was wearing a cute pink maid outfit, standing beside Lin Yuan. Half her body hidden behind him, she sweetly and trustingly rested her hand on his arm. Seeing the current stance of Lin Yuan and Chen Fei, Zhao Xiaofeng seemed to find a point of entry. "Brother Lin. Thank you for eliminating those monsters and saving my life. I see that you and Chen Fei are a perfect match. How about this? I'll give Chen Fei to you." "Oh no, not just Chen Fei, I'll give you this villa too. Take whatever you like. I only begged you to spare my life. Before I had no choice. Sun Peng, that beast, acted on his own, insisting on attacking your house and seizing your supplies. Brother Lin, believe me, none of that was my intention. Think about it, we had no past grievances and no recent conflicts. How could I possibly?" Zhao Xiaofeng's will to survive was now at an all-time high. After all, humans have desires. He believed that Lin Yuan would surely be tempted by these benefits. But there was one thing Zhao Xiaofeng failed to realize. By now both Chen Fei and the villa had long ceased to have any connection to Zhao Xiaofeng. They had all been obtained by Lin Yuan through his own strength. Why would he need you to play the Good Samaritan here? Right in front of Zhao Xiaofeng, Lin Yuan gave Chen Fei a wink and pointed to his own cheek. Chen Fei understood and tiptoed to gently kiss him. "What is he to you?" Lin Yuan pointed at Zhao Xiaofeng and asked. Chen Fei replied in a low voice. "An enemy." Chen Fei still remembered how Zhao Xiaofeng had once tried to use her body as bait, offering her to Sun Peng and his men for their amusement in order to gain their compliance. Even earlier, before the apocalypse had arrived, Zhao Xiaofeng had used the urgent need for a large investment to save Chen's company from a broken capital chain as leverage, forcing Chen Fei to sign a marriage contract. From beginning to end, Zhao Xiaofeng had only schemed and used her, never treating her as someone deserving of respect. Thus in Chen Fei's heart there was only hatred and disgust for Zhao Xiaofeng. And what am I to you? Lin Yuan revealed a sly smile. Chen Fei lowered her head gently. Master. Her eyes were filled with submission and adoration for Lin Yuan. She even willingly placed herself in a lower position, elevating Lin Yuan to a lofty status. Zhao Xiaofeng's heart sank. He hadn't expected that Chen Fei, the universally acknowledged ice queen of the entire Zhonghai city who never spoke more than 3 sentences to anyone, always cold and frosty toward both men and women. That Chen Fei who rarely even smiled was now completely displaying a demure demeanor by Lin Yuan's side. No, not demure. Or rather it was more accurate to call her a little maid. Zhao Xiaofeng, did you hear that? I am her master. Do you still have the right to give her to me? Lin Yuan looked down at Zhao Xiaofeng from above. At this moment Zhao Xiaofeng felt nothing but a burning sensation on his face. A man who valued face above all else, he had no choice but to swallow his pride in the face of life and death. He forced a flattering smile and looked up at Lin Yuan obsequiously. Yes, I misspoke. Brother Lin, please don't take offense. With that Zhao Xiaofeng even slapped himself twice hard. As long as Lin Yuan would spare his life today, he would do anything. Even if it meant licking every bathroom in his house, he would do it with relish. But Lin Yuan naturally had no intention of letting Zhao Xiaofeng off easy. Want to lick the bathroom? Dream on. After his rebirth, Lin Yuan had secretly resolved to take thorough revenge on Zhao Xiaofeng, making him experience the same despair and pain Lin Yuan had suffered in his past life. Now Zhao Xiaofeng's fiancée and villa belonged to him. Zhao Xiaofeng stored food, and those underlings had also been dealt with by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had finally fulfilled the vow he had once made. Now it was time to return everything Zhao Xiaofeng had put him through in his past life exactly as it had happened. Xiaofeng, go tidy up the master bedroom's bedding. And help me summon the others. The ensuing scene was too brutal. Lin Yuan did not wish for Chen Fei to witness it firsthand. Thus he found an excuse to send her away first. Chen Fei also understood what Lin Yuan intended to do. She asked no further questions and offered no resistance. She merely cast a final resigned glance at Zhao Xiaofeng. It was as if she were saying, given the fate you have met, let all past grievances be settled once and for all. After Chen Fei left, Lin Yuan, gun in hand, forced Zhao Xiaofeng to walk down to the underground parking garage on the second basement level. Soon after, the beautiful devotees arrived as instructed. Lin Yuan gave brief instructions, then casually conjured a chair and sat leisurely not far from Zhao Xiaofeng. With a wave of his right hand, a pile of tools clattered into existence, materializing out of thin air and falling to the ground. Hammers, pliers, saws, nails. Everything one could need. All were items Lin Yuan had discerned from a hardware store before the apocalypse. Everyone choose your tool. But remember, leave him alive. These devotees already regarded Lin Yuan as their leader. They would carry out his decisions without any deviation. Soon Zhao Xiaofeng's agonizing wails echoed through the floor. After an indeterminable amount of time, Zhao Xiaofeng could no longer utter a sound. His entire body was covered in bloodstains and he was barely breathing. Lin Yuan clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to stop. All right, you all go up first. After this incident, even those devotees who had been slightly lacking in reverence now reached 100 off for Lin Yuan. Thus Lin Yuan now possessed 32 utterly loyal female devotees. After the devotees left, Lin Yuan activated the safe room's noise isolation system, ensuring that no one would hear or see anything that transpired next. Lin Yuan slowly walked over to Zhao Xiaofeng and crouched down. Lin Yuan. Why are you doing this? Though he had been tortured beyond recognition, Zhao Xiaofeng still attempted a final struggle. You've vented your anger now. Spare me. I can get you into the refuge base. Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng still trying to cling to life, Lin Yuan truly understood that saying the more one possesses, the more one fears losing. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Xiaofeng was the young master of a wealthy family in Zhonghai City. He lived a life of luxury, getting whatever he desired. He did not want to lose that life. A single thought persisted in his mind: to endure the apocalypse, to wait until all these terrible things were over. Then he would once again become the rich scion, envied and coveted by all. Don't bother. You won't survive. Lin Yuan coldly shattered Zhao Xiaofeng's last illusion. Even if I don't act, you won't last long in your current state. Death is merely a matter of time for you. Lin Yuan never felt that what he had done was wrong. What he did to Zhao Xiaofeng was merely a faithful replication of what Zhao Xiaofeng had done to him in his past life. So-called revenge, after all, was about making the other party feel the same pain. Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng's current state, the hatred in Lin Yuan's heart was finally diluted considerably. From the beginning of the apocalypse until now he had been waiting for this moment. With his wish fulfilled, Lin Yuan felt an immense sense of relief. Lin Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. The unpleasant memories of his past life could finally be set aside. From then on, no matter how Zhao Xiaofeng struggled or cursed, Lin Yuan remained unmoved. He simply crouched silently before Zhao Xiaofeng, watching his vital signs fade away bit by bit, until his pupils gradually dilated and he lay completely still. Don't hate me. We're even now. Lin Yuan extended his left hand and placed it on top of Zhao Xiaofeng's head. Dark fine lines flickered on his left palm and the power of decomposition surged forth. In an instant Zhao Xiaofeng's corpse was completely decomposed, vanishing forever from this world. Safe room, clean this place up. Lin Yuan issued the command. The next second the blood-stained floor was restored to pristine condition. Lin Yuan stood up, brushed himself off and left the floor. In the following days Lin Yuan arranged for the devotees to make a simple division of the villa's various areas. The first through fifth floors were designated as the living space for Lin Yuan and Chen Fei. After all, considering the possibility of binding other maids in the future, a larger space would be more convenient. The first and second basement levels were where the devotees would reside. Lin Yuan installed a door at the staircase connecting to the first basement level. This door could only be opened with Lin Yuan's authorization. In other words, without Lin Yuan's permission no devotee could enter the first floor. The devotees naturally had no objections to this arrangement. In the apocalypse, safety came first. Even if Lin Yuan had not made this request, they would have voluntarily chosen a relatively safe place to stay hidden. Of course, Lin Yuan was not entirely unreasonable. He distributed tools to the devotees and instructed the safe room to remove the protective panels beneath the second basement level. During their free time the devotees could continue digging downward to expand their living space. After all, the cube could adaptively generate a safe room based on the size of the dwelling. Once they had excavated to a certain depth, Lin Yuan would simply have the cube generate additional safe rooms below according to his design. This was because Lin Yuan might acquire even more devotees in the future. If there were only 2 underground floors, it might not be enough to house them all. Apart from living arrangements, Lin Yuan also made meticulous divisions of labor for the safe room's defense. On the first basement level there was a monitoring room that displayed real-time feeds from all the ultra-high-definition thermal imaging cameras around the villa. Zhang Chuchu and Li Yu organized the devotees to take shifts monitoring the villa's surroundings in the monitoring room. If anything was discovered they were to report to Lin Yuan promptly. In the kitchen on the first floor there was a dedicated food delivery elevator. Each day Lin Yuan would send down a sufficient quantity of food for the devotees via this elevator. Depending on the devotees' performance they might receive additional rewards each month. As for what those rewards would be, that depended on what they desired. Lin Yuan also implemented certain defenses around the villa's perimeter. To guard against the snow demons he arranged a circle of steel grooves around the villa. A pipeline was laid beneath the grooves. The pipeline connected to the grooves with small holes drilled into them. The starting point of the pipeline was linked to the safe room's automatic natural gas supply system. Open the valve and ignite it. In this way Lin Yuan had created 4 walls of fire around the safe room. The safe room's natural gas system would provide a continuous supply. Those 4 outer walls of fire would never be extinguished. Snow demons feared flames. Upon seeing the walls of fire they would not approach. Just as Lin Yuan finished all this and was about to rest, the devotees hurriedly reported. Master, the surveillance footage shows a woman entering from outside the compound and collapsing not far from the villa. Lin Yuan opened his phone and tapped the surveillance playback. Just half a minute ago a woman with an exceptionally frail demeanor staggered and collapsed not far from the villa's firewall. Someone from outside the neighborhood. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Apart from their own residential area there were only some old apartment buildings nearby. Those old buildings likely couldn't even withstand the cold. With such low temperatures outside coupled with scarce supplies and power outages he hadn't expected anyone to still be alive. But why would this person come to their neighborhood? If she wanted to survive and seek help, wouldn't the Baixiang City Mall be a better choice? Lin Yuan felt something was off. After the woman outside fell, the thermal imaging surveillance showed her body temperature dropping rapidly. She was nearing death. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then instructed Zhang Chuchu to lead 2 followers fully armed with weapons to go out and drag the woman inside. Master, it's Su Shuer. After dragging the woman in, Zhang Chuchu immediately recognized the unconscious figure. Su Shuer, the most sought-after female celebrity in the Chinese entertainment industry. The perfect goddess in countless men's hearts. Lin Yuan naturally recognized her too. But Lin Yuan hadn't expected Su Shuer to appear here. Alright, I'll handle this from here. You may leave now. Yes, master. After Zhang Chuchu and the others left, Chen Fei helped Lin Yuan lift Su Shuer onto the sofa. Lin Yuan removed her gloves and touched her hand. Ding detected physical contact with a member of the opposite sex. This person's appearance score is 97. 5 points. Both binding conditions are met. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Name Su Shuer. Appearance score 97. 5 points. Loyalty 0. Ability none. A celebrity was indeed different. Chen Fei was already the most beautiful person Lin Yuan had ever seen in real life. He hadn't expected Su Shuer's appearance score to be even higher than Chen Fei's. However, the pitifully low loyalty of 0 made Lin Yuan more cautious. As a national-level goddess in the entertainment industry, Su Shuer was always surrounded by crowds. Apart from her many fans, she was constantly accompanied by staff, like agents and bodyguards. But why was she alone now? Could it be that everyone around her had died? That didn't make sense. If a fragile celebrity like her could survive, how could those staff members have perished before her? In the apocalypse, everyone was for themselves. Those people wouldn't sacrifice their chance at limited survival resources just to keep Su Shuer alive. There must be some hidden truth. As Lin Yuan focused on analyzing the system, notification sounded again. Detected host has obtained a new bound target. Congratulations, host. Copy power has evolved. According to the system's main quest, binding a qualified member of the opposite sex granted the host an opportunity to evolve their ability. The decomposition power obtained from the last evolution was incredibly formidable. He wondered what surprise awaited this time. As the notification faded, a mysterious sensation surged into Lin Yuan's mind. In an instant, Lin Yuan understood the new ability's usage. Besides the original copy power, his right hand could now repair and modify touched objects to a certain extent. For example, an iron shovel could be reshaped with his right hand's power, turning it into a hammer or other tools. Though not as potent as decomposition power, it's still a very practical skill. Lin Yuan didn't complain. As long as he could grow stronger even just a little, he welcomed it. Just then Chen Fei noticed dark red bloodstains seeping through the fabric on Su Shuer's abdomen. Master, she seems injured. Lin Yuan quickly pulled open Su Shuer's clothes. He had finally found a qualified binding target. He couldn't let her die so easily. Beneath the clothes, Su Shuer's abdomen revealed several deep wounds. The tears were uneven, as if caused by brute force or a wild beast. Maybe she encountered a snow demon, Lin Yuan speculated. In the current environment outside, aside from snow demons, it was unlikely any other beasts were around. But he hadn't expected Su Shuer to survive a snow demon attack. She was incredibly lucky. After all, even the strong men in the neighborhood had met their deaths at the hands of snow demons. Lin Yuan stared at Su Shuer's wounds, a bold idea forming in his mind. Could the newly acquired modification power repair or alter a human body? Though previous research showed that all abilities couldn't affect living beings, he wasn't trying to create another living Su Shuer, just heal her injuries. Maybe it was worth a try. Lin Yuan placed his left hand on Su Shuer, unleashing insight power to gather all information about her body. Then he put his right hand over the wounds. White fine lines on his right palm suddenly flickered. A glow formed in Lin Yuan's hand. As the light touched Su Shuer's body, her wounds visibly healed at an astonishing speed. In just moments, the deep lacerations vanished completely. Her skin was restored to smooth perfection without even a scar left behind. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, silently apologizing to the system for his earlier misjudgment. He had thought modification power was a nearly useless skill. But unexpectedly, this ability was almost on par with decomposition power. In about a minute it could heal such severe injuries. With this ability, even if he got hurt himself, he could quickly heal. This gave him an immense sense of security. Xiaofan, take care of her. I have something to do now. Call me when she wakes up. Remember, stay alert. We still know nothing about Su Shuer. Chen Fei understood his meaning, so she took out the pistol Lin Yuan had given her, pulled up a chair and sat facing Su Shuer. She aimed the gun at her, quietly waiting for her to wake up. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan hurried back to the master bedroom, closed the door and placed both hands on his own chest. He wanted to verify his theory. If modification power could heal wounds, perhaps it could also perform modifications on the human body. Lin Yuan couldn't wait to try it out. After a full 3 hours, Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Clenching his fist, he slammed it against the wooden table before him with a resounding thud. The tabletop shattered upon impact. Lin Yuan then approached the bed, gripping one of its legs with ease. Effortlessly he lifted the entire bed. Success. Walking to the mirror, Lin Yuan removed his shirt, revealing his sharply defined 8-pack abs. A look of deep satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this power of modification could truly transform the human body. After 3 hours of effort, Lin Yuan had already enhanced his physical capabilities to the peak limits of an ordinary human. However, during the process, Lin Yuan discovered that this limit seemed to be bound by some constraint. Once his muscular strength reached this threshold, it could no longer be augmented further. If my ability evolves and upgrades in the future, perhaps I can break through this limit, he mused. Then maybe I can truly soar through the skies and delve into the earth like the superheroes in movies, omnipotent. Lin Yuan felt immensely satisfied with his current state. With this physical prowess, he believed he could even engage in hand-to-hand combat with the snow demon without issue. Not only had his strength increased, but his senses, sight, hearing and smell, had grown sharper. His reaction speed had also quickened. Lin Yuan entered the bathroom to take a shower. Having just undergone the transformation, he was drenched in sweat. After showering and changing clothes, Lin Yuan opened the door and headed downstairs to check on Su Shuer. As Lin Yuan reached the ground floor, Su Shuer was just waking up. "Where is this?" she asked, clearly disoriented and unaware of her surroundings. Lin Yuan pulled up a chair with a warm smile and sat before her. "Hello, great star. This is my home." Su Shuer instinctively touched her body and upon finding herself fully dressed let out a soft sigh of relief. But in the next moment she suddenly realized something was amiss. She quickly felt her abdomen. "Damn it. My wound has healed on its own." She recalled that just before losing consciousness she had been attacked by the snow demon at the entrance of this residential complex. She had been separated from her companions. Though injured, she managed to escape. To evade the snow demon, she fled into the complex. As she neared this villa, she could no longer hold on and collapsed. Everything after that was a blank to her. "I healed your wounds," Lin Yuan stated. "Since I saved your life, I hope you'll answer my questions honestly." His tone was gentle yet carried an unmistakable air of authority. He needed to understand why Su Shuer had appeared here and how she had managed to survive until now. If he discovered that Su Shuer posed a potential threat even as his bound target, Lin Yuan would not hesitate to eliminate her. After all, nothing was more important than ensuring his own safety. "You healed me," she stammered. "You. I see. Do you have special abilities too?" Upon learning that the man before her was her savior, Su Shuer's loyalty rating instantly jumped from 0 to 60. This pleased Lin Yuan greatly. At the very least, it suggested that Su Shuer would likely be truthful when answering his questions. Intrigued by her reaction, Lin Yuan asked, "How did you know I have special abilities? Have you encountered someone like me before?" Su Shuer nodded. "I still have some memories from before I passed out. I remember being badly injured. But now there's not even a scar on my stomach. To heal such a severe wound in such a short time and so perfectly, even natural healing couldn't achieve that. So I guessed you must have special abilities too." Women are inherently concerned with beauty, especially stars like Su Shuer who rely on their looks for their livelihood. She was deeply worried about ugly scars marring her body. Now Lin Yuan had not only saved her life but also spared her from the fear of becoming unsightly. At this thought, her gratitude toward Lin Yuan deepened. Ding, Su Shuer's loyalty has increased to 70. Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated that a few words could boost Su Shuer's loyalty so dramatically. It seemed this star had a rather simple and trusting nature. "You haven't answered my question yet," he pressed. "Have you encountered anyone else with special abilities?" Without hiding his power, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers and conjured a steaming glass of milk and a hamburger, offering them to Su Shuer. Witnessing this astonishing display and seeing the warm food before her, Su Shuer cast aside all pretense and eagerly bit into the hamburger. She hadn't eaten in days. At that moment she had no energy left to marvel at Lin Yuan's miraculous abilities. "Aside from you, I've only met one other person with special abilities. He was an airport security guard." Su Shuer recounted between bites, carefully detailing her experiences over the past few days. On the day the apocalypse began, Su Shuer was at the airport waiting for a late-night flight to another city for a variety show recording scheduled the next day. But an unexpected heavy snowfall caused a long delay and the airline was ultimately forced to cancel the flight. By the time the cancellation was announced, the snow had piled up deeply. Unable to leave, Su Shuer contacted her company, which told her to wait at the airport and promised to send a car. As expected, the extreme cold and anomalous snow made it impossible for the company to dispatch any vehicle. Su Shuer was stranded at the airport. Many others were also trapped there. After days of hunger, a riot broke out in the airport. People fought for water, food, anything to survive. However, a faction quickly suppressed the chaos. Its leader was the airport security guard with supernatural powers. According to Su Shuer, the man could make his entire body as hard as steel and rock, impervious to blades and bullets and possessing immense strength. Anyone who dared to oppose him met their end with a single slap that crushed their skull. He commanded a group of followers, mostly former SWAT officers or airport anti-terrorism personnel. Skilled in combat and armed with various weapons, they quickly brought the entire airport under their control through sheer force. Listening to Su Shuer's story, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and voiced his suspicion. You didn't just sneak out on your own, did you? Or rather, you were sent out. Tell me, what was your purpose here? And where are the others who came with you? Su Shuer looked startled at his questions. She hadn't mentioned any of this. How did this man already know? The reason Lin Yuan could deduce this was actually quite simple. First, if Su Shuer possessed an exceptionally sharp mind and could find a way to slip out on her own, then to survive she would certainly have sought out a mall with more abundant supplies in the vicinity rather than choosing to come to this residential complex. In this complex, every household's doors were tightly locked. Even if the owner had died inside, it was no simple task for others to enter from the outside. Thus her arrival at this complex must have had a reason. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was well aware that a celebrity like Su Shuer was undoubtedly one of the most coveted resources in the apocalypse. In the end times there was no order or restraint among people, only the purest of desires. There was no way those people at the airport would let such a stunning beauty go. They would surely have kept Su Shuer firmly by their side for their own pleasure. Therefore her departure from the airport must have been sanctioned by them. However, Lin Yuan had no way of knowing their exact motives for doing so. He would have to wait for Su Shuer to explain. I hope you understand. I am not what you would call a good person. I saved you because I have a soft spot for beauty. But if you choose to hide things from me... Lin Yuan twirled the gun in his hand. Many people in this complex died by my hand. When it comes to killing, I have no qualms about it. Since the apocalypse began, Lin Yuan had indeed eliminated many enemies. Having killed so many, he naturally exuded an indescribable murderous aura. This aura, unintentionally emanating from Lin Yuan, sent a chill down Su Shuer's spine. Ill talk, ill talk. Su Shuer had never intended to conceal anything. This man had saved her life and she was not one to be ungrateful. Su Shuer then recounted the plan of those at the airport in its entirety. The security guard at the airport with special abilities was called Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan had a cousin who worked for the Zhao Corporation and happened to live in this complex. After the apocalypse, that cousin joined Zhao Xiaofeng's faction and naturally learned about the official shelter. So he passed this information on to Feng Chuan. Upon learning this, Feng Chuan was very tempted. Although the airport had ample supplies, the water and food were ultimately limited. As of now, their group had already consumed nearly half their stock. To survive, they needed food. Thus heading to the official shelter was the only lifeline they could think of. Feng Chuan wanted to get on Zhao Xiaofeng's good side. He had heard from his cousin's gossip that Zhao Xiaofeng was about to be betrothed to the most beautiful ice queen in all of Zhonghai City. Subconsciously he assumed Zhao Xiaofeng was a lecherous man. Coincidentally, when Feng Chuan took over the airport, he unexpectedly discovered Su Shuer a top-tier beauty. So he conceived this plan. Even when his underlings wanted to defile Su Shuer, Feng Chuan strictly forbade it. He intended to present Su Shuer intact to Zhao Xiaofeng as a gift to show his sincerity. He arranged for his men armed with guns to escort Su Shuer to Zhao Xiaofeng. But unexpectedly, just as they neared the complex, they encountered several snow demons. The snow demons scattered the group and everyone fled for their lives. Su Shuer was scratched by a snow demon, but fortunately her life was not in danger. While the snow demons were distracted by others, Su Shuer mustered her last bit of strength and hid in the complex. Finally exhausted, she collapsed not far from the villa. As for what happened next, Lin Yuan already knew. After hearing Su Shuer's story, Lin Yuan looked at the loyalty level above her head, now at 72, and knew these events were likely true. The conflict with the snow demons at the complex's entrance must have occurred right when Lin Yuan was dealing with Zhao Xiaofeng in the basement. Since he had activated the soundproofing function, he hadn't heard the gunfire outside. Another one wanting to go to the shelter. Lin Yuan had an intuition that he would eventually come into conflict with that shelter. Benefactor, you must be Zhao Xiaofeng. Thank you so much for saving my life. I have told you everything I know. As for Feng Chuan, I leave the decision of what to do with him to you. However, I have one more presumptuous request. Could you take me to that shelter as well? No one didn't want to survive. A celebrity was no exception. However, Su Shuer still seemed to want to preserve a shred of dignity. So she continued, Benefactor, you. As long as you are willing to take me to the shelter. After this apocalypse ends, I can use my influence in the entertainment industry to benefit you and your family. Clearly Su Shuer had no intention of selling her body for a chance to live. Instead she wanted to use her status as a top celebrity to negotiate a mutually beneficial exchange with the Zhao family. Having navigated the treacherous entertainment industry for years, Su Shuer deeply understood one principle: relying on one's body to climb up, though a shortcut, was not stable. Especially for a female celebrity. Reputation in this regard was of utmost importance. One day you could be the center of adoration and the next the target of universal condemnation. Therefore only true mutual benefit through interests was the most reliable choice. But before Su Shuer could finish her words, Lin Yuan interrupted her. "I'm sorry. I am not Zhao Xiaofeng. My name is Lin Yuan. Right before I saved you, Zhao Xiaofeng died by my hand." Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding anything. "This is Zhao Xiaofeng's fiancée." He pulled Chen Fei over to his side. Chen Fei obediently came to Lin Yuan's side and knelt down like a docile kitten. "Now she is my maid." Lin Yuan's tone was matter-of-fact, as if he were stating a trivial daily occurrence. But to Su Shuer every word crashed down on her like a tidal wave, shaking her to her core. This man who saved her had actually killed Zhao Xiaofeng. And he had taken his fiancée and his house. So, was he a good person or a bad person? If he was bad, why would he save her? But if he was good, what kind of good person does things like this? Su Shuer was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. She even worried that a wrong word might anger the man before her, leading to the same fate as Zhao Xiaofeng. Ahem. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, a smile on his face as he continued, "To be honest, I cannot take you to the shelter. However, if you stay here, I can guarantee you won't starve. Of course I won't force you. I am still a relatively kind person. Now I will give you 3 choices. You may choose whichever you prefer. The first choice." Lin Yuan extended a finger. "Stay here like her and I can guarantee your safety." Chen Fei, who was obediently squatting nearby, took over Lin Yuan's words and added, "Like me, become the master's maid. Take care of the master in all aspects." Lin Yuan nodded and continued to make a peace sign. "The second choice. I let you go free, you can go wherever you want." It sounded like a good suggestion. Su Shuer couldn't help but be a little tempted. Although Lin Yuan saved her life based on his demeanor, he was a very dangerous person. Staying here would leave her life and death in Lin Yuan's hands. "Master, you haven't mentioned the but yet." Chen Fei glanced at Su Shuer, continuing her statement. "But the outside world is very dangerous. Resources are scarce and everyone is willing to fight over a pack of instant noodles, even killing each other. Do you think you can find enough food to survive once you go out? And there are countless snow demons outside. No one knows how many of those monsters there are. Every corner you don't pay attention to could hide a snow demon that can take your life in an instant. At that point it might not be possible for anyone to save your life again." Chen Fei was very clever, succinctly highlighting the main point. The risk of venturing out to survive was something a weak girl like Su Shuer could not bear alone. That kind of risk couldn't simply be overcome with effort. It could be life-threatening. Then, what about the third choice? After Chen Fei's scare, the second choice was clearly no longer within Su Shuer's consideration. She could only hope for the third option that Lin Yuan had yet to mention. "The third is you can return to the airport. Back to Feng Chuan." Su Shuer was sent here by Feng Chuan as a meeting gift from the airport. Now that Zhao Xiaofeng was gone, Su Shuer could return the same way. Chen Fei pouted, seemingly disapproving of this option. "The benefit is that there are still some food supplies at the airport. With your looks they obviously wouldn't let you starve to death. But..." Chen Fei paused, seemingly thinking of something, and after a while continued. "But to them you no longer hold any special value. Previously it was because they wanted to give you to Zhao Xiaofeng as a gift to show goodwill. So they naturally protected you. But now with Zhao Xiaofeng gone, there is no longer a need to protect you. What do you think those who have long coveted you will do? Are you really willing to deliver yourself into such a hell?" Recalling the situation she faced with Zhao Xiaofeng, Chen Fei was in a similar predicament. Fortunately Lin Yuan saved her. He didn't let her become a walking corpse. Thinking of this, Chen Fei affectionately rubbed her cheek against the back of Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan understood Chen Fei's thoughts and reached out to pat her head. Then he turned to Su Shuer. "Don't blame me for only giving you these 3 choices. In fact, you only have these 3 paths to take. Aside from that, I can't think of what else you could do. Don't worry, I keep my word and won't force you. I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. No matter which one you choose, I will respect your choice." Looking at the loyalty level above Su Shuer's head gradually rising to 74, Lin Yuan knew without a doubt what choice Su Shuer would ultimately make. However, she would still have to go through a struggle in her heart. After all, going from a top-tier goddess in the entertainment circle to a maid was too huge a gap. The former was adored by thousands, shining brightly. The latter involved hard work, caring for others every day. Su Shuer even worried that if she really chose to become Lin Yuan's maid, then after the apocalypse ends, if this incident were to be exposed by someone with ill intentions, her time as a top-tier goddess would be over. Not only would all glory be lost, but she might also face ridicule from the masses, becoming a topic of gossip over tea. Just like a certain former star who was exposed for having taken some indecent photos. Su Shuer didn't want to become like that. But was there really no other way to survive? Did she really have to give up her life just to preserve her dignity? Su Shuer was extremely conflicted, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her flesh. Her proud chest rose and fell rapidly due to her hurried breathing. Alright, 10 minutes are up. I said I wouldn't force you. It seems you are unwilling to stay. Then he'll send you out. Lin Yuan took Su Shuer's hand and started to lead her toward the door. Coincidentally, just as they reached a spot not far from the entrance, 4 or 5 snow demons were gathered outside, staring intently at the villa and pacing restlessly. Seeing this scene, Su Shuer's last psychological defense was completely shattered. The fear of death made her make the most correct choice at that moment. Master. I am willing to stay, master. Su Shuer desperately nodded, gripping Lin Yuan tightly, unwilling to take a step closer to the safe house's door. Master. I beg you. I don't want to leave. Su Shuer's voice had a hint of crying. It seemed the snow demons had indeed left a significant psychological shadow on her. Lin Yuan teasingly asked, Are you sure? Don't force yourself. I absolutely won't pressure you. Upon hearing this, Su Shuer suddenly knelt down, tears streaming from her eyes. Master. I am absolutely willing. To be able to stay is simply my honor. My life was saved by the master. To become the master's maid and serve him is something I greatly desire. Woo-woo. Master. Please let me stay. I can do anything. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, the once lofty national goddess now called him master so naturally. Lin Yuan waved his right hand and conjured a maid outfit with a red apron. First, go take a shower. After showering, change into your work clothes. From now on you will be called Xiaohong. Taking the maid outfit, Su Shuer wiped away her tears. She certainly understood what it meant to choose to stay. But for now she could only obediently listen and do what was expected of her. Alright, please wait a moment, master. Su Shuer took the clothes, stood up, bowed to Lin Yuan, and then turned to enter the upstairs bathroom. Watching Su Shuer go upstairs, Chen Fei turned to Lin Yuan with a sly smile. Master, aren't you going to help her? She just recovered from a serious injury. Are you really going to let her bathe alone? Lin Yuan leaned in close to Chen Fei's ear, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Xiaofan, aren't you jealous? When Zhang Chuchu and the others came to find me back, then you weren't this magnanimous, were you? Hearing this, Chen Fei's cheeks flushed slightly. The warm breath from Lin Yuan's words brushed against her earlobe, sending a tingling sensation through her. Master, to be honest, I was a little jealous at first. But I understand, so I don't mind. Chen Fei was a clever woman. Moreover, after spending these past few days together, she had come to know the kind of man Lin Yuan was. Decisive and ruthless, with a profound and calculating mind. His decision to let Su Shuer stay was by no means merely due to her appearance. If Lin Yuan were a lustful man, then Zhang Chuchu and the others would have long been taken into his fold. Yet even now Lin Yuan had not touched any of them. Thus it was evident that he was not driven by base desires. Since it wasn't for her beauty, there must be another reason. Chen Fei speculated that Lin Yuan intended to take Su Shuer under his wing and use her to negotiate with the faction led by Feng Chuan at the airport. Since the other party was determined to establish a connection through Zhao Xiaofeng and their envoy had yet to return, Feng Chuan would naturally find a way to come and investigate personally. Having Su Shuer in hand would not only provide better insight into the internal situation of Feng Chuan's group but also serve as a bargaining chip. After all, Feng Chuan was also an awakened. If conflict could be avoided, that would be the best outcome. Chen Fei believed this was why Lin Yuan had chosen to keep Su Shuer. Now that Su Shuer was staying, it was essential to ensure her absolute loyalty to Lin Yuan, preventing any last-minute defection or betrayal. To completely win over a woman's heart, the simplest and most direct method Chen Fei could think of was for Lin Yuan to fully possess Su Shuer. A total possession from body to soul. Even if in the worst case Lin Yuan fell for Su Shuer's beauty, Chen Fei thought it would be perfectly normal. After all, Su Shuer was indeed stunning. Even Chen Fei had to admit her own inferiority. Yet Chen Fei felt no sense of crisis. From their brief exchange it was clear that Su Shuai was naive and simple-minded. In terms of analysis and problem-solving, the value Chen Fei could provide to Lin Yuan was something Su Shuai could never replace. Hence Chen Fei had confidence. Having reasoned this through, her jealousy dissipated. She even urged Lin Yuan to go upstairs and help Su Shuai bathe, seizing the opportunity to completely win her over and make her a trusted ally. Listening to Chen Fei's explanation, Lin Yuan rubbed his nose awkwardly. He mused inwardly, was I really that scheming? Keeping Su Shuai to counter Feng Chuan? No. I just wanted to complete the system's mission and upgrade my abilities. But since Chen Fei had said it, Lin Yuan didn't show any reaction. He simply nodded calmly, a look of appreciation on his face as he patted Chen Fei's head. Xiaofan, this is exactly what I love about you, that sharp mind of yours. Chen Fei affectionately took Lin Yuan's hand and gently shook it. Master, promise me you won't play favorites between us. Alright, go on up now. I'll prepare a room for Xiao Hong. In the bathroom, steam swirled in the air. The tap had been running for a while, but Su Shuai stood motionless before the mirror. Logically, after going so long without a bath in the apocalypse, her desire for a hot shower should have been overwhelming. Yet she knew that after this bath she would fully become the maidservant of the man named Lin Yuan. Though she was immensely grateful to him for saving her life. She was willing to care for him and work for him. But to give herself to him. Su Shuai was no fool, she understood the price of staying. She reached out and wiped the fog from the mirror, staring blankly at her own reflection. The face in the mirror was truly beautiful. In the world before the apocalypse, this face was her pride, drawing the masses to her. It brought capital, fame and adulation. But in this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, beauty meant danger. She might become a trophy fought over by many, and once claimed she would inevitably face enslavement and exploitation. Or even be reduced to a mere tool for satisfying desires. At this thought, Su Shuai shuddered. In this light, finding someone who could offer safety and protection early on might not be such a bad thing. Lin Yuan's place was warm, safe and well-stocked. Even the luxury of a hot bath was possible. Judging by Chen Fei's demeanor, it was clear Lin Yuan treated those close to him well. Staying seemed like the most sensible choice. Su Shuai looked at herself in the mirror, mentally preparing herself over and over. She had started her career as a child star and had been navigating the entertainment industry for 20 years. To maintain her pure and untouchable goddess image, her company had strictly controlled her personal life, forbidding her from dating. They also prevented any private contact with the opposite sex. Even in film roles, they explicitly rejected scenes involving kisses or intimate acts. Thus, for all these years, Su Shuai had never even held hands with anyone. It would be dishonest to say she had no thoughts about romance or intimacy. What young woman in her early 20s hadn't fantasized about kissing and embracing someone she loved? But fantasy was fantasy. Now that she faced the reality, Su Shuai couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy. Oh dear. What do I do? I've only seen that kind of thing in videos. In her heart, Su Shuai was no longer resistant. But the thought of being intimate with her savior, whom she had known for less than half a day, made her cheeks burn with a telltale flush. Forget it, I'll just take a bath first. Su Shuai shed her clothes, revealing her fair, soft skin. Her stunning figure and exquisite face were the very reasons for her acclaim. To maintain her goddess image, she had always been meticulous about her physique. There wasn't an ounce of excess fat on her body. Just as Su Shuai was about to step into the shower, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Lin Yuan had the safe house unlock it and walked in. Ah. Fee. Oh. Moss. Master. It's you. Master, I haven't finished washing yet. Lin Yuan gave a faint smile. It's all right. Let me help you. Lin Yuan unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his chiseled physique. After the recent transformation, his body was now as perfect as a classical sculpture. Both the proportions of his stature and the lines of his muscles captivated Su Shuai, making it hard for her to look away. Is it pleasing to the eye? Lin Yuan asked, a faint elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Shuai only then realized they were in a state of complete vulnerability before each other. Her cheeks flushed an even deeper crimson. Initially, Su Shuai felt that staying as Lin Yuan's maidservant despite being a renowned goddess was somewhat of a loss. But now, Su Shuai's heart fluttered like a startled deer. A subtle, indescribable feeling began to stir within her. In the entertainment industry, even the top male celebrities likely couldn't boast such a physique. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not only handsome and well-built but also possessed a superpower that instilled a profound sense of security. At this thought, Su Shuai realized. Perhaps becoming Lin Yuan's woman was actually a privilege for her. In answer to my master. Yes. Beautiful. Lin Yuan stepped forward, closing the distance between them until they stood face to face, near enough to feel each other's breath. If it's beautiful, then take a good look. Lin Yuan gently lifted Su Shuer's chin with his hand, compelling her to meet his gaze. Yet Su Shuer kept her eyes tightly shut, whether from nervousness or shyness. Her moist, delicate lips trembled slightly, betraying a burgeoning anticipation for what was to come. The sound of water mingled with tender, melodious whispers echoing within the bathroom. As was his custom, Lin Yuan activated the bathroom's soundproofing system. No matter how intense the sounds, they remained inaudible from outside. Over an hour later, Lin Yuan emerged from the bathroom carrying a limp Su Shuer in his arms. Her hair, damp and disheveled, clung to her forehead. The red maid's uniform was soaked through with sweat time and again. The hot bath they had taken seemed to have been in vain. After laying Su Shuer down to rest in the room, Chen Fei leaned against the doorframe and beckoned to Lin Yuan. "What's the matter? Has something happened?" Lin Yuan closed the door for Su Shuer but did not lock it. After what had just transpired, Su Shuer's loyalty had reached a satisfactory 80. There was no longer any need to be wary of her. Chen Fei produced a phone and extended it to Lin Yuan. "Master, 5 minutes ago Zhao Xiaofeng's phone received a message. It's from Zhao Tiande." When he had executed Zhao Xiaofeng, Lin Yuan had deliberately kept his phone. It was all in preparation for this moment. At the mention of Zhao Tiande's name, Lin Yuan took the phone and scrutinized the text message. "Xiaofeng, you must hold on. I've convinced the people at the shelter base to come and rescue you. They've been through several conflicts recently and are desperately short of manpower. See if there are any other survivors in the neighborhood and bring them along. The more people we have, the stronger our Zhao family's position will be here." These few sentences revealed a wealth of information to Lin Yuan. They had recently experienced several conflicts. Either the shelter base was internally unstable with factions vying for power. It was evident that this shelter base was not a monolithic entity. Alternatively, conflicts had erupted between other surrounding forces and the shelter base. This could also indicate that the so-called official shelter base's strength was not overwhelmingly superior. Other forces still had a fighting chance against them. In fact, a few conflicts had already severely depleted the shelter base's combat capabilities. This allowed Lin Yuan to form a rough estimate of their strength. Moreover, the shelter base was so desperate to bolster its forces that it was willing to send people to rescue Zhao Xiaofeng. They also wanted to bring back other survivors from the neighborhood. This indicated that the shelter base's current situation was precarious. Whether from external or internal threats, powerful enemies surrounded them, leaving them far from secure. Lin Yuan led Chen Fei to the sofa and shared his conjectures with her. Chen Fei listened thoughtfully and nodded. "Master, aside from that, I've noticed something else peculiar." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, signaling for Chen Fei to continue. "Master, based on what we know, snow demons are everywhere outside. No one knows which places are dangerous and which are safe. And snow demons are fast and strong like wild beasts. Even someone with such formidable powers as you wouldn't easily risk going out. But both Feng Chuan's faction at the airport and the people at the shelter base seem completely unaware of the snow demons. They don't seem afraid to go outside. I believe if Feng Chuan and his people at the airport knew about such dangerous monsters, they would never have sent Su Shuer out so casually. Nor would the shelter base have volunteered to send a rescue team. Facing snow demons, the people they send might never return. No matter how much they want to expand their combat strength, they wouldn't take such a huge risk." At Chen Fei's words, Lin Yuan suddenly realized. He had felt something was off all along. Now with Chen Fei's insight, he understood exactly what had been troubling him. Lin Yuan took out his phone and opened the navigation app. He checked the straight-line distance between the airport and the neighborhood. The airport, Baixiang City, and Lin Yuan's neighborhood formed the three corners of an equilateral triangle. Pointing at the map, Lin Yuan said to Chen Fei, "Su Shuer said they left the airport, traveled all the way here, and were attacked by snow demons at the neighborhood entrance. The entire journey was safe. But they only encountered snow demons near our neighborhood. How could that be a coincidence? Could it be that these monsters only exist near our neighborhood?" Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He had previously assumed that prolonged contact with anomalous snow after death would transform corpses into snow demons. But now it seemed not so simple. There might be other factors behind the formation of snow demons. But what could it be? What was so special about this neighborhood? Could it be because of his presence as an awakened? That didn't seem right either. Feng Chuan at the airport was also an awakened. So why weren't there snow demons near the airport? Lin Yuan looked at Chen Fei, who shook her head in confusion. For now the mystery remained unsolved. But Lin Yuan had a vague premonition that the formation of snow demons was somehow connected to him. Well, there's no use dwelling on things we can't figure out. Lin Yuan maintained a positive outlook. Anyway, it seems the existence of snow demons is actually advantageous for us. Chen Fei understood the implication in Lin Yuan's words. Only those within this residential complex knew that monstrous snow demons lurked within the alien snowdrifts. Feng Chuan and those from the official shelter were oblivious to this truth. Unaware, they naturally would not take precautions. Thus these terrifying snow demons inadvertently became a natural barrier for the complex. Any unauthorized intruder would provoke an attack from the snow demons. Lin Yuan made a rough analysis. The official shelter dispatched personnel primarily to rescue Zhao Xiaofeng for Zhao Tianda. Secondly, they aimed to bring back ample labor and combat strength to bolster the shelter's own reserves. Now Lin Yuan had killed Zhao Xiaofeng. The maids and followers in the villa were only willing to stay by Lin Yuan's side, so naturally they would not accompany them back to the shelter. The rescue team sent by the shelter, having risked death to arrive here, would gain nothing. They would inevitably clash with Lin Yuan. Hence those dispatched from the shelter were bound to become Lin Yuan's enemies. Then there was Feng Chuan. He wanted to use Zhao Xiaofeng's connection to reach the shelter, seeking ample food and supplies. Although Lin Yuan could also provide this. But in this apocalypse there were no philanthropists. As the saying goes, an innocent man may become a victim of his own treasure. If Feng Chuan discovered that Lin Yuan had abundant resources, it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't harbor malicious intent seeking to plunder and claim them for himself. Thus it seemed that both the shelter and Feng Chuan's faction posed threats to Lin Yuan. He had to devise a sound plan. Several hours later, Su Shuer had rested sufficiently. This deep sleep after intense exertion left her feeling exceptionally comfortable. She felt as if every pore on her body had opened up. Upon waking, she saw Lin Yuan sitting beside her. Instinctively, Su Shuer pulled the blanket over to cover herself. "Ah! Master! Have you been here all along?" The actress, having just experienced intimacy for the first time, now displayed a maiden's shy demeanor. Gone was her usual aloof goddess-like bearing. Lin Yuan conjured a new clean red maid outfit and placed it beside Su Shuer. "Your previous clothes were soaked with sweat, so I changed them for you. You can wear this new set later." Su Shuer reached out and pulled the maid outfit under the blanket, intending to change after Lin Yuan left the room. Although they had already been intimate, Su Shuer was still shy about changing clothes in front of Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan showed no sign of leaving. "By the way, let me ask you something." "Yes, master, go ahead." "Feng Chuan sent people to escort you here. How did you communicate with each other? Did he tell you to relay his intentions after arriving and secretly report the situation here to him?" At this, Su Shuer finally remembered. "Oh right. There was such a thing. Master, how did you know? You're so clever." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes inwardly, wondering how this naive sweetheart had managed to survive in the entertainment industry for so long. Yet it couldn't be blamed on Su Shuer's poor memory. Initially she had been severely injured and on the verge of death. After being rescued, she was taken in by Lin Yuan as a maid. And she had also been intimate with Lin Yuan. The sheer impact of these events had overwhelmed her, causing her to momentarily forget Feng Chuan's instructions before her departure. "Feng Chuan gave me a phone to contact him through. He specifically instructed me to contact him discreetly away from Zhao Xiaofeng." Su Shuer instinctively threw off the blanket to retrieve the phone and hand it to Lin Yuan, demonstrating her complete honesty with him. But after tossing the blanket aside, she realized her discarded clothes were still in the bathroom. At that moment she was completely naked. "Xiaohong, go change into your uniform. I'll wait for you downstairs." Lin Yuan, however, took the opportunity to feast his eyes once more. One had to admit this top-tier celebrity was truly exceptional. Before the apocalypse, among the many actresses, Lin Yuan had a particular fondness for Su Shuer's type. With a cute face like a girl next door, yet an incredibly striking figure. The contrast was captivating. He never imagined that this apocalypse would turn this goddess into his personal maid. This was something unthinkable before the apocalypse. Soon Su Shuer changed clothes and came downstairs, handing the phone to Lin Yuan. "Master, this is the phone. It only has Feng Chuan's contact information saved. Should I send him a message now?" Seeing Chen Fei standing beside Lin Yuan, Su Shuer didn't dare to sit down, adopting a docile posture like Chen Fei. Lin Yuan took the phone and activated his insight ability to inspect it. The phone posed no danger. No trackers, listening devices, or explosives. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan instructed. "Tell Feng Chuan that you were attacked on the way and got separated from the group. Say the attackers were well trained and you were too busy fleeing to see their faces clearly." Su Shuer listened while typing the message on the phone. Lin Yuan continued. Then tell him you narrowly escaped into the complex where Zhao Xiaofeng is located. Zhao Xiaofeng, impressed by your looks, kept you there. Su Shuer looked up, blinking. Although she didn't understand why Lin Yuan wanted this, out of obedience she faithfully complied. Master, anything else to tell Feng Chuan? Lin Yuan pondered and said, tell him you've already conveyed his thoughts to Zhao Xiaofeng. Zhao Xiaofeng is considering it. Say the shelter has extremely strict criteria for who can be admitted. It's not a place where anyone can just go. Tell him to be patient and wait for further notice. Su Shuer roughly understood Lin Yuan's intent, finished editing the message and held the phone out to him. Master, is this okay? Lin Yuan glanced at it briefly and nodded. Yes, send it. On the other end, Feng Chuan had evidently been waiting for Su Shuer's message. Soon Lin Yuan received a reply. Well done. Shuer, I've always taken special care of you here and never let you suffer. Remember my kindness. Do more to persuade young Master Feng on my behalf. Tell him that all of us here are ready to serve him. You know our food is limited and won't last much longer. I hope young Master Feng can give us an answer soon. The urgency in Feng Chuan's words was palpable. And it was precisely this mindset that Lin Yuan intended to exploit. Lin Yuan shot Chen Fei a meaningful glance. Xiaofen, send the message I instructed you earlier to Zhao Tian aside. With both sides in communication, all that remained was to wait patiently. Over these 2 days Lin Yuan had not been idle at all. He led his followers to set up ample traps within the residential area for the upcoming battle. Using himself as bait, he also captured all the snow demons in the neighborhood alive. After his physical transformation, catching a snow demon with his bare hands was as easy as grabbing a dog. Not only that, but Lin Yuan also conducted tests. Now even the sharp claws of the snow demons could not scratch his skin. Capturing them alive was as simple as drinking water. A few days later, as agreed with Lin Yuan, Feng Chuan and the people from the shelter base arrived at the neighborhood. Lin Yuan opened the traps, released the snow demons and annihilated both forces, completely eliminating any future threats.